If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 41. Chapter 41. Clear Heart? There are some pesky ones. After kidnapping Filvis, I made a smooth escape from their familiar home. However, it is merely the beginning. There could be adventurers who could see through this illusory domain. Hence, some measures have to be done. Quaestum ad astra. Reach to the stars. The electromagnetic field was twisted by the spell. The gravitational pull lost its influence. It is all up to me to maneuver mid-air, which I did. I had the time to examine Filvis' state. She could be mistaken as a monster if people see her now. However, she wasn't like this in the past. There should be something that could be done to conceal this. That damn Dionysus. Other than that damn dragon and volcano curse, there's a new entry to my hit list. Luckily, Dionysus is far closer than those two. He might be Enyo, but he's not that strong individually. I could kill him right now, but I prefer to solve the demi-spirits first. I need to lessen its impact, too. It's not like a god's death could be hidden. Soon, I arrived at our familiar home. There weren't any people here as usual except for Hephaestus-sama. She greeted me right when I entered. From what I'm seeing, you succeeded. Well, I did. I briefly told her about this kidnapping plan. I confessed what I knew about the future. That included the matter with Dionysus. When she heard about it, the temperature in her office dropped sharply. From then on, she harbored hatred for Dionysus. She never expected that the kind-looking god could do such things, though she seemed angry the most due to my death. If I didn't prevent her from raiding Dionysus' home, she would have ordered Tsubaki to forego all rules and aim for him. It took half an hour of convincing before she calmed down. She is a creature? She asked. That's right. It's how I looked in the future. I see. She went silent after seeing Filvis. Her thoughts are difficult to guess when she's this serious. Though, I feel it has something to do with the future I saw. What are you planning to do with her? She needs to rest. I will figure out the rest later with my magic. Among the spell systems I know, a few involve healing and anti-corruption. I'll see to it if something works. If I have my stuff back there. TCH. You can sneeze. The bewildered Swime looked at the holographic diva. It was added in the patch version 3.9. Ga Shujin-sama said it was to make you human. Miku. How long are you with him? Currently, the Yakage duo is in the Akasaka household. After many deliberations, Kazamitsu decided to tell Nobu's parents about everything. As a parent, he knows how worried he would be to find out about their son's disappearance. Since the beginning. My main purpose is to assist Ga Shujin-sama in his experiments and operate the satellite code-named Arbiter. Even Arbiter is related too. CG muttered. How much is that kid hiding from us? It is a choice made for your safety, CG-san. Nobu made sure to not expose you to the supernatural side to avoid danger. It's just. CG sighed. Phew. Akasaka Eri opened her eyes after a deep breath. She was done processing everything. From what I can surmise, there is a hidden supernatural side and Nobu is a part of it, correct? Yes. Kazamitsu responded. Now, he is missing and went to another world just like the book CG is reading. That's right. When will he return? Eri went straight to the point. Her professional side calmed her down, unlike CG who briefly lost his composure. It is unknown. However, we are already making progress on locating him. Miku propped up a series of numbers to back him up. Half of the overall processing power is currently used to deduce Ga Shujin-sama's coordinates. From the traces that Kazamitsu got, Miku did not need to start from scratch. Her progress rate immediately shot up to 2.54%. With the usable supercomputers, she could do such a tremendous task, something even magisters didn't do yet. A/N, magisters is the official title for the strongest magicians like Suimei and his father Kazamitsu. They are equivalent to special grade sorcerers. When will you complete it? CG asked. The completion rate is estimated to be completed in less than 5 years. 5 years? CG knows about Nobu being a prodigy. He is someone who became a doctorate at 12 years old. Even so, he could not imagine his son surviving that long in an unknown land. His inability to help his son made him sink further. Is there a way to complete it faster? Fortunately, Eri kept her composure in this moment. She could cry later, but not now, not when she needs to sort this situation out. Yes. If my processing power increases, it could be reduced. List all the owned compounds in Japan. Build every single supercomputer on each of them. Diagnosing current authority. Past. Affirmative. A project will be started. At this moment, the three went silent at Eri's composure. Even Kazamitsu was surprised by Eri's charisma and ability to accept everything as it is. Thank you for informing us, Kazamitsu-san. Her golden pupils glinted with strong determination. No problem. I will also help with the search. The couple doesn't know much about Kazamitsu, but he is a magician who stood at the peak. His networks are extremely vast, to the point he could pitch in several magician organizations' help. He could contact the Akashic Seer, too. Father. Will Nobu be alright? Suimei asked. If it's him. He will be. That was the answer that needed him to calm down. Eri and CG heard it, which gave them more hope. Not to mention his extensive knowledge, just that power is enough to guarantee his survival. Kazamitsu recalled Nobu's power that pulled him out of death. He also has his magic system, which he playfully dubbed Akasaka system. It bypasses many problems that modern magic theory has, such as mystical entropy, cast time, output, and so on. Let's trust him. At the same time as their discussion, Miko called another helper. Ring. Who is it? A blindfolded man answered his phone call. Hello. Greetings. Oh, Ju-chan. Don't tell me that kid's pushing me to work again. It is not like that this time. In the past, Nobu contacted him overseas. He would give his research findings on cursed energy in exchange for some things. Those findings could easily progress the Sorcerer Society by a few decades. The man easily memorized and deduced them, but he kept his promise. However, one of those things was not in the place he stored it, which led to him owing Nobu a few favors. Phew! What was it, then? Goshujin-sama went missing. Missing? And you couldn't find him? An interest was sparked in the man. He knows Nobu's capabilities. He even found him when that overseas mission was supposed to be confidential. He's not in this world. HOH. That sounds like trouble. If you're asking for my help, there's not much I can do. I don't know much about magic. In the first place, the man is not a magician, but you might be able to help, Satoru-san. The strongest sorcerer in the world. Nothing worked. Unlike the nature of curses, Philvis' condition is different. Due to the spirit core, her body considers the branches as a part of her body. It does not perceive them as external factors. Do I need to wait until my next chance? Saka-san. I did not notice Philvis waking up. Silence permeated between us. Why did you remember our agreement? I asked rhetorically. Agreement? Ah, is it the one where we would meet a day later? That's right. You didn't show up after a week. I couldn't even visit you at your home. So, you broke into my room. I did what I need to. I shrugged. When I saw your dark room, I thought you were about to do the unspeakable. That's why I rushed in. She remained silent upon hearing it. Why? Why would you go that far for me? I am just a monster, a person who let herself be corrupted while her comrades died. Miss Philvis possesses a survivor's guilt along with the apprehension of her monstrous self. It is what I surmised from those future memories. As I've said, you're not a monster. You're far more beautiful than those who hide their monstrosity. Several beautiful women in my world are evil. The members of those greed of 10 as well as the likes of Valletta greed belong to that group. I would rather have Philvis-san on my side than those Fukers. Also, I did not have many chances to act like a hero, you know? I have to see you're doing well after I saved you in the dungeon. She hung her head down. I couldn't see her expression until I heard a chortle of laughter. You really are different. Akasaka-san. For the first time, I saw her smile. It is charming despite her current appearance. Was it her aura? Suddenly. That's. It formed a contrast with her future self. She was always covered in gloom back then. I prefer her bright self more. Click. Hephaestus-sama entered the room. Philvis looked a bit uncomfortable with her entry. There's no need to worry. Nobu-kun told me about this. You are free to live here. Thank you. Hephaestus-sama. She bowed her head to further show her gratitude. Now we're here, how about you join our familia temporarily? She said before looking at me. He said that you might be able to return to your previous appearance with Falna. Join, your familia? But. You're wondering about Dionysus' blessing? Hephaestus-sama asked. You don't have to worry. You don't have his Falna on you. Et. When an adventurer dies, their connection with their god gets severed. It is as if their Falna is locked. However, creatures could get resurrected. This circumvents the said rule. Then again, creatures lose the ability to gather excelia. Even if they regain their Falna, it only unseals their skills, developmental abilities, magic, and prior status, previous strength. In my case, everything showed up as LV.000 and I000 in all 5 attributes. I could give you my Falna right now. In the end, Philvis-san accepted it. Hephaestus-sama saw the status I had back then. That included the Monstrum Union skill, the bug on her status. Magic. She managed to acquire a new magic. It could create a clone of yourself. The downside is your status being halved. Hey! When she ended up trying to use it, an unexpected change occurred. What? Firstly, Philvis-san's monster characteristics receded. She returned to her previous appearance. Secondly, another Miss Philvis appeared on the bed. She has the same looks as her but without her clothes. Bam! Akasaka-san. Nobu-kun. I fell on my chair backward. Still, it did not prevent those vivid images. Her pale white skin. The Bodhisattva of compassion, when he meditated deeply, saw the emptiness of all 5 skandhas. Are you all right? The naked Philvis-san tried to approach me. I saw a portion of her body again when I tried to stand up. I swiftly closed my eyes. All things are by nature void, they are not created nor destroyed. Me clothes first. The other Philvis-san reprimanded the naked Philvis-san. While they quarreled, I felt Hephaestus-sama grabbing my hand and leading me outside. No peeking, all right. Yes. My heart sutra was interrupted by her words. I will grab a change of clothes for her. Due to this event, I remembered another memory. Lady Artemis Slender B. All the Buddhas of past and present, Buddhas of future time, using this Prajna wisdom. I could not stop chanting. 2 days had passed since the Dionysus Familia incident. Seeing how we weren't even suspected, I could say that my clean-up had been successful. Dionysus couldn't find something that would point to me. Clang! Clang! The power behind each strike numbed my hand. With all the feints scattered in my attacks, Wallenstein-san began grasping the essence of my techniques. From her hapless attacks, she could now see her purpose clearer. Against humans, a single debilitating strike is enough. There. Su. I barely avoided a sword strike. In turn, I gained a chance for a counterattack. Su. Screech. The tip of my blade reached her breastplate. It marked the end of our spar. Ha! Ha! It's still, too soon, fighting with you. However, my body liked it much. The reflexes ingrained in my body could showcase themselves once more. The constant tension I felt in my world was gone, simply because I could fight like this. I felt liberated. How did you do it? I could at least land a hit that evaded her senses every day. The multi-layered feints and unpredictable behavior allowed me to do so even if her senses are insane. You should always think outside the box. I knew you would consider the double and triple feint, but it could also be a simple attack. After getting accustomed to my trickiness, Wallenstein-san began overthinking. It works with her split-second senses, but it won't do with enemies of a similar level. I could see her troubled look. I sympathized since I went through the same thing in the past. How does this make sense? Swordsmanship has its limits, its range. All qualified swordsmen strike outside their range. What in the world? If any of these feints could be real, what should I do? From all my experiences and the guidance I received, I found my answer. Bam! She deftly dodged the invisible bullet. She wore a confused expression, but I proceeded to my weapon case. I took out my gun and pointed it at her. Of course, it has its safety on. Even so, her body instantly tensed up. I couldn't see it on her face, but her body language said so. I lowered my gun. Why did you react like that? It's dangerous. She is right. Valletta sacrificed an arm to block a direct hit from these bullets. It shows how level 5 could feel threatened with the 12 spells inside the gun. How did you know that? She couldn't answer immediately. Because I felt it. Precisely. I prefer to call that sixth sense. If there's one thing I fully inherited from my future selves, it is this. It is so sharp that I could prolong my life in front of that dragon. Then again, my body couldn't catch up. Only now did its brilliance shine. Along with my bloodlust and willpower, I completely inherited the sixth sense developed throughout 8 lives. It should answer your dilemma. Hey! I hope this curiosity could boost the effect of tomorrow's lesson. Let's go, Lily. I still have something to talk about with you. Why yes. That sharpness. Eyes is bewildered. How could she get hit by a level 2 adventurer? Despite the magic he uses to strengthen his body, a level 4 shouldn't be able to react to that extent. Nevertheless, Nobu did it. The culmination of his 8 iterations worth of combat experiences against monstrous beings allowed him to do so. In the eyes of Eyes, his performance was nothing short of impossible. Is this his secret to his strength? At first, she wanted to meet her kindred. She wanted to know more about the person whose hatred for dragons is the same as her. But then, it changed into her interest in his strength, his secret, to be exact. Eyes wanted to learn from him. She wanted to become even stronger. It is why she kept sparring every day. While she did feel guilty, her desire for power overwhelmed it. Sixth sense. Nobu left without giving a concrete answer. It forced Eyes to think of it herself. This is intentional as it creates larger satisfaction to reach the answer themselves. Captain's thumb. That feeling is similar to her captain's intuition. For Finn, the danger is converted into his thumb aching. Is it like that? Sixth sense. Eyes felt she was closer to the answer. Immediately, she went back to Twilight Manor. She climbed over the walls and headed to Finn's office. Sixth sense? Where did you hear this? Serious? Tenkao? I see. Finn began explaining it. Loki-sama used to describe my thumb as such. It goes something along the lines of prematurely detecting danger and potential harm upon myself. Did you use it for battles? Of course. What about swift clashes? Ai's excitement peaked. Her captain's answer will determine whether it is the one she seeks. No. By the time I felt it, a second would have passed. It will be a fatal gap in a fight. Finn's intuition worked on pre-battle scenarios. He could sense if something was not right or when their opponents prepared something else that will turn the tides. If one could utilize such power during swift clashes, they would become stronger. That's it. Just as her childish inner self jumped in delight, she realized another dilemma. How do I get it? Ai's came to a conclusion: battles. Ai's. On this day, Finn felt a potential headache brewing. Chapter 42, Chapter 42, Wrath IRA. What are our thoughts on Soma Familia? It is the worst. After waking up, Lily realized how messed up of a life she was living. It became more evident when she saw the normal life that she neglected before. Her resentment towards this familia didn't even come close to the adventurers that abandoned her. If I had the strength, will teacher let me deal with them? I felt her anger rising. Briefly, a flash of red occupied her irises. It's really in her. From those detailed memories, I know something about Lily. I saw her inside Gnosis fighting off Violas. She is way stronger than she is now. Was it level 2? It's not clear whether she was level 2 or 3. Though, I sensed something evident from her wrath. She wordlessly slaughtered those Violas, but I saw her anger through her actions. A skill, hey. My best bet is a berserker skill. It could explain how she leveled up within those 3 years. In Orario, going to level 2 within 3 years is considered talented. Wallenstein-san simply set the standards higher before I followed suit. There's no need to wait. We will be dealing with them tonight. Ah! I waited until her shock subsided. We will raid their familia home tonight. The main goal is to find evidence of their wrongdoings. I added, I'm not forcing you to join. Times had changed. I should strike Dionysus while he's disorganized. By the time he regains his composure, most of his plans would be ruined. As to why Soma Familia? That was one of the confirmed links I have to Evilus, as they are mentioned by the god of Iclos Familia. I could go after the latter, but they are too elusive. I want to search for more links via Soma Familia first. The findings would dictate my next actions. Wouldn't I pull you down? She asked. Trust in yourself. Against those guys, you are good enough. Every day, Lily experienced many simulated battles. From curses to foreign sorcerers, she fought them. There are also close combat specialists such as Kiyashiro-san, Kazumitsu-san's acquaintance, who trained in swordsmanship. Their phantom sword of Kurikarid Hirani could cut down humans and astral beings alike. Her constant battles barely made the gap in her talent. Humans learn when they are endangered, and that is how Alice's Wonderland simulates battles. Also, we're bringing some things to make infiltration easier. Magic swords. Lily knew I am a smith with the amount of weapons I brought every day. It's not just magic swords. My stash is going to be put to good use. Nighttime. Under the gentle night breeze, one of the adventurers on the watchtower felt sleepiness attacking him. Yawn. Can you cover me for an hour? I haven't gotten proper sleep in the past few days. Man, are you worried about your quota? Don't worry, I'll find a way to earn more. Inside Soma Familia, everything WA run by a quota system, whereas they wouldn't taste Soma's wine if they fail to do so. Just sleep. There's nothing who will attack anyways. Although Soma Familia doesn't belong to the middle-ranked familia, their networks are vast. No ordinary intruder would steal from them. Chop. Bam. Suddenly, a black silhouette knocked out the two of them. He hit the nerves on the man's neck while a punch to the other man's solar plexus. A sloppy security. I guess I expected a bit too much for them. West side secured. A girl's voice sounded from his left ear ring. North side secured. He replied. Start the sweep after your side. Understood, teacher. The girl is calm. However, a tinge of tension and excitement appeared in her voice. 30 seconds have passed. Nobu's virtual assistant Hatsune Miku started her periodic alerts. After he made the third ear ring, he left one to her. Tap. Tap. He crouched on the top of the walls as he went to the watchtower. With the same move, he knocked the 3 adventurers unconscious. They were merely level 1. It didn't pose any trouble to him. Nobu's face is hidden under his hoodie. He cast a spell before he became invisible to the naked eye. There's not much to be seen here. Below, there aren't any adventurers. They have gone to sleep after settling their quotas for the week. After exploring, Nobu knocked out 7 adventurers. 3 of them were level 2 while the rest are level 1. All of them have dull irises, a sign of addiction. Lily gave him their familia homes layout while Nobu is responsible for the rest. He had Miku map the entire place while he cross-checked it. Enyo. It'll be good if I caught your tail here. He mumbled. On the off chance he got something out of this raid, he could begin tracking Enyo's influence, which included Evilus. In his memories, he was inside the dungeon and Gnosis most of the time. He didn't know much of Enyo's affiliates except Evilus. Hence, he started with Soma Familia first to check the affiliates of Iclos Familia, and in turn Evilus. 3 minutes have passed. I'm heading into the rooms. Understood. I will follow suit. The Familia home's design is reminiscent to the Middle Ages and pre-modern era. It is made of bricks but their precision is high. They also have a window within each rooms. Meaning? Crank. They are extremely vulnerable. Who are you? Nobu happened upon a couple in the midst of mating. His sudden appearance made the two jolt. Still, he lunged at the man with a black baton. Slam. A single strike made him unconscious. He fell asleep on top of the naked woman. Hit. When he struck the woman's face, she followed suit. The ones below, hey. Nobu surmised that many adventurers are victims of this familia. Their fascination towards Soma's wine reduced them to scumbags. Unless they are the officials and the ringleader, they do not deserve death. On the off chance they are born criminals, Nobu is confident to deal with them again. That time, he would no longer be lenient. You bastard! Lily! Silence! A dozen seconds later, Lily responded. Everything's fine, teacher. I see. Tell me if you found some evidence. Don't miss out their safes, too. Okay. Few moments ago. You are. A man with raccoon ears stood dumbly at the sight of an intruder. The intruder's face is hidden beneath a black hood, but he saw her eyes, they are full of anger. You. Lily recognized the man. While she was drunk, he often beat her up and stole her earnings. She didn't make it to the quota many times because of him. However, that might also be the reason why the effect of Soma's wine waned. Shit! The man Kanu rushed to the door. Bam! The blunt side of her glaive hit his stomach. He was sent flying across the room. Coke! For a moment, he could not breathe. He spat out some saliva before he could do so. Cough. Folk. Who are you? Inwardly, he cursed the guards. Their incompetence led to this event. Aren't you scared the guild would come? The girl never cared about his words. She wordlessly came closer to Kanu with a glaive in hand. It was painful. Lily shivered as she recalled her dozens of beatings from this man. Since she was 9 years old, she was extorted by this man. All the malice he took and pain he inflicted made her extremely angry. Smack! She stabbed the glaive's pole to his stomach. Kook! His saliva flew. His eyes widened due to the pain. He couldn't believe a little girl is beating him up. You bastard! 3 years of suffering from his hands. She never doubted he would kill her if it meant making more Valis. It was just he didn't choose to do so, as it'll be meaningless. Right when her anger reached unprecedented heights. Hey! She blacked out. What? Lily found an unconscious Kanu below her. His face had been beaten up badly. Traces of his blood could be seen on her fists. What happened? Lily. After blacking out, she badly beat him up enough for him to not be recognized by his grandmother in heaven. His nose is bent in a strange manner. Bruises could be found all over his face. Everything's all right, teacher. I see. Tell me if you found some evidence. Don't miss out their safes, too. Okay. Lily remained silent for a while. Phew. Soon, she stopped thinking about it. She thought it must have been her anger that caused all of it. At least, she didn't end up killing him. No. I must continue. Disregarding the crime scene, she scavenged for documents and ledgers. Everything that she found was stored in a small leather pouch. While she was doing so, she found a safe. Teacher said to cut it down. Lily searched for its door before she struck the door open. Slash! The safe was easily cut through. The door fell, revealing several leather pouches, a dagger, and some ledgers. Lily put it all in her first leather pouch. She schemed some of them and reported back to Nobu. Once she was done checking most of the rooms, she was finally found out. Lily stood at the end of a hallway. In the end of it is a man. The gentle ray of moonlight shone on the man's face. An intruder. The grey-haired man wore a pair of glasses. His poise showed his confidence in himself. Shatter! He broke the window on his side. With that disturbance, he expected the level 2 guards outside to notice it. Unfortunately, no one would come. Xanis Lustra. Lily's glaive glowed with blue light. Meeting the man responsible for making her life like this. She never hesitated further. Who is it? Inside a secluded room, the god of wine, Soma, experimented on making a divine brew using nothing but a mortal's prowess. What do you need? Nothing. Why would I need something from you? Nobu walked inside the room. God Soma. The god took a look at the new arrival. His blood-red hair and eyes further amplified his aura. Why did you break in? Do you? I don't give a damn with your wine. Nor your circumstances. When he was in Tenkai, gods surrounded him for the wine he creates. They became intoxicated with a single sip. They could no longer live without it. Thus, he had some expectations when he descended to Gakkai. He had hopes that these mortals with unmatched brilliance could be different. How wrong he was! I mean, how mismatched would it be to expect mere mortals to withstand your wine? Even without your arcanum, you should have expected this outcome. Nobu didn't know his story and based his actions from Lily's story. Since Soma didn't actively control his familia and focused on winemaking, he saw this possibility. Unexpectedly, he hit the nail on the head. They were the ones who asked for it. And you are the one who indulged them. Nobu immediately retorted. Soma familia wasn't like this. Before, they were a proper exploration-type familia. Only, it fell through after his familia members got intoxicated with his wine. You know many things about me. Hey! Go speak after you've learned everything on your familia. Did you bother looking even once? I did. As Nobu had said, Soma saw the current state of his familia. Although, he chose to acquiesce. Silence in the face of evil is evil itself. Nobu walked towards one of the wine bottles and took it. Because of your pride and excessive expectations, you broke every single familia member of yours. Fucking congratulations! Tap. PSSSH. Nobu angrily opened the wine bottle and chugged it in one go. He was briefly met with a dreamscape the moment he drank it, but a sea of bloodlust came crashing it. With the world-destroying dragon looming, he is not weak to be fooled by a god's wine. His cheat somehow took effect and prevented its effects, too. His bloodlust started freezing parts of the room. Even Soma, a god, was shocked at this sight. Nobu's bloodlust is something that culminated in 8 iterations, 8 deaths. Facing godlike monsters and failing to save his world, everything manifested as his helplessness which led to his bloodlust. Everything he learned about Soma Familia made him sick. It is a hidden tumor inside Orario. Lily's stories made him realize how messed up it was. For instance, Lily was addicted to Soma's wine by the age of 6. Her parents died making money for the wine, neglecting her completely when they lived. It isn't wrong to say Soma is responsible for ruining their lives. Turns out, gods aren't as omniscient as they say. Shatter. Nobu threw the wine bottle into the wall. Do you know of your child called Lily? I do. Lily was one of the few whom Soma expected to remain uncorrupted by his wine. Alas, she fell to its delusions. Until now, that is. When he heard her will to leave the Familia, he was shocked. She is one of the lives you fooked over. Soma fell silent. In the past, he kept running away from his problem. He was tired of what his wine could do. It wasn't much of a problem in Tenkai, but it was different from Gakkai. Humans' lives were short and fragile. The consequences of his wine are the worst. Then again, how could I speak to a god like this? I bet everything is entertainment for you. That's wrong. Hey! Nobu laid his back on the wall whilst crossing his arms. I never intended for this to happen, at first. Soma used to be one of the rare compassionate god. He loved his Familia dearly, but that came crashing down after they were all addicted by his wine. The expectations he placed upon them faltered. He was overcome with disappointment that he let everything take its course. Just like that, he faced the exact same situation in Tenkai. No way. Nobu realized something. While he had been true about Soma's sins, he never truly knew him. He never met him in his 8th iteration nor talked with him. Could it be Hidori, Bocchi? He was reminded of his friend with social anxiety so strong she might become a special grade sorcerer if she channeled it correctly. Everything is from his theories, but he's more than 60% sure of it. Gods could become social exiles too. Social exiles. It's nothing. After having a glimpse to his true persona, Nobu reconsidered things. I planned for your Familia to be thoroughly ruined publicly, but there's another way. He said. Hey! Do you want to make up for your sins? If I could. Hearing Nobu's talk about his unreasonableness to his children woke him up. He is still in shock due to the sudden events. Though, he could directly look at the mess he made now. In the first place, Soma isn't similar to evil gods. All he wanted is to improve his skills and not be bothered by anyone in the process. When he gave his children wine, he brought the current situation himself. Everything wouldn't have happened if he didn't do so. He can reduce their addiction and dependence to the wine. There are many ways the direction of his Familia could have went. In the end, he is the root of this problem. Well then, listen properly. Do you? Bam! A loud noise originated outside Soma's room. It was the sound of wooden planks breaking. Lily? Are you all right? Yes. Soma was shocked upon hearing that name. Wait. Did you say? You heard it right. Nobu replied. Do you want to see it? What one of your children could have been without your mess? He uttered those words before leaving the room. Soma's heartstrings was tugged. He is aware the regrets piled upon him would increase by doing so, but he have to see it. When he left the room, he saw the fight. What? Chapter 43, indirect cause. A minute ago. Bam. SSHK. Lily's small body was forced backward with every clash. Soon, they reached the lobby filled with drinking tables. Her grip on the glaive tightened. A sense of danger crept to her front. Swoosh. She rose her glaive horizontally. Clang. Moments later, a blade threatened to cut her down. Her face contorted slightly at this scenario. I need to. Since Lily was kneeling, she is at a disadvantage. The glaive shone with blue shine before a repulsive force came from it. Xanas lost his balance, which allowed Lily to hit him. Swoosh. Cut. Damn it. A wound was drawn to his chest. Blood seeped into his long sleeves. Meanwhile, Lily spun the glaive and held it with her two hands horizontally. Hey! Air split. At the last moment, he withdrew his rapier. He used it to defend his left arm from the incoming strike. Clang! Bam! Instantly, he was forced backward. The impact behind the spear strike was far too heavy to bear. What? Cut! She followed up with a cut to his hand. It caused him to lose his grip over his rapier. Clang! Before Xanas could react, the glaive's tip was pointed at his neck. Everything occurred within 15 seconds. Just like teacher said, magic tools are powerful. Due to its unpredictability, a battle could end in an instant. Her glaive emerald, imitation, could momentarily cause electromagnetic attraction and repulsion. How is this possible? His eyes behind the glasses widened. Xanas could not believe he lost against someone like her. He knew she was way weaker than him, a level 2. Still, she managed to turn the tides of the battle in an instant. How could you? Right now, the 110 celsh tall girl looked intimidating in his eyes. Smack! Lily smashed his face with the staff portion. She continued to do so 2 more times before Xanas collapsed. Blood littered his face. He didn't even know who knocked him unconscious. What? Looking at the mess around them, Soma was lost for words. Despite the girl's appearance being strange to him, he knew it is Lily. Their connection, Falna, does not lie. I see you're done on your side. Teacher. Nobu approached her before casting a correspondence spell. After finding out she didn't suffer any remarkable injuries, he was relieved. He looked at the guy whose face got broken. He didn't feel any pity towards the ringleader of every mess in Soma Familia. Is he your captain? He asked Soma. Yes. I left that position to him. Just how many bad decisions could you make? Nobu deadpanned. To that, Soma avoided his gaze, all the while forgetting that his eyes were hidden behind his bangs. He inspected Xanas' body for a hidden weapon. If his suspicions are right. Bingo! Hidden behind his back is a sheathed dagger. It looks like a normal dagger one would find in a weapon store, but as soon as he unsheathed it, he found a familiar magic. Its ominous aura did not escape Soma's eyes. What was that? He asked. A cursed weapon. It conjures negative emotions into a medium. A single hit could harm a person's astral body. There are 3 parts of the body: ethereal, soul, astral, and physical. The astral body is the projection of the physical body. Once harmed, it is worse than sustaining injuries on the physical body. In short, it is extremely deadly. Nobu tested the one from Valletta and discovered how it prevented healing along the aforementioned effect. Soma did not understand his explanation. Even Lily was quite confused with the new terms that came from him. You can think of it as a magic sword that prevents healing. It wouldn't stop unless the wound gets dispelled. Prevents healing. Lily immediately understood the implications behind his words. Someone could bleed to death with this. That's right. Hearing this, Soma asked. When did he have this? To that, Nobu looked at him directly and shrugged. Why ask me? Isn't this guy your child? You're right. Then, it's fine if I interrogate him? We'll find answers that way. That's fine. Having acquired Soma's acceptance, he tied Xanis to a chair. He cast another spell to strengthen the rope that bound him. Should we find a secluded place, teacher? Do you want to see me work? Yes. Then it's all right. Nobu took out a black dagger. After his fight with Valletta, he restocked the memorized magic swords in his inventory. Each one cost him around 250,000 valis, though. Fortunately, he had the time to sell more magic swords, which gave him enough money. Inputting coordinates. Several of them have Alice's Wonderland stored on them. Within 15 seconds, he could finish the spell. Praeci ex soltis nox. Grandis modicum optatum. I pray to the wounded knight. Grant this little wish of mine. He started mumbling to himself. The black dagger started glowing with a mysterious shine. Apertus inanuatera mirabili. Open the door to my wonderland. Sizzle. A large magic circle appeared on the floor. Several magic circles existed inside the larger circle. It enveloped Xanis, Nobu, and Lily. Teacher, this is a special place. They are currently in a white-tiled room. It is similar to the soundproof rooms back on Earth. Enhanced sense of pain, sensitivity, and slowed time. Let's do this. Midair, a pair of blue and red orbs appeared. Lily was surprised to see them, but she knew her teacher must have done this. Sizzle. Crack. The blue and red orbs gradually merged. Once they are finished, they turned into a purple beam of light that enveloped the sleeping Xanis. He disappeared along with the chair. A few seconds later, he reappeared. However, his pupils were diluted. Sweat covered his forehead. His mouth subconsciously opened due to the amount of pain he felt. He couldn't even shout as his energy was drained. That. I know you can hear me. If you don't want to experience that again, you'll have to cooperate with me. Xanis jolted from his seat. A cold sensation went through his spine. Anything but that. His dry voice resounded. Seeing Nobu's interrogation going this smoothly, Lily is full of praise for him. As expected of teacher. Nobu began questioning Xanis. Who are you working with? We have contacts with many underground familia. They are the Iclos familia. Who is the most important partner of yours? It's the Ishtar familia. We have priorities for their orders. Where did you get your cursed dagger? From Iclos familia. Xanis said blankly. Nobu's questions were answered. If he didn't know about Iclos familia being part of Evilus, he would have thought this is only a crime network. That, or if wasn't aware of Evilus' possession of cursed daggers. Since he knows, he could guess a part of their plans. Truly, Evilus are good at hiding. What did they want? Valis. They seem desperate to earn more Valis. Soma Familia is at the forefront. In the end, Xanis revealed everything. He is scared to experience that horrifying thing again. In the face of those weaker, his Alice's Wonderland could inflict mental trauma from one's astral body. Although the spell pulls their astral body into a dreamscape, it could cause harm to the astral body, though it loses effectiveness and turns into an illusion once the limit is reached. In a way, it is both real and fake. Our job is done. Teacher. Seeing Lily's confused look, Nobu understood her. You're wondering why I brought you along here? Yes. In the first place, he could simply interrogate Xanis alone. He didn't have to invite Lily. However, his future memories gave him an impression. During the years he was gone, Lily tried her best to look for him. He heard it from Artemis herself that someone who was his student looked for him. Nobu felt bad for making her suffer. Her strong determination led to her persistence in searching for him. That was something commendable in his eyes. That's why he made a decision. Lily, do you mind being my full-time student? Their mentorship was supposed to end when Lily could live a normal life. But, he changed his mind. He wants to offer her a better life than her past or foreseen future. Yes. Unbeknownst to him, Lily is very happy with that offer. Things ended unexpectedly. A night had passed since the infiltration. We wrapped everything up by 2:30 am and left the Soma Familia. In the end, the Familia did not disband. I gave Soma another way to fix his mistakes. Unexpectedly, he followed my suggestions obediently. One of them was to imprison the ringleaders, the ones responsible for turning his Familia into that mess. Then again, they are lucky enough to have someone without the wine's influence to become their captain. Chandra is his name if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, he followed Soma's orders down to the core. It looks like he was also tired of seeing the Familia like that but did not have the power to make a change. He was happy to see his Familia change. As for Lily, she stayed with them, for now. I will look over them. That's what she said. She wanted to see if Soma Familia is going down the right path. If they go back to their previous ways, she would deal with them. Well, everything ended just fine. With that, my focus is back to the evidence from last night. I still haven't gotten through the other ledgers except for the one from Xanis. He was smart enough to tabulate his sources of income to better compute his future profits and to protect himself. This is to be expected in this messed up world. They're only in the medieval ages yet they already have a proper education system, modern era culture, advanced building techniques, and so on. The gods who taught them made their progress a jumbled mess. Ishtar Familia. I tapped my fingers on the desk. I am currently in the northwest branch after I finished making advanced forging tools. Ishtar Familia is a very suspicious familia based on the ledgers. Xanis also mentioned how Iclos Familia was the one who linked Soma Familia to Ishtar Familia. I recall Loki Familia's attack from before. They got Gugalana, no. I remembered those 3 years of detailed memories. In one of them, Loki Familia attacked Gnosis for the first time and fought against Gugalana, a demi-spirit. Coincidentally, Gugalana is associated with Ishtar. In the myths, it is the bull of heaven she requested to be released to take revenge against Gilgamesh. I could see the pattern in this world. Ishtar Familia. Valis. Right, the Gnosis. Right now, I consider that place a diamond mine. All of its doors were created using pure orichalcum while its walls are made of pure adamantine found in the deeper floors. They also have mithril for their traps. Thinking about them made me drool. If I had those, that'd be unlimited experiments. To build that place, they needed money. Ishtar has that. It wouldn't be surprising if they are Evila's direct partner. Which means, I realized something. She might have a key. The Deadless Orb. That orb is none other than the key for Gnosis. It provides control to all of its doors. That thing has the highest strategic importance if we wanted to prevent Dionysus' schemes. From what I could remember, Loki Familia had 1. If I count the Xenos, that's 2. On the off chance Ishtar Familia has 1, that's 3. Shit. I slumped my head down. It'd be a pain in the ass. Loki Familia is a strong familia. The same goes for Ishtar Familia. As for the Xenos, they are very elusive. I don't have a clue how I could meet them. I would use up my entire stock of luck if I managed to get it with my skill. Memoir Manifest is the only viable way of getting it for now. Even then, it has a less than 0.0001% chance of manifesting. Who knows how many targets I have interacted with over the years. I can't go to the dungeon. I need to spend time more productively. I might have said that, but I'm caught in a slump for both forging and mystical research. I lack the proper ingredients for gunpowder's creation with the former. As for the latter, I have no clue how to find my way home. Honestly, I have the spell that could send me back. What I did not have, however, is the coordinates. I completely understood the return spell from the future Swime, which is why I incorporated it with Louise San's spell. In the first place, Louise San was right. I couldn't use the spell since I am not a. I could do nothing because it is a rule of their world. What I did was convert it into my usage. Using Swime's spell, it transformed into the current. Swime is very lucky. Lacking enough inspiration for the day, I ended up doing the same thing as Bocchi-chan. To vent my frustrations, I took out my guitar and amplifier. Their setup is easy to be done within 3 minutes. Strum. Good enough. After adjusting the pitch, I began playing a song. It is called That Band, which will become popular 3 years later. Ano bando no yuta ga watashi niwa, that band's songs sound to me. Kandakaku hibiko wara ego ni kikoeru, like shrill laughter all around. Ano bando no yuta ga watashi niwa, that band's songs are to me. Suntaku fumikiri no odomitai, like the piercing clang of a railway crossing. I didn't notice the passing of time. I played around 3 songs already, I think. Just then, a visitor entered the shop. Welcome. I put my guitar aside and looked at the new arrival. Yo, serious. An Amazon and an elf entered the store. They are familiar faces. Crusher-san, and Thousand Elf-san. Hello, Serious-san. Thousand Elf avoided my gaze. You became stronger than last time. My feat of killing Goliath was publicized to reason out my level up. They must have realized that I was the same adventurer they saw back then. Things happen. I replied. What do you need to buy? Actually, we're here to ask you something. Hearing Thousand Elf, I was slightly confused. What questions do they have for me? A question? Go ahead. Last night, I-san snuck into the dungeon. Wallenstein-san did. I asked. What does it have to do with me? I am genuinely confused right now. Wallenstein-san sneaking into the dungeon has no connections with me. I didn't tell her to dive. She said it was a training from you. From me. I thought hard. Ah. I think I might know what happened. Did she say it was for sharpening her senses? That's exactly it. Sigh. I recall Hephaestus-sama calling her crazy. Now, I know why. She wouldn't hesitate to jump into danger if she became stronger. I thought her hidden bloodlust was drastic enough, but that is not the case. I assume asking questions is not the only thing you came here for. As expected of Sirius. You are just as smart as the captain. Crusher Tiona Hiriut complimented. Thousand Elf followed up. That's right. We are inviting you to the Twilight Manor. You want me to talk some sense in her, right? No problem. Since I am the one who caused it, albeit indirectly, I ought to fix it. Maybe they thought that I could persuade her due to me giving that advice to her. I don't mind it. Suddenly, I remembered one of my regrets. In the 8th iteration, I lost the chance to further contrast my spell system to this world's. It has a reference value for countering magic in Gakkai. Based on my 8th iteration, I should have met her. What I have said moments before my death confirms it. It's a pity everything went like this. I wanted to continue our discussions, Lady Riveria. Orario's strongest mage Riverial Joe's elf. I am interested in meeting her. Chapter 44, Twilight Manor. When it comes to training, I learned something. To make it more effective, the students should be able to find the answer themselves. This is how Kyoshiro-san, the swordsman who honed my 6th sense, taught me. Unfortunately, I am not talented in mystic swordsmanship. I could not trigger mysteries in that way. Only with magic techniques could I do so. This backfired. I deadpanned inwardly. Wallenstein-san is just as crazy as me. Whoa! So you're her training partner? Hiryut-san asked. Yes. I couldn't pass on the opportunity to fight level 5s. Thousand Elf Leffy Yavoridis looked at me as if she heard something preposterous. Aren't you a level 2? How could you fight someone like Eyes? Brimming curiosity could be seen in Hiryut-san's eyes. It's magic. I developed something to withstand stronger enemies. I never thought it'll be this strong after having Falna. That's some insane magic, then. How did you even come up with it? Circumstances. We Falna-less magicians are already weak enough. We need something to compensate for that weakness. Sirius-san. Did you learn it by yourself? Voridis-san asked. Technically, I did. But, it's more of a joint effort if you ask me. Joint effort. The basis for the robustness spell came from the magic built upon by generations. I did not lie in that part at the very least. What I am and will be saying are half-truths. The matter as an otherworlder will be put off until the near future. Are you aware of the situation outside Orario, Voridis-san? A little bit. She replied. If you are talking about magic, it's less effective than acquired magic. From the books and in Asan, I managed to draw Gakai's situation in my head. Congenital magic, man-made magic is starting to appear. They are manifested with rituals and ceremonies, just like my world's magic. The major difference between the two, however, is that their growth is halted. People of this world chose to use magic from Falna and grimoires. Nobody paid much attention to the tedious spells that are far weaker than the two. Thus, it led to this situation after 1,000 years. During my travels, I came upon the spell and learned it. I see. I continued to talk with the two girls until we reached a towering gate. 2 adventurers are posted as gatekeepers. Tiona-san. This is... Serious. Serious. A familiar reaction from before occurred. My name must have spread throughout Orario by now. Gee, greetings. You don't need to be so formal. I commented. I see. Seeing the lively familia home, I felt slightly envious. Inside the Twilight Manor's library, Riveria is entangled with something troublesome. After treating the wounded eyes, she began lecturing her. Just what did come to your mind? You shouldn't go missing like that. Why didn't you tell us first? Sorry. Eyes felt a déjà vu. In her early days, she was always reprimanded by Riveria. I want to become stronger. Sigh. Going alone to the 40th floor alone will not make you stronger. You're placing yourself in danger. But that's what he did. She recalled Nobu's words. He became strong when he constantly fought. Meanwhile, Finn said that intuition only activates with danger. Combining the two, Eyes thought that constant near-death battles will let her have that intuition. He? Who? Serious. Serious. Eyes revealed the sparring she had with him for over a week. She told Riveria how he utilized techniques on the same level as Finn. Nobu himself said that she was free to reveal this to the people she trusts. I see. Riveria left the library for a while, leaving Eyes alone. She stared blankly at the bookshelves as she couldn't understand the mistake she did. For her, diving into the lower floors without preparation is completely normal. It's how he did it. Meanwhile, another meeting occurred outside. Greetings, Lady Riveria. Wearing his black suit, Nobu did an elegant bow. He is currently in his formal mode, the one he used for parties and public gatherings. I have been informed of the situation. He added, I did not expect her to dive into a dungeon, though I am also at fault. Riveria was momentarily surprised at his etiquette. Only those from royalty could act like this. What did you tell her? That. I hinted to her about the sixth sense. It exists outside the 5 Olf senses and could detect danger and bloodlust. It's similar to Finn's intuition. It is not Riveria's first time hearing about the sixth sense. It could be acquired by strong adventurers who often ventured into deadly situations. I plan on helping Wallenstein-san sharpen her sixth sense. That's impossible. Unexpectedly, Tiona voiced her doubts first. Hey, that's only gained through bloody battles. She defended her prior words. Every time the sixth sense goes off, it is always during a close battle. It could let someone dodge a deadly strike by mistake or feel the said attack coming. Of course, it is not omnipotent. The sharper it is, the stronger the feeling. Nobu met her gaze and felt something deeper from the carefree girl. In most cases, yes. However, there's another way to sharpen it through training. Training. It is a special training developed by my mentor. He came from outside Orario, so it's totally fine if you haven't heard of him. Riveria sensed that there are no falsehood in his words. She might not be a goddess, but she could see through falsehoods. Such a training exists. It's the benefit of traveling, Voridus-san. Nobu followed up inwardly, traveling worlds, that is. Oh. I want to join there too. Tiona suddenly clung to his arm. Nobu could feel her body through his suit. Hiriot-san. You can just call me Tiona. Tiona-san. You can join Wallenstein-san in the training. But, doesn't it bother you? You know. Just like other Amazon, Tiona wore scantily. It is barely enough to cover everything that should be hidden. What do you mean? She cutely tilted her head in confusion. For her, the concept of shame did not exist. Tiona. Sirius might not be accustomed to close contact with others. Thankfully, Riveria is here for the rescue. Is that so? To that, Nobu nodded with a troubled smile. Sorry. I didn't know. It's all right. Just. Tiona-san should be more mindful. There are many guys out there who might take advantage of you. Ah, those guys? Don't worry. Tiona proclaimed proudly. I have beaten them up. Makes sense. Luffy Ya looked at Nobu's side profile. He's considerate. No, what am I thinking? Nobu's deadly charm began unfolding itself. We can talk about that training later. For now, can you talk to Eyes? She's not listening to what I am saying. Riveria was helpless in this regard. She's like a mother who already got angry, yet her children wouldn't listen. However, it is due to Eyes using Nobu's name as a shield. Her persistence doesn't budge at all. She and Nobu entered the library once more. The two girls were left waiting outside. Serious? Hello, Wallenstein-san. I've heard you caused some trouble. Trouble? He began explaining why diving into the dungeon unprepared is a mistake. Didn't you tell me to do so? She asked. When? You hinted at it when you pointed that weapon yesterday. Are you sure about that? That. Persuasion had been one of Nobu's strengths. It is mandatory to convince strong people of the shitty future he saw both in his world and in Gakkai. Actually, we were supposed to begin a special training tomorrow. Training. Upon explaining everything, Eyes felt embarrassed. Now, she realized how she jumped to the wrong conclusion. It's like that. NN. Her childish inner self hid her face between her knees. Similarly, her ears began turning red. I'm sorry, for causing this. Riveria, and Sirius. It's fine as long as you understand it. After sighing, Riveria thanked him. Thank you for the help. It's not a big deal, Lady Riveria. I'm partly at fault here. Still. Then, how about this? Knowing she is determined to owe him a favor, Nobu used this chance to fulfill one of his future regrets: study Orario's side of magic. Understanding their magic systems could help him use spells like Phenomenon Mixer that hijacks a spell. With that, you could use the opponent's spell against them. We can exchange knowledge regarding magic. I am interested in how you view it. Riveria saw the scholarly spirit blazing in his eyes. It was then did she know that they share a common trait. It's still early. Nobu came up with an idea. Should we start doing the training today? I did not mind the dubious gazes sent by Lady Riveria and Voritas-san. A ritual. Partially. Magic is a ritual to go against the world's known principles. I held a staff embedded with a blue gem. With the gem, I drew a magic circle on the ground. The blue gem is being dirted by soil. To this world, they cherish their staves. For modern magicians, it is nothing but a tool. I never expected for it to fit. The gem was something I got from my first murder. It conducts mana pretty well. After embedding it into the staff, it became the core for the staff's preservation and connection spell. Simply, it prolongs the duration of mana drawn to the real world. Since it looks like a tree branch but is made of steel, I called it Editsu, steel branch. 3 circles. They are interconnected in a complex manner. This can't be often seen. Lady Riveria saw through one of the spell's capabilities. Where did you learn this? From an old man when I was traveling. He might be a mage of some organization. Altina, perhaps. That explains it. For him to pass his complete inheritance. He is on the verge of death. I saw her looks briefly change into pity. Then again, I learned this spell from Kazumitsu-san's records. He was dead up until my 6th iteration. Suime was the one who brought it up during my training with Kyoshiro-san. Since Kazumitsu-san lived through World War I and World War II, he is indeed an old man. Done. It took 3 minutes to complete the magic circle. I could have done this through memorized daggers, but I am conserving money. This is how I did Lily's training inside Alice's Wonderland. Tempus cum cunctus mendacium versura veritas. With time, all lies turn into truths. Mana flowed from my hand into the gem before the magic circle was activated. Its entire radius turned into a white floor. This will be the training ground. I said. You can step into it now. Whoa! What's this? Here Tiona-san tried touching the ground. It feels like a floor. Knock. She even tried knocking on it. You might break it, Tiona-san. The spell's quite fragile. Got it. Someone else followed her actions. How is this possible? There's no texture of grass at all. Did it turn into something else? Voritas-san also examined it. I could see she has attainments when it comes to magic. I heard she was taught by Lady Riveria, which explains everything. It should be an illusion. Isn't it, Sirius? Yes. This spell is an illusion. Just like any other spells. Bam! I struck the butt of my staff to the ground. Swiftly, the white floor partially turned into grass before being repaired by the spell. It's quite fragile. That's why it does not serve any purpose for practical combat. However, it is good for training. With a thought, a harmless ray of light passed through Tiona-san. It turned red as a result. The goal here is to not get hit by the lights. It turns green if you dodged it completely. Meanwhile, it turns red if you get hit. That's it. I answered Wallenstein-san's concerns. Do you want to try it first? A ray of light aimed from her right arm. She easily dodged it. Then, 2 rays came in different directions. She easily dodged them too. Then it turned into 3, 4, 5. When 10 different rays appeared, Wallenstein-san couldn't dodge one of them. It turned red. This looks fun. Tiona-san seems excited upon seeing the game. How did it? Even a level 5 could get hit by attacks. Its difficulty varies. The speed of lights increases. The angles of each attack become more complex as well. Kyoshiro-san stated oftentimes that swordsmen should be able to reach beyond their strike zone. This is complemented by his other statement of them being able to see beyond what could normally be sensed. These became the mantra for my physical training. I see. If I clear all of them, will I become stronger? She asked. Of course, you will. I kept the fact that there are 30 levels available. They are made based on a monster who could easily split skyscrapers and another monster who should be able to dodge all of them with his special eyes. Even I am only at the 9th level. My 6th sense catches the impending rays, but my body couldn't catch up. Can I go next? I want to go next. Yes, yes. I felt a foreboding upon looking at the two girls. Let's see. This is a peculiar spell. It mostly relies on myths and lesser than physical principles. Is this a gravitational spell? That's right. Riveria lost count of times she got surprised by his magical knowledge. With a single glance, he could understand the purpose behind the spell. It has a very long cast time. It's effective for defending against a siege. As long as it's a frontal confrontation, the spell could turn the tides. After the girls' training, it was the promised knowledge exchange. Nobu got the chance to contrast his spells and look out for Gakai's magic specialty. As expected, he found many new things. The same went for Riveria. His insights are shocking, to say the least. Finn mentioned him having the chance of breaking past the magic limit just like her and Lefia. Riveria could control the intensity of her 3 magics, extending her available spells to 9. They are balanced in offense, defense, and recovery. As for Lefia, she is the true cheat. She could cast every elven magic she knew, hence her 1000 elf title. Although looking at the boy who is seriously writing on his booklet, Riveria felt another anomaly appearing. It's not this. Myths, myths. Ah. Nobu learned something. In his world, the beings known as gods did not exist naturally. They were given life through the people's beliefs. Once enough belief gathers, gods are born into the spirit realm. Meanwhile, Gakai has gods who existed even before humans. They found Gakai one day and descended from Tenkai. They are natural, unlike his world's gods. The difference between the two caused the Falna-given magic to overwhelm normal magic. A/N, acquired magic with Falna normal magic. Using such spells forms a connection. Nobu snapped from his thoughts. Doing something like this could seem disrespectful to Riveria. I'm sorry about that. I got too serious all of a sudden. No, it's fine. Unbeknownst to Nobu, his studiousness even reached out to Riveria. As Nobu continued to live in Gakai, his home world did not stop. The network of contacts he knew started to show their capabilities one by one. A magic circle glowed beneath Kazumitsu's feet. The next moment, he was briefly sent into a dark tunnel. This is it. The pathway to other worlds. He understood the composition of the spell. Nobu used the derived version of it, which is. Right now, they are using the original from Louise's spell and Swime's transportation circle. The said spell is modified to automatically recall him. As he explored the dark tunnel, a series of disconnected spaces went through him. It threatened to cut his body. He used his to withstand them. When the spell started wearing off, he was forced back to his world. I found nothing. What a pity. Correcting the recorded coordinates. Successful. Generating possible sets of coordinates. The voice was cut off. Several more sets of coordinates will be prepared. Are you all right? It's nothing. We should continue. Once a week, Kazumitsu helps Miku in verifying the proper coordinates. That was the only thing they are lacking. The prior coordinates they caught ensured a good chance the world they'll discover will be the one where Nobu currently is. Initiating the 8th attempt. Chapter 45, Chapter 45, Coincidental Meeting. What a haul! I couldn't control my smile. The Familia's network found the remaining materials for gunpowder. The delivery took 2 days to reach Orario. During that time, I organized the manual machines for sizing and loading. A/N, sizing refers to equalizing the base size of bullet chambers. Meanwhile, loading involves putting gunpowder and placing the bullet itself. After that, I got to work. I spent an entire day processing around 180 bullets. Correspondence helped with the precision while eidetic reduction upped my concentration. Fortunately, I didn't have to engrave the spells within each bullet as the spells are inside the gun itself. I don't have to conserve any more. The gun has a total of 12 spells. It takes around a minute and a half to cast all of them. It might be able to insta-kill Valletta as a creature. As a price, the gun will break. Of course, that's not what I am going to do. Click. 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 The sounds of bullets being put in the magazine sounded satisfying. There are still 20 bullets in the other magazine. Click. With this, the evilous fanatics can be dealt with. A single shot could immobilize them. I wouldn't have problems of exhausting mine to deal with the weaker fanatics. I can finally move to the next plan. Due to Soma's decision, the fiasco inside his familia did not go out. My other persona is still relatively unknown. I close familia. Nope. They have a level 5. Then. Come to think of it, I haven't been to the dungeon yet. Something might change if I remain cooped up here. There are around 2 more weeks before they struck in my memories. That's why I am planning to do a dungeon dive in disguise, that is. I put off my leveling progress, but it has to continue. My arsenal is long stacked up. I have 3 dozen explosive magic swords in my stash. Meanwhile, there are a dozen of flashbang and ice wall magic swords. Forging a magic sword within 30 minutes is the norm. Other than that, I recreated many tactical items such as smoke grenades, tear gas, and nail bombs. Level 2. Strength, SS1156 SSS1236. Defense, SS1028 SS1191. Dexterity, S979 SS1178. Agility, SS1130 SSS1221. Magic, S999 SS1167. Hacker, G. Orionids. Memoir Manifest. Miracle Maker. Child of Constellations. Proof of Combat, F, 39% to be upgraded. Mana Furnace. I looked at my current status. I could level up immediately, but the thought of not maxing things bothered me. This was my progress 6 days without dungeon prowling. I still have quite a long way to go to max everything. I need to level up Hacker. With its restriction of limiting stronger spells, I barely use it in practical situations. I use them every day during practice, however. These dilemmas highlighted the need for high-level Excelia. Nevertheless, I managed to progress. Part of it was the sparring I have done with Wallenstein-san and Tiona-san. There was also the knowledge exchange with Lady Riveria which surprisingly continued with her insistence. Cutting off my thoughts, I locked this door. It is currently sunrise, 5:29 am. I haven't slept yet because I took advantage of my skill buffs. The moment I opened the door, I was greeted with Filvis-san's voice, rather, the voice of 2 Filvis-san, S. W. Wait. You are me. Why are you this stubborn? I'm just testing it out. Why, can't I do that? But it's the maid outfit out of all things. Isn't it cute? What if Akasaka-san likes it? Did I hear it correctly just now? I closed the door and headed for its source, the 2nd floor. There, I saw 2 Filvis-sans. One of them is wearing an elegant black dress. Meanwhile, the latter is wearing a maid's outfit. The former is trying to drag the latter to her room. I mean, just how did they get a maid outfit? Akasaka-san. The black dress Filvis-san was startled. I could see surprise in her face. Welcome home, Akasaka-san. The maid Filvis-san broke free from her grasp and did a bow with a smile. Aya. Akasaka-san, please don't mind her. What would you like first? Bath, dinner, oh. Stop. made Filvis-san's mouth was covered before she could finish it. The black dress Filvis-san gained enough power to forcefully drag her to the room. This ordeal left me speechless. I'm pretty sure that came from our world. The infamous maid declaration in my world, the situation where a heroine acts as the protagonist's maid and asks those three things. Looks like some gods knew about it and brought them down to Kakai. I wryly smiled as I thought of a dilemma. Multiple personality disorder, is it even apt to call it like that? Upon using her magic, Filvis-san's appearance returns to normal. Albeit, her clone could think for herself. She inherited Filvis-san's personality. But, she seems different from Filvis-san. If her original self is elegant as an elf, her clone is carefree and playful. They contrast each other. Hephaestus-sama is still sleeping. From Hephaestus-sama and Lady Artemis' words, I knew how I went on a rampage when I activated my mana furnace. Though, I never knew what exactly happened. My curiosity piqued, but I chose not to ask further. The two goddesses should have a common consensus with keeping it vague. It's better not to proceed with it. Everything ended without a fuss, or it should have been. Just as I was about to head out and buy breakfast, I saw Filvis-san wearing a white dress. Filvis-san. It's repayment. She suddenly hugged me. I don't know what to do, so I let her be. I have a feeling it's for something serious. We are bothering you too much, no. That's not true. Actually, I should be the one who should be apologizing. You are stuck in this house because of what I did. Right now, Dionysus is searching for Filvis-san. That's why I asked her to remain in the Familia house. There aren't any other people except during special occasions. Please don't apologize. We are the helpless ones who couldn't solve our problems. That's why we thought of repayment. Repayment? As long as you are happy, that's fine. You are also doing the house chores already. They are not enough. But, with my body. Akasaka-san. A beet red Filvis-san wearing a black dress ran to me. This time, the black dress Filvis-san stopped speaking of her volition. Why? We know it in our hearts. We are already indebted to him. I know. It's just. Akasaka-san isn't that kind of person. Trying doesn't hurt. I think I got a grasp of it. There's no need to do this, Filvis-san. I gently removed her arms from my body. As I've said, your happiness is enough. I recalled Filvis-san from my future memories. There's a thing she liked to do. Head pats. I patted her head. Don't push yourself too hard. Resisting those voices is already a pain, isn't it? I could distinguish the original Filvis-san and the clone by their eyes. The black dress Filvis-san is the clone. When she used her cloning magic, it brought away her monstrous form. However, that only separated it into her clone. The original Filvis-san returned to her normal self, but her clone had to suffer the demi-spirit's voices. The creature characteristics are also more dominant with her clone. Hence, the three of us in the Familia home treated her with care. Even, Filvis-san felt guilty about this. Give me a name. You can't keep calling us Filvis-san. I know I am just a doppelganger. I fell silent. When I looked at Filvis-san, her guilty eyes pleaded to me. She wanted me to grant the girl's request. A name. Dozens of words passed in my mind. Then, a word popped up. Her previous name. In that shitty future, Filvis-san called her clone Ein. She herself thought of it back then. I am apprehensive about choosing this name. Then again, why would I be apprehensive when I promised her happiness this time? Ein. Is that good enough? Ein. I like it. I haven't seen you lately, Sirius-san. Well, I have to take care of orders. I see. Good luck. After passing the registration, I entered the dungeon. Velaman Nox. Veil of the Night. The spell took effect. It made me invisible in the eyes of others. It didn't stand out due to the crowd of adventurers around me. I can make this now. I took out a black face mask made of spirit cloth. A magic circle was drawn into it. Upon wearing it, my face changed. My hair turned red along with my pupils. This is my disguise during the Soma Familia raid. It was inspired by Lily's magic. Once I got the proper magic herbs, I made an ink the kind used for magic items. Tap. The mask turned invisible. It's as if I am not wearing anything on my face. Its purpose is to reduce suspicion. I mean, someone will probably find a masked man suspicious. Lastly, wardrobe. My attire changed into the back hoodie. Underneath are armor plates to protect my chest and arms. In my waist is a dagger that serves as a catalyst. Meanwhile, a sword is present on the other side. It is an upgraded version of the magic sword I used in my first dive. With the new dark steel, the one with the above 50 Mohs score, the sword wouldn't break easily. The reforging is a success which kept the 4 spells from before. If the blood alloy of Hognasan's sword is specialized for magic, dark steel focuses on versatility, both sharpness and magic. Still, nothing could surpass the dir orichalcum Hephaestus Sama made. I will skip these floors. I started sprinting. My surroundings swiftly changed with my newfound status. I am different from the level 1 adventurer few weeks ago. It took me an hour to reach the 27th floor. The bodies of water greeted my sight. They shone a blue light due to the lighting always reflecting on the water. I'm back. I don't have time to mull over those memories. I came back to check something. I arrived at the shore of a lake. It is the place where Valletta fought the Amphisbaena. It's not here. Loki family must have got it. In the past, Valletta wielded a cursed sword. She left it here to fool the others and make them think she was dead. In the first place, the 27th floor incident is an open trap. If Orario did not respond to it, their morale would be very low. If they did respond to it, they'll spend manpower to save people, all the whilst completing their goal of faking their deaths. Although, they did not expect something Finn's decision. He chose to strike on their unattended bases while it was left unattended. Revelaris, Veritas. Truth be revealed. I tried to track its remaining traces, but to no avail. Cree. A kelpie started charging towards me. I activated the hidden compartments on one of my gloves. Each compartments could be found on the tip of my fingers, allowing for its flexible use. Thin strings went out of it and attached themselves into the dungeon. It is something I requested from the Moyari clothing store. Coupled with magic engraved to the gloves, it started vibrating at high speeds. The kelpie did not notice it and ran towards me. When it ran through them, cuts appeared on its legs. The force gathered by his charge caused its feet to be completely severed. Thud. It fell to the net of strings. Wounds started appearing from its head and body. Soon, it whimpered in pain. I drew the sword with my left hand. The other hand is used to keep up the strings. Sheeing. Bis firmus. Twice robustness. The spell was enhanced due to the magic sword's effect. Crescent moon. A crescent light was drawn with the sword's tip. It passed through the kelpie's neck, killing it. When it was trapped, it no longer had any chance of surviving. PSSHK. I gouged the magic stone out. The corpse soon turned into black ashes. Just as I was about to take it, I felt a strong pain in my chest. I felt like puking blood, but nothing came out. Ha! Ha! My eyes widened. The influence of the 8th iteration is still here even after 5 days had passed. This pain mostly occurred during night time, but it was reduced as the days passed. It only happened again now. I took deep breaths. I waited until I calmed down. I have experienced this dozens of times. That spear. Just like my dismemberment memories, I could feel that spear going through my chest. It is not bad compared to having my head eaten or being dismembered in an instant. Thinking of those memories, my face paled. Shit. It's not the time for that. Sheathing my blade, I fought many monsters in this floor to relieve my frustrations. The fights became swift with the addition of my new gloves, Sikas. The level 3 equivalents could be immobilized with the strings. After that, I followed up with my sword. It showed how easy it was with the help of magic tools. Return. The thin strings started detaching from the walls and ceilings. They were called back to their small hidden compartments. A few hours later, I collected more than 200 magic stones. It is an unthinkable efficiency brought by magic and weapons. It's also here. When I began my return to the surface, I aimed for the true purpose of doing a dungeon dive. I checked the hidden entrances to Gnosis. They are hidden beneath a rock wall, something done by the dungeon's regeneration, but I detected the hidden orichalcum. From the 27th floor up to the 19th floor, there are a total of 2 hidden entrances. Each of them could only be opened with a deadless orb. Aside from the 12th floor, there are 2 more entrances. A/N, the 12th floor entrance was used by Thanatos in an attempt to kill Ais in her first year to Loki Familia, mentioned in the Sword Oratoria. I might find more entrances as I go to the surface. Tap. Tap. I arrived at the 18th floor. I am back to the safe zone. The crystals illuminating the area above the floor momentarily blinded my eyes. It is time to inspect this floor. I have a suspicion they also have an entrance here. After all, it is a very convenient place to plant one. My correspondence detected orichalcum within a certain radius. This is. I kept my distance from it. There could be a surveillance camera planted there. I recall Gnosis having those small orbs embedded on the walls. Swoosh! I heard the sound of branches moving. I looked at the source of the noise. Not far away, someone stood on top of the tree branch. This place is surrounded by trees. Hey! I saw a masked adventurer. Her tattered green cloak fluttered with the wind. I saw her slip a red orb in her pouch. It has a large D mark in it. Ah! Isn't that? That's it, right? A fucking deadless orb? Are my eyes playing with me? Am I hallucinating? How would I find that this easily? How come? I chose the most logical course of action. Hello, miss. Can we talk? She ignored me. She stepped on those branches and left. Her green silhouette dispersed with the wind. Soon, she blended in with the trees. Ah, shit! I subconsciously cursed. Wait a minute. Miss. We could talk this out. I threw Kukyo at her direction and used its teleport skill. With this, I could see her figure again. You hate evil us, no? Suddenly, the masked adventurer stopped running. She looked back, bloodlust seeping out of her eyes. I know this is abrupt, but evil us is my enemy. I said sincerely. I want to wipe those bastards off the surface of Gakai. Prove it. A cold tone came out of the female adventurer. What? Prove it. Prove you're their enemy. I decided to reveal my recent findings. From the 12th floor up to the 27th floor, there are at least 4 entrances similar to the one you saw. They used it to enact the 27th floor incident. And yes, how could I forget about this? I recalled their common feature that shouldn't be known yet, an information that is known by those who fought with the badge from Thanatos. They are fond of using inferno stones as a form of suicide attacks. The masked adventurer's eyes widened. How did you? I fought with them. I shrugged. Those crazy bastards popped up and tried to kill everyone on the 27th floor incident. I understand. She paused for a while before nodding. Tell me. What do you want to talk about? Chapter 46, Gale Wind. You have the key to those entrances, right? I've been looking for a way to enter. If you want to enter, cease your ideas at once. The masked adventurer said. You will die. Inside Gnosis, it is like the 8 trigrams formation of Zhujiang. The intruder is surrounded on all sides with nowhere to go. There could be traps and ambushes from evilus fanatics in all directions. There could be traps springing out of nowhere. When Loki Familia first ventured there, they suffered casualties. Their executives nearly died with all of Thanatos cards thrown at them. As to why I knew it? I stood beside Thanatos at all times. Since I became a creature, my memories have been vivid as if I lived that span as my own. It is vastly different from my other iterations where I could only remember my battles and my thoughts during them. Wait a second. I don't have plans to storm that place alone. It's borderline idiotic. Did you try to enter once? It doesn't matter. Her cold attitude shut my questions down. Anyways, it is imperative to find allies against them. I mean, who would have known that there are still living evilus members inside that place? Even Loki Familia might mobilize upon hearing this. Convincing them will be hard. That's why I am here. Flashing my confident smile, I proceeded with the talks. Before we continue, what should I call you first? I can't keep calling you, you. A/N, in Japan, it is rude to call a stranger Anata, you. Gale Wind. Alright. Miss Gale Hui. I blanked out. Gale Wind? The adventurer who destroyed many evilus bases years ago. Is there a problem? Holy shit. My luck must be overflowing today. Shit, shit, shit. I found a deadless orb and the person whom Lady Artemis was searching at once. Tap. I disabled my disguise. My red hair turned white, and my red pupils became golden. I removed it from my face. Miss Gale Wind is visibly shocked by the changes. Serious? Well, hello there. Miss Gale Wind. Serious? The hottest topic in Orario as of now. Hair as white as snow and pure golden pupils like the stars, he completely shook the dungeon city to its core. He accomplished one impossible feat after another. He is someone who set the new standard for prodigies. For once, he only took 2 weeks out of Sword Princess 52 weeks to level up. Naturally, most people heard of him, and that included the masked adventurer. She even interacted with him at times as a waitress in Benevolent Mistress. Serious? Many rumors surrounded him. To the adventurer, the most noticeable one is his relationship with the Artemis Familia. They underwent level-ups one after another upon returning to Orario. They immediately joined the middle ranks of the Familias with one level 4 and several level 3s. Based on what she heard, he is often seen hanging around with their members. Meaning, he is their trusted friend at the very least. You know. It's been weeks since we are searching for you. And don't get the idea of running away. He swiftly added, please. Why? Even after knowing what I... What? You thought they will repulse you because of your past? Don't you know Ritha-san or Lance-san well? A rhetoric question. Gale Wind no, Ryuolion knew the answer. They wouldn't. However, it is exactly because they wouldn't that she couldn't dare show herself to them. She broke the oath, the principles of her familia. She let herself be consumed by anger to the point that Astria exiled her. She discarded her justice simply to quell her overwhelming wrath. You already know the answer. So, will you meet them? It's dangerous around me. They would say that it doesn't matter. It's not that. They could get involved with our mess. Gale Wind looked resolute as she said that. Knowing Lady Artemis' personality, she would definitely uphold justice in place of her friend, Astria. This is the reason why I said everything about Evilus and all, but not the fact that someone from Rudra Familia survived, more so, that someone caused the deaths of Astria Familia. It will end up as their personal vendetta. This could be used by Evilus and pull off the same thing they did on Astrea Familia. The only silver lining is that Evilus doesn't know what Jurahammer does. Even Olivas Act doesn't know what he does behind the scenes. If that's what you're worrying about, they already know about Evilus. It's impossible to hide everything about Evilus. I'm afraid Lady Artemis used her connections, too. Some time ago, she mentioned an irregular appearing after Astrea Familia's death. The information came from Loki-sama herself, thus its credibility has enough credibility. Gale Wind's eyes widened in surprise. It took her a while to calm down. The rumors are true. That you're very close with the Artemis Familia, she said. Indeed. In this world, I could trust Lady Artemis and Hephaestus-sama the most. Back then, I could only tell this to Kazumitsu-san. Even so, he didn't know the true nature of my cheat. Maybe he did but chose not to intervene with myself. I have only shown my other side to the two goddesses. All right. I will meet them. You also don't need to think about our vengeance. It has long been settled. Settled? I asked. How? The irregular who killed everyone disappeared. That included the Rudra Familia. The remaining anger I had vanished after taking it out on Evilus. For a moment, I blanked out. The irregular did what? It's not Rudra Familia who wiped them out? The irregular, it killed everyone. Yes. It. Gale Wind could no longer continue her story. The full picture started arranging within my mind. What happened after that? It disappeared. Nobody saw it again. Some key points started making sense. Previously, Lady Artemis thought that the appearance of the irregular is merely a coincidence. Rudra Familia and Astrea Familia died due to a battle. This is the known narrative. Gale Wind's words refuted that. For some reason, the irregular appeared and killed two of the familias. Was its appearance merely a coincidence? Jurahammer wouldn't do those things behind Evilus' backs if it's that simple. Assuming the irregular is strong enough to wipe out both Astrea and Rudra Familia, his actions will make sense. He could be trying to make it appear again. If Jurahammer is a tamer, his actions that Olivas doesn't know could only be that, yes. Irregulars are unique monsters born from the dungeon. They have extra characteristics that normal monsters doesn't have. As a tamer, it's a dream come true for Jura to have such an irregular under his command. It is similar to how it worked in our world. People's obsession over lethal weapons such as nukes are a universal trait. Jurahammer must have caused it to appear back then. However, he didn't know that will happen. If he did, he wouldn't bring his familia to a crossfire. Then again, an assumption that he was a crazy bastard to kill everyone also works. I use. All right. Why yes. I snapped out of my deep thoughts. Anyways, we should set a meeting place. Take the time to ready yourself. If Gale Wind wanted to show herself to them, she would have done so from the moment news about Artemis Familia appeared. It is only through persuasion that she had the strength to meet them. She is similar to Philvis-san. Both of them reproached theirselves. Would benevolent mistress suffice? It's better if it's in the Artemis Familia home. All right. Wait a minute. Suddenly, I recalled something. Thinking about it, she sounded familiar. Only when she mentioned the place's name did I remember about her. Are you Miss Ryua from Benevolent Mistress? You are sharp. She chose to unmask herself. A familiar face greeted me. The waitress with the cold look, someone that has many suitors lined up. Be it her looks or personality, for people who have some preferences, men wanted to get acquainted with her. I didn't expect this. Lance-san described Gale Wind's looks to me. She was supposed to have long golden hair. Lance-san drew her face before, but it is questionable enough to be even called a portrait. Moreover, Miss Ryuhu did not serve whenever I went there with the others from Artemis Familia. It is always Anya-san, Chloe-san, or Seer-san. I am quite sure they could still recognize her. Tomorrow. 1 hour before noon. Upon saying those words, she disappeared amongst the sea of trees. Inside Gnosis, a ploy is being discussed. What? You lost track of him? Why yes, ma'am. Fucking useless bunch. Thanatos calmed the woman down. Hey, don't be too hard on them. Sirius is elusive, didn't you say so? Fine. Knowing how the boy utilized unknown magics and caught up to her movements in the final stages of their fight, Valletta understood how troublesome Sirius is. There's still those brats' request. A creature who doesn't listen to its commands. Have you found her yet? One of the kneeling black-robed men responded. No. After profiling the black-haired elves all over Orario, there's not a match. Sir Olivas did not find anything. Shit. Works keep piling up, yet there are no results so far. Just as her temper was about to run amok, she recalled the memory of that fight. Instantly, it died down. Seeing this, Thanatos commented. It seems that fight helped you in some ways. If I didn't become careless, he would have been dead already. Right now, her fate played out in a different way. Her temper was one of her flaws, and it is now being solved. Once it is done, a new Valletta would rise. Nobu didn't know he helped his enemy develop greatly. It tastes nothing. Crunch. Ain stuffed one magic stone after another to her mouth. Meanwhile, Filvis is watching the entire ordeal with a shocked look. Nobu-kun. I'll become stronger as I eat that. That's right. It is one of the characteristics that you have. After returning home, the first thing Filvis asked me was how to become stronger. She wanted to pull her own weight with her power, or so she says. I was not surprised much after she asked me to call her without any formalities. In my heart, I knew this would come. To make her comfortable, I acquiesced with her request. I am also planning to teach her magic within her understanding. As for eating magic stones, it doesn't increase her connection with the demi-spirits, merely strengthening her. The magic stone it gave serves as an independent anchor that revived Filvis. Aside from the occasional voices, they cannot directly control a creature, something proven in mine and Leva's case. If they wanted to forcefully control someone like how Vendetta turned out, it needs to nurture the creature. That was how I got my memories erased during the 8th iteration, in turn causing me to blindly follow its orders. Fortunately, all it did was to give Filvis the spirit core we got out of the dungeon fast enough before it could occur. I'm already full. Ain stopped munching on magic stones. Strange. I'm also feeling full. That should be caused by your connection. Right now, both of you are in a strange state similar to spirits. I remember this. You said that we are similar to spirits, but we are not spirits. To be honest, we didn't understand it properly. Ain stated. Why did you reveal that? It's all right to ask me questions, you know. I commented. Briefly, Filvis looked away from embarrassment. Ain looked at her with a doubtful look as if asking her why she is like that. Ah. That's why. Filvis is embarrassed to ask a simple question. She thought her studies as a ma. Stop it. Filvis covered Ain's mouth as usual. Well, it is exactly what I have said. Both Filvis and Ain are influenced by the demi-spirits. However, if demi-spirits are hybrids of spirits and a monster, then what would the ones below demi-spirits be called? Hence the vagueness of your states. It sounds like you've met a spirit before, Nobu-kun. That's because I did. I replied to Ain. Hey. One of Swime's lovers is a half-spirit. Sheila Filgrakis could invoke her spirit blood and possess the power of spirits. She will possess overwhelming strength during that state. She will be covered in talisma which nullifies any lower-ranked magic. Her swordsmanship becomes deadly that she could easily cut buildings with ease, too. After her fight against another world's goddess, she nearly came close as Kyoshiro-san, one of the strongest contemporary swordsmen. Aren't spirits elusive these days? Even most elves didn't have the chance to meet one. You really are lucky. Filvis and Ein commented consecutively. Ahem. We should start the magic lecture. Both of their eyes sparkled. It's our first day, so we are going over the basics. I said. What do you think of magic? Magic. It's an immense power that gives hope in the midst of a crisis. It's the power to make everything possible. Filvis' view of magic is similar to the others in Gakkai. Meanwhile, Ein had another perspective. I need to gradually correct their viewpoint. I grabbed a pencil from the desk. What would happen if I release it? It will fall. Filvis looks confused at my question. Bam! The pencil fell to the floor. I picked it up again and released it from my grasp. Unsurprisingly, it started falling. Attractio. Attraction. Just as it was about to touch the ground, the pencil floated in midair. It slowly ascended before returning to my hand. As you have seen, it fell without magic. However, it didn't do so after magic is used. In a way, Ein's answer is closer to how I would like to view magic. It makes impossible things possible. Ein wore a smug smile upon hearing that. Filvis did not mind it as she said, there's more to it. Yes. From what you have seen, there are two different results from those two attempts. For the former, it is what I call physical laws. It is the normal result without the involvement of magic. In short, it is the physics of my world. Apples fall from trees. Friction generates heat. It is the general scientific laws accepted by the masses. While it is weaker in Gakkai due to the widespread magic, it still exists. On the other hand, the second attempt with the distortion of magic is called mystical laws. From here, the difference between the two could easily be seen. That's why it could make everything possible. From their looks, both Filvis and Ein understood what I am trying to say. The phenomena they always experience around them used to be ignored. A magician needs to properly acknowledge every mystery to improve. Hence, magic is not a simple thing. It distorts the normal outcome to produce a new one. We can think of it as the reason why a losing adventurer could win. As to why I taught this first. I will be teaching how to increase your outputs. Your spells, Dio Thyrsus and Dio Grail, could improve. Thus, the first day of imparting modern magic theory began. A journey. Experiencing one landscapes after another, the man finally arrived to his destination. Much to his dismay, the journey did not fill the gap within him. His entire life dedicated for one purpose. Was it a mistake or not? His mouth moved but I can't seem to hear anything. His face looked extremely vague, but with a hint of familiarity. With that, my sight shifted into a room ceiling. MN. I got up from my bed. Strange. I forgot my dream. I recalled a study mentioning that two specific hormones cause you to forget your dreams. It is a normal occurrence. Yawn. It's the day. I took a look at the clock beside the bed. It is currently 7:44 a.m. in the morning. I did not stay up at night due to today being a special day. After returning from the dungeon, I told Lady Artemis about my meeting with Miss Ryuu. She then announced it to her familia. If she hadn't, it'd be one big of a mess today. At least they got the chance to ready themselves. I need to prepare. Chapter 47, Chapter 47, Hermes Familia. It's been a long time. Ryuu stood in front of the Artemis Familia home. It has been more than 4 years since she last visited this place. Last time, she was still with her friends. This time, she is alone. The gate opened. Welcome back. Nobu served as their gatekeeper. The others are just inside. Probably, they're as tense as you are. All right. Despite meeting him for a second time, she grasped his tendency to be playful at times. This personality emerged during his disguised form. Nobu guided her inside the mansion. He seemed very familiar with the place. It further increased Ryuu's impression of him being their friend. Soon, they arrived at the living room. Everyone was waiting for their arrival. Leon. Rithusa couldn't even finish her words as Lance ran towards her. She gave Ryu a tight hug. Her tears couldn't be concealed. Leon. You're black. Infected by her emotions, everyone else in the room let out their tears. They all converged to Ryu save for Artemis. As of now, she looked at them with melancholic eyes. Astria. I understand why. Lady Astria didn't want to put everyone in danger. Perhaps that's why she carried the burden alone. Nobu commented. She's well aware of the danger Evilus holds. As someone who fought Evilus head-on, Astria knew that they aren't completely annihilated since the Great Feud. They are more cautious than everybody thought. Despite the execution of their main leader, Erebus, Evilus continued to exist. They remained spread out all over Orario. This is a fact known by her. Only, she did not expect that the remnants will annihilate her entire familia. The appearance of the irregular who killed them went beyond everyone's expectations. Knowing what happened to her familia, Astria wanted to keep Artemis and her familia out of danger. Leon. Astria let go of her. It's most likely for her own good. Artemis sighed. Why did everything had to happen without us? At least, Lady Artemis has a chance to lend a hand now. You're right. I appreciate the thought, Nobu-kun. It's nothing. You know. You were there when I cried. That's why. If you want to. While the emotional reunion happened, a romantic development happened behind their backs. It was a long day. After everyone got tired of crying, they calmed down. They began talking to Ryu-san, but it's more of comforting her than anything. There are also their guilt of not being able to help when everyone suffered. These events spiraled uncontrollably that I had to buy their lunch. Of course, I ordered takeouts at Benevolent Mistress. With my expanded bag, it is enough to carry everything. These bags are common in this world. That's one of the advantages Gakkai has. You didn't have to do this. It's all right. No worries. Everyone got embarrassed that they forgot the time. Nobu-kun is really attentive. That's his habit. I heard Nana-san and Rithusa-san compliment me. After that, I spent time outside the living room. I patrolled the mansion and checked each of the spells I engraved for their defenses. They are all placed inside a mithril slab. It uses the same technique Daedalus thought of when placing traps in Gnosis. By the time I finished, I saw Ryu-san and Rithusa-san talking. What will you do now? I don't know. 2 years ago, Ryu had a fateful encounter. After meeting a girl named Seer, her life started to get back on track. The emptiness she felt after enacting her vengeance started to disappear little by little. Since then, she lived as Ryu, a waitress in the Benevolent Mistress. When she met her past friends once more, she felt inexplicable emotions. She felt transported back to that day when she destroyed a good portion of Orario's underworld along with Evilus bases. Several people with light connections to Evilus were not spared. If they sold Evilus supplies, they would be designated as suspects, and in turn eliminated. Fortunately, everyone in Artemis Familia is sensible. They did not mention anything directly related to that incident. To them, her vengeance did not matter as much as her safety. This removed some of her guilt as someone who survived and did unspeakable deeds, yet it reminded her of the weight of her sins. It is a contradiction. Everything's fine, Rithusa-san. Nobu-kun. Rithusa noticed the arrival of the white-haired boy. MN. Everything's all right. Everyone said the things they wanted to say. I see. Seeing this casual conversation, Ryu thought of him. Sirius was thought to be close to the Artemis Familia, but from what she had seen, it was much more than that. They are pretty casual with him. I've heard of your dilemma, Ryuhu-san. Yes. It's just a suggestion. You shouldn't think of it much. You can visit everyone anytime. He said. Anyways. I'm sorry for intruding. I accidentally heard your conversation. After speaking, he walked away. A smile was drawn to Rithus's face. Nobu-kun is back with his wisdom. She turned to Ryuhu. He's right. You shouldn't think much of it. Live your life as you fit. We are here to help. Rithusa. All right. Ryuhu settled everything. When she was about to leave the mansion, it was already nighttime. Unexpectedly, she saw Nobu dozing off as he leaned against a wall. He is currently beside the gate. His body became tense with her gaze. Ah. Hello. I thought you went home. I waited for you. As to what it is. Evilus. Then, it dawned on her. The promised talk wasn't done due to how long it took her to reunite with others. It's fine. Seeing everyone happy is more important than this talk. I'm willing to wait. She went silent as he predicted her words. I want to ask something. Go ahead. You went inside Gnosis, alone. That's right. During one of her raids, Ryuhu found an unusual red orb from an Evilus base. After some time, she discovered an entrance to Gnosis. She thought everything was a coincidence, but it is actually Evilus trap. They wanted to regain the lost key, thus they lured her. It was nearly successful when her intuition told her not to explore further. An ambush occurred, but she was able to escape with her insane agility. I nearly died in that place. I suggest you do not repeat the same mistake as mine. No worries. I wouldn't storm the place. He internally added, for now. Nobu looked at Ryuhu before asking, about the irregular. Can you describe it? Why do you want to know? Should I? No. Out of everyone, only he and Hephaestus knew about Jurahamar's survival. He didn't choose to mention it to Artemis due to his worry. When he met Ryuhu, this thing could even be worse than saying it to Artemis. You can forget about it. Thanks for the information, Ryuhu-san. Sensing Ryuhu's turmoil, he didn't choose to continue and left. Serious. She knew about his fame indirectly. From killing a Goliath as a level 1, leveling up in 2 weeks, and creation of indestructible magic swords, he swept Orario with a huge wave. Now, there is a difference between people with his magic swords and people without them. She was amazed when she first heard of his feats. It eclipsed even Sword Princess Own. Though, meeting him personally felt different. It was as if she was talking to a refined man, not a young boy. Lance told me something. What was it again? Fortunately, Ryuhu forgot about Lance's side comments about the ship. On the highest floor of Babel, a goddess looked over Orario. She met them. Unbeknownst to everyone, the goddess possessed an edge as opposed to the other gods. Her eyes could see through the mortals' very souls. Just like Hephaestus' smithing skill, it was allowed to be brought over to Tenkai. It is something bundled with her charm, hence she retained it. Through this eye in a mirror, she observes interesting people. One of them happened to be Ryu Lion. Another person happened to be caught to her view. Just like that girl. Sirius Akasaka Nobu is the most talented adventurer at the moment. It is completely expected that he caught her eyes at least once. Nevertheless, she never placed much attention to him. At most, his outsider status and strong will akin to the Sword Princess served as his specialty. That, and his intertwined fate with a chastite goddess Artemis. For someone like her, it didn't raise her interest high enough. He's interesting, but not the same as my Audra. Just like Artemis, the goddess knew that her fated lover is in Gakkai. At first, she lost hope after years of roaming the land, but she felt the arrival of her Audra. Not long, she will be united with her lover. To that, the 1,000-year-old spirit eyes Wallenstein nor the otherworlder Akasaka Nobu weren't as important as him. In her eyes, Audra is the one that matters. A gaze prickled on my neck. When I looked back, I saw nobody. It's the same sensation as that time. In my first day in Orario, I also felt a similar gaze. However, it disappeared just like now. If not for my sixth sense honed by 8 iterations of combat, I wouldn't have noticed that. Was it a god? There are hundreds of gods in this place. There's no way I could pinpoint the source of that gaze. Ha! It could be Loki-sama herself. I recalled a similar event. Speaking of which. Seer, hey! I harbored a suspicion. When I met Seer-san in Benevolent Mistress, I vaguely caught onto something. I hid it at that time. Seer is, well, another name for goddess Freya, Freya. Along with that are Mardal, Horn, and Gufn. I couldn't help but wonder if she's related to Freya-sama. When I spoke with her, I sensed several gazes on me. That sensation is similar to the feeling this time, although the latter is stronger. Oftentimes, the myths of my world corroborated with Gakai's. There are many gods here that exists in my world too, such as Takemikazuchi, Hermes, Zeus, Hera, Apollo, and so on. Even this world's first hero, Argonaut, is based on the band of heroes who sought the Golden Fleece. It's time. I checked the previous gaze. I couldn't feel it anymore. After asking Ryuhu-san, I went ahead and did another thing on my agenda. I slipped into a dark alley and wore my mask. I set it to the previous appearance. It overlaid my appearance and changed the perception of others. This magic tool worked based on Plato's idea theory and optics. Tap. The mask disappeared. It was concealed under an invisibility function made by Miracle Maker. I want to meet him, but he's unpredictable. Lady Artemis recommended someone if we would go against Evilus. However, it'll be counterproductive if she is the one who will reach out. I don't want Artemis Familia nor Hephaestus Familia bearing the brunt of its impact. Who know whether there are spies nearby? It'd be best to introduce this information as someone unknown, at least for now. I saw how crazy Thanatos followers were from my memories. They aren't afraid of death. I could already imagine how destructive it will be if Evilus decides to attack them. In the end, it is my selfishness. I don't want to put everyone in danger. Rather than involving them like this, I could first use the help of Hermes Familia or Loki Familia who are already fighting against Evilus. That way, they won't be the ones bearing the brunt of danger. They would be the support at best. Of course, I considered the suspicion Hermes Familia will have. Nevertheless, I have something to back it up. Tap. Rustle. I climbed on top of a roof and began jumping through them. Every time I landed, I used my magic to reduce gravity. My footsteps became extremely light. Bis firmus. Twice robustness. My speed became faster. I reached the equivalent of a level 3. Phew. I discovered how refreshing it was to do this. The cold night breeze swept my face. It even went through my hoodie. A white fog came out every time I exhaled. Soon, I saw the target destination. Traveler's Inn. The base of Hermes Familia. It is designed to look like a mix of an inn and a pub. I held off from using correspondence but chose to take out a ring instead. It is best to be cautious with Perseus, one of the greatest item maker in Orario. I recall hearing Thanatos and Barca's shock when Perseus replicated the Deadless Orb. That was also the time I was sent out to handle the escalating situation. Hide under plain sight. The next moment, I became completely concealed. It's effective. This magic tool does one thing, imposing Plato's idea theory to the next level. Instead of the physical world, I brought the world of forms to myself. It is abstract and non-physical, something that transcends space and time. For mortals, it is something unseen. It is a complex thing to do, hence the imperfections the ring has. It could not completely impose the world of forms, only a small portion of its concept. In short, it could easily be seen through by high-level adventurers. Also, its duration is merely 3 minutes. I took out my staff and started engraving a magic circle on top of a roof. I repeated the process several times in different locations. Once 15 to 20 minutes pass, they would disappear. Everything's good. Lastly, I took out a magic dagger and engraved the necessary details in its memorize. Through this, I could come and go as planned. I leaped from the roof. I landed myself to the ground. I decided to do the same modus operandi like last time. I climbed over a random window and entered through it. My landing did not make a sound due to the ring. Scanning the room, I found no one inside. I don't need to re-enter another room. I left the room. I looked at the corridor and saw nobody. There's nobody here. I knew from Lady Artemis that they are similar to informants. They greatly contributed during the battles against Evilus. Astria Familia used to cooperate with them, which is how she knew their true nature. When I left the corridor, I finally saw some people. What they have in common are slightly dark eye bags. Where could those remnants go? It's useless. They thoroughly cut their connection with the outside world. It's going to be hard discovering their traces. The two people passed by me. They're busy finding the Evilus remnants, I see. I started sprinting. Within this duration, I have to find their location. In the last 3 or so weeks, Hermes Familia is persistently seeking for traces of Evilus. Their god, Hermes, knew it shouldn't have ended like that. They have multiple gods. Unfortunately, they couldn't find them no matter how hard they try to do so. Valletta had the remaining Evilus members pull back from the surface. Vendetta coming to the surface to complete the demi-spirit's request is actually a risky move. When Evilus' direct influence was removed, they began utilizing Iclos Familia as their point of contact. They might be from the underworld, but they are clean with any involvement from them. It is natural for Hermes Familia to not find any clues. You better not give more job after all this. Yep. I promise. Currently, Hermes and his Familia captain, Asfi al Andromeda, are inside a room filled with many articles. It is akin to a detective's board in movies but filled with even more articles. Asfi drank her remaining coffee in one gulp before returning back to work. She kept analyzing of the findings handed out every day. She is looking for any clues she missed. How did they clean their traces thoroughly? She muttered. Unless the 27th floor incident involves faking their death. They might have done the preparations before it happened. Asfi froze. She thought of this due to her irritation, but it sounded more reasonable as she thought of it. With this assumption, she has a new angle to look at. How long will you steal confidential information, Mr.? Suddenly, Hermes looked at their investigation board. Asfi was bewildered with his actions but she thought of something. Just as she did so, an unexpected visitor appeared. He is dressed in a black hoodie. His red pupils scrutinized the web of information gathered by them. What a thorough analysis! Every familia associated with crime is here. The man turned his back to the board. Whoa! Please drop that dart launcher, miss. Click. Sue. From Asfi's pen-like object, a swift dart flew at him. The man responded by throwing a black sphere. The chunk of a magnet with an attraction magic redirected its trajectory. Clang! The two objects fell to the ground. Asfi pulled out a dagger. Can we calm down for a while? You intruder! It's fine, Asfi. Lord Hermes. Hermes smiled back at the man. What do you need in this place, Mr. Unidentified? I need quite a few things. No. Rather, I want to offer a few things. These don't come free. The man replied. For example, the current location of Evilus. While Asfi was startled, Hermes nonchalantly said. Shouldn't we start from a basis first? You're right. The two men easily reached an agreement. Chapter 48, Experiment Gone Wrong, or Right. Let's start with the Soma Familia. The man Nobu stated before giving his basis. It is written here that they had a reformation. Few days ago, Soma Familia ushered in a reformation. The previous captain was internally detained along with some of their officers. It couldn't escape the eyes of Hermes Familia. I caused that one. Nobu said while smiling proudly. The two of them lost words for a moment upon seeing this. I raided their base and got their ledgers. He took out a thick notebook filled with notes. It is Xana's personal handbook. He opened it and stopped on a certain page. He showed it to them. While clutching another magic tool, Asfi carefully read the contents. It shows how Ishtar Familia is their number one buyer. What of it? No, not that one. He pointed specifically to a certain familia's name. This one. I-Close Familia. What? Her words were halted as she saw something. They are the second largest buyer below Ishtar Familia. I see. A glint went past Hermes' eyes. He looked towards Nobu with understanding. Asfi, do we have intel about them? Yes. According to their official records, they are an exploration-type familia. She responded. Is the ledger real? There's no way they could make that much in a month. Mr. Hermes should know if it's real. Hearing his playful reply, Asfi felt there is currently two Hermes in this room. It's real. What can you say about this abnormality, Trespasser-san? He asked Nobu. Well, they are definitely hiding something. I mean, how could they rake in millions and trade them for Soma's wine? I bet they're reselling this outside Orario, too. Soma Familia did not deal with anything outside Orario. Hence, I-Close Familia took the chance to buy Soma's wine en masse and smuggle it over the gate. They have methods of sneaking with the help of hidden underground passages, something Daedalus built in his time. With the contact outside, they then distribute it to Gakkai, in turn earning millions of valis every month. It wasn't noticeable due to how they spent these for Gnosis expensive building materials. I-Close. Tisk, tisk. How did I not see this? Hermes recalled the few times he recalled the said god. He is just as suspicious as Hermes, which tells a lot about his troublesome personality. If you think it ends there. It doesn't. Nobu declared. I-Close Familia make huge amounts of money. Are you curious about where it goes? Something expensive. The type that requires huge amounts of funding. Hermes entered his thinking state. The god who originally uncovered I-Close Familia's connection with his wits. He was also involved in the investigation of Enyo's real identity. Nevertheless, gods aren't omniscient in Gakkai. The man-made labyrinth of Daedalus Street, Gnosis. That's where they spend it. Gnosis? Isn't it just a myth? Asfi recalled reading that certain myth. Daedalus used to be the greatest architect of Orario. He built the design for Orario's sewerage systems, pipelines, and the general layout of the city itself. Unfortunately, he became crazy in his later years. He was caught up in making a labyrinth that rivals the dungeon itself. Nope. Not really. You see. Daedalus completed his initial designs before he died. It was then passed down to his descendants. A 1,000-year-long mission is happening without anyone in Orario noticing. It does exist. Lord Hermes. Gnosis exists. It's one of the few things I found after the Great Feud. 4 years ago, the Great Feud occurred. Evilus attacked Orario with organized terrorism. Their main aim is to destroy the dungeon city itself. If not for every single familia uniting against them, Orario would have been destroyed. With Erebus executed, Evilus was destroyed. Some of the remnants hid all over Orario, which was then cleaned up by Ryuu's rampage. It was inevitable to find scant amount of information about Gnosis' existence. I presume you know where to find it. As expected of Hermes-sama. I did not choose the wrong partner. Nobu replied. Its location could be found with common sense. That place literally shouts Daedalus' well-known legacy. Daedalus Street. Both Asfi and Hermes came to the same conclusion. Bingo! Nobu pulled up their partial map of Daedalus Street. He started scribbling lines after the disconnected ones while correcting some incorrect places. Your topography is messed up. You made it sound an easy job. Asfi retorted. Touché. The duo inside the room had fun throwing light-hearted banter. Anyone wouldn't expect that Nobu is an intruder 5 minutes ago. This will serve as a gift. Nobu gave them a fourth of Daedalus Street's correct map. It was something he learned after weeks of correspondence and Miku's help. By bringing a magic tool connected to the smartphone, something like a GPS could be completed. Though it is more like opening a new minimap. The data from correspondence is inputted into her system before drawing the said map. I won't even ask how you got that. I'll gladly take it. I'm flattered. Seeing their interaction, Asfi forgot the tool she was holding. She became speechless at their actions. To Lord Hermes. Please don't let it be double the headache. Unfortunately, her premonition was right. It's here. Nobu marked a certain spot. You will find a hidden entrance on Daedalus Street sewers. It conceals the pathway to Gnosis. I do hope you wouldn't storm immediately. Even with Loki Familia's help, it won't suffice. And why is that? Enyo. For a moment, the air around Hermes changed. What did you say? It is what it is. The destroyer of cities in your language. It seems like you caught a whiff of those traces. Along with Gnosis, Hermes also came to know of Enyo during his years. It was only small snippets of information at first. It is said that Enyo declared that he'll finish what Evilus couldn't. However, Hermes Familia still couldn't find him. The elusive name resurfaced in Nobu's mouth. I'm saying Enyo is involved with Evilus. You don't know the kind of stuff they could pull over. How did you know everything? Hermes composed himself again. That's a business secret. With that, Nobu took out a metal cylinder from his bag. Till next time. Click. Bam. A blinding light came from it. Nobody was prepared when he suddenly threw the weird contraption. It took them 20 seconds to completely clear the flashbang's effects. What was that? Asfi was shocked. That was one of the few magic tools she was theorizing. She looked as if someone plagiarized her design. Tap. Hermes caught the flying business card he had left behind. There, it was written. It was a fun meeting. Place a red flag on the third window southeast of the mansion for another meeting. I'll come over within a day. P.S. Apologies for the flashbang. It won't happen next time. Sincerely, Red. Hermes could only laugh at his eccentricity. Looks like the coming days will be troublesome. Hearing his alarming statement, Asfi knew coffee would be her trusty comrade once more. Everything went smoothly after my visit to Hermes Familia. I dove into the dungeon with a different appearance. After that, I trained with Lily, Tiona, and Ice. I also attended Inasan's lessons before sleeping. I woke up around 1 p.m. which led me to meet Ryuhu-san when I bought lunch. Thinking about it, a month passed since I landed in this world. 3 weeks were enough to recreate many weapons and tools I previously had. The magic tool, ring, for stealth, composite. The string gloves, filament. Flashbangs. Grenades. Smoke bombs. In my 8th iteration, I didn't make tools like filament. I didn't see the need to do so since I never had another identity. If I wasn't ambushed by 2 level 5s, 1 level 4, and several level 3s, I would have survived. That's how resilient I am after 7 iterations. Unfortunately, I didn't see that attack coming. They gave me the boss monster treatment right off the bat and never gave me the chance to use more tools. Now I know they are after me, the tables had turned. Yawn. Yeah, fine. We could put this off. I'm alright. I just woke up. Currently, I am in our home's courtyard. I asked Tsubakine's help to test out my magic mana furnace. When I used it, I didn't have any control over my body. That abnormality pushed me to use this with supervision. Hephaestus-sama told me I acted strange while Lady Artemis mentioned my abnormality. It's strange they don't want to talk about the magic's direct effects. Though they did advise me to use it with supervision. They don't want me to lose control. I believe you're about to reach level 3. Tsubakine threw a question. That's right. I only need a small push to level up. Looking at my current status, it won't be long before I max everything at 1599. Perhaps a few more days is all I need. Well then. Let's start. I declared. The spell composition ran in my mind. It is a special spell that didn't depend on the number of circles. This spell is merely a trigger to the dream organs. These will awaken as a result, transforming me into a non-human. Sirius is a spell produced by it. That was far as I could go with Mana Furnace in the past. I could only overlay the myths and the modified robustness in my body. If that is an imitation, this is not. Archeatus Overload. A bright white circle appeared on my feet. A strange sensation overcame my body. It is similar to the itchiness I feel with my cheat. A second later, I felt different sensations. I lost the need to breath. My heart stopped beating. I lost the requirements to live. Just as I thought of something, I blanked out. Oh. At first, Tsubaki was curious about the spell Nobu wanted to try. It needed her supervision, after all. Where would you need a level 5 for testing like this? Crack. I see. She marveled at his current state. A heavy pressure came from his small body. It caused several cracks on the soil. For weaker adventurers, they'll have trouble breathing. The air around him became distorted. It even alarmed the magic formation Nobu placed in the familiar home. An invisible barrier surrounded the place. It successfully contained the pressure from him. Ah! Tsubaki was startled by his changes. He suddenly grew out a pair of white wolf ears and a thick bushy tail. She caught his pupils turning dull. A foreboding occurred to her. T is why he wanted my help. She knew about skills that cause their wielder to lose control. Finn's skill is one of them. Nobu started charging toward her. His fast speed is completely different from before. It far surpassed his previous limits. Tsubaki intended to catch him. She could handle this speed as a level 5. Just as she caught his arm, it turned blurry before passing through her. Fluff. Nobu successfully completed his mission. His face dove to her chest. As usual, he wanted to save the sense of people important to him. For a moment, she became silent. She couldn't fathom how the refined boy turned into this. Pfft! She burst out laughing. She was not embarrassed by his actions. Tsubaki is not someone who cares about it. I see, I see. She recalled Hephaestus' flustered look few days ago. The latter tried to tell her a story but backed out. No wonder Hephaestus-sama got that looks. This is cute, indeed. The tail swayed as a response a sudden attack that dealt fatal damage. Tsubaki. A beet red Hephaestus arrived in the courtyard. She came back and saw the familiar home's defenses flaring up. Then, she saw the absurd scene. Immediately, Nobu went for her instead. When she was hugged, her face turned an even brighter shade of red. With only Tsubaki present, she did not need to hide her true feelings nor keep up her cool facade. It seems like the boy's attached to you, Hephaestus-sama. What did you two do? Nothing. He insisted trying his new skill. Tsubaki paused before adding, if stealing him is all your war. That's not it. She was shut down by Hephaestus' strong rebuttal. Anyways. We should turn him back to normal. How about we help him try it? Nobu-kun might listen to you. It was clear to Tsubaki that Nobu wanted to try the skill's capabilities. She had a peek on its effects with his arm passing through her grasp. Her instincts are telling her that his current state is a formidable one, far surpassing what she could deal with. All right. Nobu-kun. Swiftly, his gaze turned to her. Hephaestus met his pupils that showed one constellation at a time. For a god, it is still captivating. It is even more for Hephaestus, who felt as if she could see his thoughts. It is a deeper connection than the one offered by Falna. Can you use the most complicated magic you have? It has to be harmless. Hephaestus added the last line upon remembering his dangerous arsenal of spells. She saw his feats of fighting against dragons and wiping out cities alike. Although she wasn't sure if he could do it without his so-called assistance, it is best to remain cautious. Nobu nodded enthusiastically. He separated himself from her as his hands started moving. A huge outline of a magic circle appeared. The smaller circles appeared on the tip of his fingers. He threw all of them out swiftly. These smaller circles took up space on the huge outline. 5 seconds later, he chanted. Military's Fortalicia. Military fortress. Crackle. The magic circle let out arcs of energy. One by one, magic circles encapsulated the 3 of them. The golden circles spun as it took the origin of a military base. This is magic. Tsubaki muttered. How amazing. Nobu-kun doesn't have the magic limits. It looks beautiful. T is even better than Riveria's barrier skill. Tsubaki recalled the events of 4 years ago. Riveria used her magic to protect the civilians and adventurers alike from evilous attacks. When she saw this, she had a feeling it surpassed the High Elf's magic. Upon seeing Hephaestus' satisfied look, Nobu returned back to her embrace. He could be this clingy. The goddess muttered. Hephaestus became embarrassed once more. Ah! I felt like being doused by cold water. Darkness greeted my sight, or is it? LP me out. Unsei. Hephaestus-sama, and Tsubaki-ne? I moved from my place. Light entered my sight. White, long sleeves. I could hear my surroundings going silent. With each backward step I took, I saw Hephaestus-sama looking at me with a red face. What happened? I found Tsubaki-ne. She is somehow laughing moments ago. I sent a perplexed look to the 2 of them. Wait a minute. I realized how close I was to Hephaestus-sama. It's as if I hugged her. Ahem. I'm glad you returned to your senses, Nobu-kun. Hephaestus-sama turned around and started walking away. Yeah, curious what happened? Yes. All right. I organized my thoughts. I came to the courtyard with Tsubaki-ne to test out Mana Furnace. A few seconds after casting it, I blanked out. Then, I woke up in Hephaestus-sama's chest. Hephaestus-sama, chest. Click. Ah! I realized what's going on. Chapter 49, Chapter 49, Level 3. I did that. You sure did. I am speechless. Is that what happened back then? I could not recall my memories of the first time I used Mana Furnace. That's already an indicator of its abnormality. That is not supposed to happen. Then, Lady Artemis and Hephaestus-sama. That's why they didn't talk about it. I could feel a wave of heat in my head. I hid my fluster, but Tsubaki-ne's smug face is already there. Lil Nobu-kun knows about romance, et. Please stop. I used my ultimate move, shifting topics. When I used a spell of that caliber. Yet, all Hephaestus-sama has to do is ask and ye complied. Military fortress, militaris fortalicia, in under 5 seconds. It's that. Lady Riveria could create 3 different versions of a spell by controlling their cast time. That's also a trick I used. My large-scale spells Orion, Military Fortress, Fax Rondra, Alice's Wonderland has varying versions related to durations. The first version is what I could cast without external help. The second version is something I could cast with Miku or external help. The third version is the full power of the spell with Arbiter's help. The third version could destroy a city. There are no further versions simply due to my weakness. I could not reference the other magicians' cases since nobody could use technology with magic. If I become stronger, I will be able to improve them further. Anyways, I should have cast the second version. I couldn't believe it. How did I do it? You waved your fingers before this large dome enveloped us. Waved my fingers? Isn't that liturgy? Liturgy. It is the act of shortening cast time with chants and gestures. It is the reason why magicians could swiftly cast their spells. They helped cut a long ritual into 30 seconds or less. Liturgy refer to the chants and gestures done to shorten the cast time. The problem here is that I could only do it with a suit. Right. You're also elusive. Elusive. I caught your arm but it simply passed through. Tsubakine added, how do I say it? You're similar to Kenki. Both of you have a similar feeling. In her case, the feeling's stronger when she uses her magic. Eyes Wallenstein? Wait. Whenever she uses her magic, something we have in common, does it pertain to her being a spirit? In the 8th iteration, I heard her other name long enough for my ears to bleed. According to the demi-spirits, she is their friend a spirit. Though, all they wanted is to devour her, perhaps due to her spirit identity. Since Mana Furnace involved transforming ourselves into a higher order life form, it is the same for spirits. They are higher leveled than humans. For instance, spirits have the power of telisma, something exclusive to the gods. They could easily negate all kinds of lower level magic with it. So, I took the form of a spirit with Mana Furnace. To be honest, that is far-fetched from its normal effects. There had been no magicians who became spirits through Mana Furnace. Maybe there is, but I am limited by my knowledge. Nevertheless, it is completely different from what I learned. I didn't need to create dream organs. It was already adjusted when I used it now. Thus, it might have involved the state before my death in the 8th iteration. That's my most probable guess. Thanks for the help, Tsubakine. I have to reconsider things. 3 days had passed. My daily routine became stable. Dungeon dive. Train Lily. Visit Twilight Manor. Take Inasan's lessons. Sleep. Forge. Repeat. With Composite S edition, I no longer went to the dungeon legally. Once evening arrives, I wear it to go past the guild staff. I also use a disguise and went straight to the 27th floor. I started fighting hordes of monsters to increase my status. Since it is the highest floor of Water City, monsters spawn at a fast rate. They often form groups which could only be overcome by a party of level 2 and 3 adventurers. It is different now. There aren't many adventurers present in this floor due to what happened here. No matter how long it took, this will leave a bitter mark for Orario. Fortunately, this depressing event was counteracted by Loki Familia's success over Evilus. It signified the annihilation of a terror group, at least in the surface. It was enough to offset some of its effects, at least. Shriek. I lured a group of devil mosquitoes in a specific place. Then, I placed the strings made of spirit cloth and activated its high-speed vibration state. It cut through their bodies with ease. It's already the 314th kill. Through the use of magic tools, my hunting efficiency increased. This led to Child of Constellations being fully used. Its enhanced recovery buff and increased Excelia gain is enough to push my status to the limits. I recalled the strings to the gloves. After that, their corpses fell to the ground. Sheathing. Unsheathing my sword, I carved the magic stones out. Their bodies turned into ashes. Suddenly, I felt a gaze. I took out a dagger and started completing the recall spell. I hid it behind my arm. If I needed a minute to complete it before, I could do it in under 20 seconds now. My vigilance is raised to its extreme. I monitored my sixth sense. I am waiting for the danger feedback to immediately run away. I will not be caught off guard this time. Tap. 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 Footsteps came closer. A sound of metal clashing resounded. Serious. A familiar doll-faced girl appeared. Her signature golden hair looks beautiful even within the dungeon. Her voice sounded a bit monotone, but every Bocchi-like people has their problems. Her aura is the one I am accustomed to. I lowered my guard slightly as I weaseled my way out. Kenki? I'm sorry but you got the wrong person. You are serious. I'll be going. Why did you? I acted as if I never heard her question. Though, I felt a grip on my left arm from behind. Sword Princess. Why act unfamiliar? Surprisingly, I saw her shaken up. It reminded me of a certain girl in my memories. She was also not good at speaking, often acting airhead. Are you angry at me? Wait. How did she come to this conclusion? Sighing, I resigned to my fate. It's not. I'm not angry at you, Ai-san. Years ago, Ais went on a tantrum. She never spoke to Finn nor Riveria due to them restricting her from acquiring high-level Excelia. She was only a level 1 at that time. When even Gareth forbade her from doing so, she went on a strike and sneaked off to the dungeon. Ais got in danger due to an infant wyvern brought out by an unknown god, but she was saved by Riveria in the end. Since these memories made a mark on her, she had a little misconception. What Nobu does is exactly the same as what she did but more destructive. A friend pretending not to know you is painful. Ais thought Nobu is snobbing her for that reason. Fortunately, he chose to reveal himself. Actually, I encountered some troubles. Some adventurer group ambushed me every now and then for my magic swords. I wanted to level up in peace, which is why I got these magic tools. Why didn't you say so? I could have helped, she said with slight guilt. When Nobu decided to share his secret, Ais was happy, though it didn't take long before she realized how unfair that was. Nobody would share their secrets with others, more so when they belong to different familias. It is the norm for adventurers to mind the business of other familias. They don't get involved in the fear of being adversely implicated. The only reason why Nobu could do this with Loki Familia was simply due to Hephaestus Familia's reputation, and the fact that he didn't particularly cared about it. Whatever rumors that appeared were easily overwhelmed by his feats. Add to the fact that he helped adventurers in the 27th floor incident and his low price of unbreakable magic swords. It is not surprising for his public image to be that good. There's no need to bother Ai-san. This disguise already solved that problem. He pointed to his unfamiliar face. Though, can we keep this a secret? Both our meeting and my disguise. All right. Hearing this, Nobu calmed down. He knew how straightforward Ais was. When she promised something, she will keep it. That's how it was even in his 8th iteration. Suddenly, Ais put up her hooked pinky finger. Facing this legendary event, she pulled no brakes. This act showcased her cuteness to the maximum. It shook Nobu for a while. The girl's appearance rivaled the gods. His train of thought went to Lady Artemis, Hephaestus. Soon, it went off track. He returned to himself moments later. It's a promise, she said. Okay. His pinky finger hooked hers. It is very similar what he did before. Inadvertently, he recalled Hidari. He thought of how he made a promise with her that they'll never forget each other. Now, how is he supposed to chat with her? Suddenly, another girl entered his mind. Her image overlapped with eyes. He briefly froze. Sheena. There was a girl that looked very similar to eyes. Her lack of expressions is also the same. The way they acted is nearly the same, too. While she held great significance for him, he couldn't bear to recall that memory. Every time he saw her, it would remind him of that event. When he met her a year ago, he still met her. Their talks were not the same as in his memories, but the latter continued to haunt him. After all, she died because of me. Achi. Inside a wide computer screen, Miko covered her nose as she sneezed. Goshujin-sama must be somewhere. She recalled how sneezing could be induced by someone thinking of you. This mystical law is no longer a myth but real. It is the accidental perception of someone beyond the knowledge they have. The sixth sense is built upon that concept. Guitar Hero, yet. I hope I could meet some friends. Shishi, you're already in Kanagawa. No one wants about your dark past. Good luck. Guitar Hero, hey. That's right. Shishi, if you're still having trouble in Kanagawa, you can just transfer to Yokohama or Tokyo in high school. Guitar Hero, that won't definitely happen. A/N, it happened. She went to Shimokita, Tokyo. Seeing the subsequent chats, Miko paid attention. Telling Nobu's parents is the limit. She chose not to tell everyone that is not involved with the supernatural side. Hence, she dealt with Hidori's chat in his stead. Shishi, no worries. There are good music schools in Tokyo. Guitar Hero, I refuse to believe that. Guitar Hero, asterisk. While chatting, Miko recalled one of her memories. Goshujin-sama. Would you like to find her contacts? No need. It was the first time she saw him extremely disturbed. His heart rate rose as he started having cold sweat, a common sign of panic attacks. Goshujin-sama is experiencing a moderate panic attack. It is advisable to take tricyclic depressants. No need. I will calm down soon. As soon as Nobu recited Heart Sword, he calmed down. The full power of the spell empowered with science and myths showed itself. Sheena. I have to get her out of this mess. As a courtesy, Miko did not look her information deeply. It was also then did Nobu place a directive. Monitor the target Mashiro Sheena within the year 2020. Deploy a rank S subjugation squad. If the events of October 31, 20 occur, immediately evacuate her along with others from Shibuya. Miko did not doubt her creator's words. She understood how he could see the future. She unconditionally trusted these directives and will operate them at the highest priority. Shibuya Incident October 31, 2020. Error of margin with the inputted predictions is 59.67%. Executing full observation state from the satellite judgment. Upon detecting that Nobu's future memories became unreliable with his disappearance, she began executing his contingencies for the upcoming disasters. Nobu-kun. Ah. I was pulled out of my thoughts. Something is bothering you. Yes. After meeting Ai-san, I continued with my dungeon dive. She was already on her way to return while I just started. When I returned home, it is already 5 a.m. Hephaestus-sama woke up early to wait for my arrival. I remembered some unpleasant memories. I'm all right now. I could see her gaze on me for a few seconds. I will be updating your status now. Her fingertips began moving at my back. It traced our familia emblem. It is done to unlock my status. Hephaestus-sama would not make the mistake of showing my status to others. Some time had passed. I vaguely felt something changing. Congratulations! Her eagerness couldn't be hidden. You're now level 3. A chill was sent to my entire body. Thanks to the everyday training with Tiona-san and I-san plus the daily dungeon dives, my status rose sharply. Perhaps it is the remnant effect of the 8th iteration, but the numbers grew faster than usual. I reached the 1500 mark for all attributes yesterday, so I was expecting this. However, hearing it happen is different. Phew. I breathed slowly to calm down. Thank you, Hephaestus-sama. It's all your efforts. Our joint efforts. Yes. I didn't forget about all the assistance Hephaestus-sama gave me. If she didn't take me into her familia, I will not grow as fast as this. She gave me the proper channels for forging materials as well as taught me more about forging. She is the reason why I could make a small accessory with such precision. Ah! Here it is again. Seeing her strange looks, I knew I gained another ability. I waited for her explanations. You have 5 options for your next developmental ability. These are Trap Master, Samurai, Ubiquitous, Spirit Healing, and Abnormal Resistance. After listening to Hephaestus-sama's explanation, I got the gist of everything. Trap Master enhances the effectiveness of traps and the probability of falling into them. Samurai enhances my capabilities while wielding a katana. Spirit Healing increases the recovery of my mind. Abnormal Resistance nullifies poison proportional to the ability's rank. Spirit Healing is a no. Trap Master 2. In the first place, I am not the type to use traps. As for Spirit Healing, I already have proof of combat and Child of Constellation for enhanced recovery. I could choose it, but it's not a priority. Samurai is good. Samurai sounds good. I could just use Sora for the ability to activate. The same goes for Abnormal Resistance. If I ranked it up high enough, I will be invincible against poison. However, the most unknown choice is none other than Ubiquitous. Nobu-kun. Everything already appeared once. Ubiquitous hasn't appeared yet. Without any prior records of the Ubiquitous ability, I am going blind. If we are going for a dictionary meaning, it is universal and all-encompassing. In other dictionaries, it could mean omnipresent. That alone made me feel like it was something huge. Universal. Is it my proficiencies? With my cheat, I developed many skills. That included making weapons and fighting strong enemies. If it is related to that, this ability might prove more useful than the rest. Should I choose Samurai or Ubiquitous? Once more, a crossroad was presented in front of me. I will trust its universal definition. I will choose Ubiquitous. Chapter 50, Chapter 50, Official Meeting. This is making me tense. You struck gold yet again, Nobu-kun. Hearing that, my excitement began to bubble up. Ubiquitous. It temporarily bestows the developmental ability of a weapon. Hephaestus-sama began explaining its effects. Ubiquitous is a one-of-a-kind ability. By using a certain weapon, I will temporarily gain the developmental ability related to it. Immediately, I tried its effects. I took out Sora and held it in my grasp. There's a new samurai ability in your status. Hephaestus-sama told me about the changes in my status. Eagerly, I replaced Sora with the modern gun I brought over. This time, it's Marksman. Holy! I struck the jackpot. How in the world? I could only blankly look at the ceiling. I was so out of it that I met Hephaestus-sama's gaze and nearly fell off the chair. I am currently sitting with the back of the chair in front. She is right behind me, which made me wonder if something interesting might have happened if I fell. You do get childish sometimes, she said with a mix of laughter. Everything you've said made me forgot you're still a child. I am not a child, technically. How could someone with centuries worth of memories be considered one? In the eyes of gods, you are a child. Well, that's true. Beings who lived for thousands of years considers the mortals of Orario a bunch of children. It is why they call them as such when they join their familia. Ahem. I just got too excited. This ability will assist me a huge deal. I don't need to worry about future job-related abilities. Ubiquitous allows the switching of developmental abilities. With my fighting style of using different kinds of weapons, it'll be a huge boost to my current strength. Add to that my current status being level 3, I might be able to fight level 5s now, at least clash in a proper fight. According to Lady Riveria, Mage boosts the mind and mana of mages. It is a fundamental skill if they wanted to fight across levels. It could overlap with Sirius and even Mana Furnace. Soon, Hephaestus-sama finished locking my status. She gave me the paper containing my status. Level 3. Strength, I0 Defense, I0 Dexterity, I0 Agility, I0 Magic, I0 Hacker, GF Ubiquitous, H. Orionids. Memoir Manifest. Miracle Maker. Child of Constellations. Proof of Combat, F, 51% to be upgraded. Mana Furnace. Having SSS in all status. Loki will go on a rampage if she knew about this. From what I know, Loki is a terrifying god. Hephaestus-sama told me that she killed many gods in Tenkai. At the same time, she acts like a drunkard based on what I saw on Benevolent Mistress. Except for that, I never met her personally. Actually, I find it weird. I come and visit Twilight Manor from 6:30 am to 8 am, yet she never appeared. Though it is also reasonable if she is still sleeping at this time. As for Fin-san and Gareth-san, they might be busy with familiar-related matters. I never met the other executives and top executives. Other than them, we always trained in the same place without Loki Familia members. Perhaps they are abiding by the no other Familia involvement and only made an exception when they saw I'm teaching Ai-san and Tiona-san something useful. It could also be for another reason. Ai's has been her pride and joy. Knowing there's someone with better results will earn her envy. I see. I know I will meet her one day. By then, I hope it'll be a manageable one. A few hours later. What a coincidence. I was saying this hypothetical scenario early in the morning, but I didn't expect it to truly happen. After 5 days of observation, they are finally willing to make an official appointment. I am currently being led to their captain's office. I glanced at Lady Riveria's back. Now that I officially entered the Twilight Manor, I could feel the people's gazes on me. It is not similar to that time when I am only with Tiona-san, Luffy-ya-san, Ai-san, and Lady Riveria. It is more formal. I am used to this. As the son of one of the richest men in the world, I inevitably gained attention. It is only through Tio-yu-san's work that my face is not plastered everywhere. I decided to exhibit a very formal gesture, the one used for formal events. After passing through many rooms, we arrived at our destination. The Twilight Manor is bigger than our Familia home, mostly due to their Familia members using it. Most of the Hephaestus Familia live on the forges in the Northeast District. Their willpower to create a masterpiece is not a joke. Do you want to ask something? Lady Riveria broke the silence. No. Everything I should need to know will be told during the meeting. There's no need to bother Lady Riveria for this. I understand. Seeing her smile, I briefly appreciated her beauty. Her charm is on par with Ai-san, a literal spirit. I guess high elves are the highest in their hierarchy for a reason. The door to the office was opened. After going inside, I saw 3 people, a blonde palom, a bulky dwarf, and a red-haired goddess. Diamond-san is sitting behind the desk while Landrock-san sat on one of the chairs. Lady Riveria chose to stand behind me, a considerate gesture to not place me under greater pressure. I recalled them from my memories. The goddess who sat on the desk spoke first. It's nice to meet Cha, Sirius. Greetings, Loki-sama. Nobu respectfully returned her greetings. He showed respect that should be directed to a god. Diamond-san and Landrock-san as well. Greetings. Hello. Finn and Gareth also greeted back. It's a bit late, but we finally meet. From the moment he entered, Finn observed the white-haired boy. He was vastly different than his bloodthirsty self in the dungeon. Nobu is more of a well-educated prince than anything. I share the same sentiment. Nobu swiftly added, I apologize for my behavior that time. So you already know. You don't need to worry about it. That's a relief. Finn gestured for him to sit down, in which Nobu did. Well, well. Loki observed the rising star closely. You are as special as the rumors say. They're exaggerating. I am not that special. I simply had the time to learn things. Nobu replied. He didn't lie. He is rather mediocre before he honed himself with the cheat. With it, he managed to experience many things that sharpened himself. That was how he managed to have exaggerated skill sets. Through the help of time, he mastered many things. Of course, his accumulations turned into something ridiculous upon receiving Falna. He broke his limits in a swift manner. The rumors would disagree with that, you know. That's how it is. Nobu replied to Loki. After that, Finn began speaking. I have to thank you for training the two. It is very effective. It's not a big deal. It is mostly Ai-san's and Tiona-san's efforts. Yet undervalue yourself. I never heard of trainin' your senses like that until now. Gareth added with a grin, I see why you're a rising rookie. In the morning, Finn is responsible for the desk work while Gareth trained the rookies. These were partly the reasons that they haven't met Nobu until now. Nevertheless, they saw the effects of their training. During their spars, they saw how swiftly Ais and Tiona reacted compared to before. The latter was even dodging her sister's serious blows easily compared to before. It's all thanks to my travels. I have more experiences than the norm. Speaking of your travels, I'm interested. Loki said. How was Kakai in your eyes? It was nothing short of amazing. Knowing he couldn't lie to a god, he described his week-long journey with the Artemis Familia. It subverted my expectations the more I saw. It is true. When he first arrived in this world, he noticed how jumbled the progress in this world. For instance, the people of this world have chocolate, coffee, and croquettes. They know the concept of taxis, cafes, and street lamps. However, Kakai is still in its medieval era. The cause of these was the gods who descended from Tenkai. Based on them, there are things in Tenkai. Meaning, this could be seen as several time travelers who went to the past and spread the present time's technology. Subverting expectations. What a great way to say it. For some reason, Loki felt these words are suitable to describe Kakai the most. Time and time, many heroes rose during the Age of Gods. One such person is the self-made hero, Finn Diamond. Diamond-san, about the reason for this meeting. It is a proposal. A proposal. Nobu immediately guessed it has something to do with his unbreakable magic swords. By now, everyone in Orario went in a frenzy to buy one of these. It is a rarity, a one-of-a-kind in the entire Gakkai itself. A proposal for cooperation. We want to do a mass purchase of your magic swords and possibly a long-term agreement. I see. How much do you require? If it's around 30, it'll take a month to complete a batch. If it's on a level of a superior, it'll take 4 to 5 days to finish one. Finn was surprised at how easily he agreed. It led to him guessing that Nobu already knew the reason behind this meeting. Immediately, the two began talking about business. Nobu kept with Finn's pace like a seasoned veteran. He spoke eloquently and retreated when necessary. Finn expected for his response to be shorted as I'll ask Hephaestus or I'll decide later. His current performance is nothing less of surprising. It is his first time seeing a 12-year-old with this level of eloquence. Not even princes of most kingdoms could match him. It's as if he is facing against an old man with 100 years of experience. In the end, the two met an agreement. Finn wanted 15 magic swords suitable for level 4s and 2 superiors, one for Ais and Tiona. He intended to check its efficiency personally before ordering en masse. Managing the familia's funds is of great significance. Losing several million valis will be painful for them. Loki familia is under the misconception of them being rich. Since they are one of the strongest familia, they are wealthy, or so they say. However, most of their wealth were spent for supplies. With how big the familia are, their expenses are 8 digits in every expedition. Then, can Diamond-san write the characteristics of each magic swords? Nobu handed out a blank paper between his notebook. He also handed over a pen. Ah, right. The Durandal attribute will be a freebie for the superiors. The requested magic is separate from it. He immediately dropped a bomb. One has to know that Durandal could increase the price of a weapon to 10 million valis. Also, there aren't any precedents of Durandal weapons having another magic. Finn processed this information considerably as he knew how Nobu used a Durandal sword as training weapons. It was still a shock for the others, nevertheless. Are you planning on wooing one of my children? I'll let you know that you can't. Nobu silently looked at the flat-chest goddess. Her playfulness never changed from what he could remember. You are mistaken, Loki-sama. I have no such thoughts. Really? We are not sure about that. You can stop now, Loki-sama. Unexpectedly, Riveria took Nobu's side. Eek! Even Mama! Loki was instantly shut down by Riveria's threatening eyes. Mentioning that to her familia members are embarrassing already, more so when there's someone from another familia present. Sensing such malice, Nobu affirmed to not anger her. The high elf could threaten someone with a single glare. That's undoubtedly scary. Haha. You're on the wrong this time. Gareth commented. I'm sorry. Loki apologized with both of her palms stuck to each other. It is a traditional apology in Japan. Seeing these happen, Nobu fell silent. He hadn't expected for even the Loki familia to have a goofy side. Then again, they are also mortals. Considering how Tsubaki acted around him, this is completely reasonable. My apologies that you have to see this display. Finn said. No, it's fine. Tsubaki-ne could be like that sometimes. I totally understand. The two sent a sympathetic gaze to one another. She's still like that. Gareth laughed as he heard about Tsubaki. Unfortunately, yes. Landroxan should be familiar with her. She won't change. Hearing this, Gareth said with a chuckle, that's how Tsubaki is. Anyways. You can forego the formalities. You can call me Gareth just like her. I can't completely forego the formalities. Gareth-san. No problem. It's your culture, ain't it? Nobu is born in Japan. He couldn't simply call them without any formalities, more of when they haven't known each other much. Filvis and Ein were the exception. He saw how unstable Ein was, thus he gave in to her request. As for his friends in Artemis and Hephaestus familia, he still attaches a suffix after their first names. They are older than him, after all. You can also call me with my first name. Finn succeeded Gareth with the request. Then. Finn-san. Loki saw everything happen. When Nobu called Finn with his first name, she sent a questioning look at Riveria. The latter saw this and explained. I already asked Sirius to call me as such. The drunkard goddess felt Nobu's influence growing slowly. Everyone can also call me with my first name. It's a bad thing to not reciprocate. In the end, this led to their familiarity growing upon their first meeting. It completely undermined Nobu's expectations of the meeting being fully formal. Fortunately, he easily adjusted to the flow. The entire meeting ended, Nobu left the office to continue the magic study with Riveria. Sigh. That boy will start aiming for the girls soon. Even if it's unintentional, he will capture their hearts. Look who's talking. Finn sighed exasperatedly. If that comes true, I could trust him better than you. Finn. You're already switching sides. It's not untrue. From his manners and wisdom, he doesn't look like a kid. He's far mature for his age. Haven't you seen it? True. In the first place, it was Loki's plan to let Nobu familiarize himself with Riveria first before this meeting. She wanted to understand his personality. By the time this meeting occurred, her deliberate words loosened the formal atmosphere. Nobu only became this close due to his prior familiarity with Ais, Tiona, and Riveria. If not for that, it would have felt more formal to him. Even so, I won't give up. After her ramblings, Finn asked something to the other two. When I was talking with him, did you see it? His senses? Yeah. It was sharp enough to feel Riveria's gaze from behind. Gareth replied. Loki stopped fooling around as she added, "You're right. That kid went through a lot. She wasn't the god of tricksters for nothing." Her scheming eyes could see that there was a lot more to Nobu than on the surface. Coupled with what everyone from Loki Familia saw, it is not difficult for them to deduce it. Still, they would respect their partner's privacy by not digging further. After all, Loki Familia wanted to sincerely cooperate with Nobu, and in turn, the Hephaestus Familia as well. It will definitely help if the creator of unbreakable magic swords chose to do business with them. Thinking of him, Loki couldn't help but anticipate the surprises he would further bring to Orario. Chapter 51, Chapter 51, Traces of the Past. I will forget what I've heard from earlier. Earlier, Loki-sama called Lady Riveria Mama. My instincts blared when I saw her send a threatening look to Loki-sama. But, it's entirely reasonable. It has been a week since I started exchanging notes with her. For some people, Lady Riveria is as such. I saw her gentleness for Ai-san and her strict side during our meeting. Ahem. Let's start. We stopped it. I opened my booklet up to the bookmarked page. The utilization of chant connection. To think you could also do that. She muttered. During one of our exchanges, I freely admitted to being able to shorten or lengthen spells based on my situation. It allows the utilization of magic during specific situations. Since Lady Riveria knew about me not having the 3 magic limit, we became some sort of comrades. She was left to explore her magic alone. Even if Luffy Yasan could do the same, there is no doubt that Lady Riveria is a pioneer. I could tell it is completely unusual for her to have some with the same level of magic knowledge. This is the result of more than 2 centuries worth of experiences. At first glance, the lengths which Lady Riveria chose have an optimal balance. The mana output shouldn't exceed the mental control, or else the possibility of ignis fatuus increases. I could see years of hard work behind this. When she gave me detailed notes of her Win Fimbulvator and Arie Leavitian, I was shocked. I didn't expect her to trust me to this degree. When I asked her why she gave them, she replied, "I trust my judgment. I guess what I've heard from Ai-san and Tiona-san is true. When they said she has a good eye for people, it has something to do with her instincts, her 6th sense, to be exact. I will be summing things up. There are some points to be improved in Win Fimbulvator. Its cast time could be reduced by adjusting the freezing effectiveness. It wouldn't matter if it gets reduced since the intention for it is to delay time or catch them off guard. It would mess up the previous parameters set up." She pointed out. "Yes. That's why." My hand started jotting down more notes. These included the possible sets of perimeters that could be applied for the revised Win Fimbulvator. This knowledge came from my experience with one-verse spells. However, it does not end there. Increasing the penetrative ability is also crucial for anti-personnel purposes. By freezing the blood flow and inducing muscle spasms, it would affect them even after breaking free. In short, a damage over time effect. For a while, Lady Riveria went silent. I don't know if it is due to shock or something else. "Are you all right, Lady Riveria? Serious? What did this kid experience?" Riviera fell silent because of surprise, but it is due to a different matter altogether. Did he experience a war from a young age? It was still unclear when they started, but she soon realized Nobu's proficiency with anti-personnel spells. Coupled with his young age, it made her think that he mostly spent his talents with it. Although, this is simply one of her conjectures. She couldn't just pry about his past. It's nothing. She soon gave a reply. You should be talking about a status effect. Status effect. It is the term used for the buff and debuff applied to an adventurer. Things such as curses and hex are under it. Nobu's words of freezing and hypothermia is similar to it. She had the idea before, but turning it to reality required more work. After that, they moved on to different topics. Nobu gave many useful suggestions, such as increasing REA Leavitian's scanning ability to work vertically as well. It was one of the problems Riveria sought answers with. When their exchange ended, the two started organizing things. Thank you once again, Lady Riveria. You don't have to be formal. Your suggestions helped me greatly. If you have some problem, you can approach me. I'll take up that offer. With that, he left the Twilight Manor. Riviera saw a piece of paper left on the floor. Upon seeing it, she immediately knew it was Nobu's handwriting. I shall return it. When she looked further, she saw nothing but indescribable scribbles. No, it is something different. Formulae. The front and back of the page were filled with mathematical derivations which encompass a spell model. Riveria felt she could some of understand these, yet she could not. It's as if the purpose of these equations is vague, or rather, incomplete. When she reached the end of the page, a single sentence was written on it. I will kill that dragon. For a moment, she froze. She couldn't see the intent from handwriting alone, but she could guess how he must have felt. Dragon? Could it be? Nobu was supposed to be outside Orario until a month ago. The dragon couldn't pertain to the dragons in the dungeon, but the one outside it. However, the only known in that place that appeared in public is none other than the one-eyed black dragon. 12 years. Is he? Riveria came to an absurd possibility. The one-eyed black dragon was active until the Zeus and Hera Familia lost. These 12 years were peaceful, but the same couldn't be said back then. That dragon used to wreak havoc across the entire Gakkai. Finn's parents being murdered was its doing, and so were the numerous other casualties. It's too hasty to come to a conclusion. Nevertheless, she couldn't forget that thought. There are way too many myths for it to be a coincidence. I absent-mindedly strolled the street. From Tiona-san's words, there are myths for David and Goliath, Excalibur, Heracles, and so on. They are extremely similar to the myths in my world. However, there are some myths that didn't make it. To be honest, it is extremely confusing. Myths, language barrier, wait a minute. I froze. Swime mentioned a spell that allowed him to keep his current prowess on our world. My good friend's words resounded in my mind. Netashim mentioned a spell that allowed Kudrak to keep his power. I did the same thing and returned with my full strength. Fug. Why didn't I think of that? A eureka struck me. I could bind myself to this world and integrate it to the return spell. Right now, the main problem that hinders my return is Gakkai's coordinates. There's not a basis to connect this world and Earth. It is akin to walking blindly. You need to tie the ends of the rope at both sides to arrive at your destination. In this case, the two sides are Gakkai and Earth. I need to remember it quick. I sought for a nearby cafe and entered. After placing an order for juice and a cake, I started diving in my memories. Think. What did Swime say that time? Summoning, barrier, what was the last one? Kudrak. It was his special magic, cross-dimension. I didn't notice the passage of time. All I did was to scribble in my notebook in a desperate attempt to grasp the lifeline. Cross-dimension is a magic that converts his range to everywhere. His slash could reach 10,000 soldiers in an instant. If it's the Otherworld context we're talking about, it's the same as bringing over the influence of the world to everywhere. Ring! Ring! The sound of the bell ringing several times appeared. It indicated the entry of another person inside the cafe. Phew! Tap! After some time had passed, I sighed with relief. Out of nowhere, I managed to grasp a lifeline. I didn't remember it before due to how desperate I was in searching for answers. I paid more attention to my plans against Evilus this time, too. Lastly, that conversation happened a long time ago from my perspective. I drank the rest of the apple juice in one go. The chill went down my throat, refreshing my tired mind. I also stuffed the rest of the cake in my mouth. As long as Miku is able to integrate this, I will have a bigger chance of going home. Just after leaving the cafe, I coincidentally encountered an acquaintance. Yo, Welf. Serious? I saw Welf, the Kanojo bloodline inheritor, out in the streets. He is eating a potato croquette called Jag-American. Seeing him eat one made me order from the stall as well. How is it going? Your magic swords, I mean. It's going well. After following your words, I managed to lower the strength of magic. It took a bit of work, but I finally did it once. After our meeting, he slowly regained his spirit as a smith. He started making magic swords that aren't one-time use. It began with his intent imbued while making the sword. This lowered the power of magic but increased its durability. I still have a long way to go. I could tell it is somewhat lacking compared to your creations. You made great progress already. That's after 2 weeks of dedication. If you continue, you'll definitely reach my level. You're too kind, serious. And you're too humble for your good. Where did your previous confidence go? I teased. Tsubakine mentioned your stubbornness before, you know. Well, that's in the past. I realized how I sucked compared to others. That was embarrassing. Welf said as he scratched the back of his neck. I admit, I saw him as somewhat arrogant when Tsubakine and Hephaestus-sama talked about him. I know how being special could get to your head. I already experienced it in the early days of my cheat. I thought I was the chosen one or something until I saw my future. It's not wrong to say that I am simply a side character. There are way too many stronger people than me. Hence when I received the chance to become as strong as them, I am constantly reminded of complacency that I should avoid it. Don't worry. I have moments like that too. Crunch. I bit the freshly cooked croquette. The flavor bomb wrapped by the potato and breading exploded in my mouth. I could see why everyone could get addicted to it. You too. Don't take me for a perfect being. I make mistakes. All you can do is to handle the aftermath and remind yourself to not repeat it. We continued to talk until it headed to something else. Serious? I've heard you mention Hephaestus-sama's name often. Yet? Hephaestus-sama updates my status daily, so we talk about many things. She's not that strict that others make her be. Actually, she's the one who asked me to talk to you. Really? So that's how it is. For some reason, I feel like he's thinking about something else. Hephaestus-sama trusts you that much. Then, can I ask you to continue helping her? Even if you didn't ask, I'll do so. Hephaestus-sama not only gave me fauna but also kept my secrets. She taught me how to improve my smithing skills and supported my actions. There's no other god I could wish for except her and Lady Artemis. I see. I'll be rooting for you. Welf left with a cryptic message. His grin had a feeling of resignation and happiness. Rooting for me? What could he? Suddenly, I realized the meaning behind his words. He mentioned Hephaestus-sama before it, so. What in the world? Embarrassment crept upon me. When I thought about our moments, I recognized more and more signs. Of course, I might be overthinking. I mean, why would our relationship develop that way? I am not even sure with Lady Artemis. Everything's complicated. We are unsure how to proceed. Neither of us broke the balance. God! Should I have used a chance for this? In all the iterations, I am aware I got into a relationship with 2 girls. One of them occurred during the first and second iteration while the other occurred in my third and fourth iteration. I only knew about their names and not how it proceeded. Their names and brief moments flashed while I was fighting someone, hence it counted towards combat experience. That was how I pieced the general flow of the future. Thus, I never had any experiences towards love. What should I do? Fourth iteration. Ah! Words couldn't leave the bloodied man's mouth. Ah! His mind couldn't process what he saw. What? After being killed by Kenjaku in the third iteration, the man, Nobu, planned to leave Japan to escape the disaster. He brought along the others in the pretext of a vacation. However, she... thud. Only her lifeless body remained. Her neck was bitten by a rank B demon. What? What? No. No. This isn't true. There's no way. Nobu didn't know when, but chaos broke out in the streets of Britain. After the public exposure of the events in Japan, the world's fear towards curses increased. It gave birth to even more curses in Japan, and consequently, demons around the world. The two are the similar beings, just with different powers and nature. Demons are purely made of dark emotions while cursed spirits leans more toward their source. The former focuses on one goal while the latter is influenced by their nature. If a cursed spirit was born from the fear of volcanoes, it would be a hot-headed cursed spirit with volcano-related abilities. Meanwhile, demons could be born out of the mixture of said fears. They seek to destroy, nothing else. Of course, there could be some exceptions. Both of them couldn't make their appearance in the public due to the common populace's not believing in them, which makes them weaker. But, it is not the case now. Nobu froze on his spot. He tried his best to deny everything, that it was nothing but a dream. He no longer heard the panicked screams of the crowd. Ah! Something broke. He thought he would no longer feel such pain when he saw his brother being killed in Shibuya, but he was mistaken. Growl! The demon wolf rushed at him. His mind couldn't react. However, his body did. He used his arm to block its jaws. Crunch! His bones broke. Still, he didn't react. Even when the wolf began chewing on his arm, he didn't care. Only when the pain exceeded his tolerance did he awaken. Grief turns into anger. Extreme wrath. Fuku. He summoned forth his combat suit. When the wolf dissipated into thin air, he stopped firing it. His capacity for mana was low due to the absence of mana furnace. He would have killed if it didn't died now. Still, all that mattered is her. He ran to her body with utter disregard for his mangled arm. Bones were sticking outside it. When he arrived, his knees dropped. She was no longer alive. Wait. Yes, I will save you. I will save, definitely. Tears tell from his eyes. In contrast to it, his will hasn't broken down yet. He called his assistant with shaky voice. Even now, Nobu is still capable of making rational decisions. He knew every solutions in Japan were useless with all the fuss on it. His only hope are the magisters, great scholars, Swime mentioned years back. Miku. Connect the radio to this frequency. Connection establishing. Failed. The other side did not answer. Just as she said, he carried her body in his arms. He handled her with care. He took out a space blanket from his suit. Autopilot. We will be going to Frankfurten. Disable every speed limiters. Help me cast every healing spell in the database. Bam! The metallic operation table shook when Nobu slammed his fist down. What do you mean? The slightly fat man wearing a lab coat shook his head. It's too late. What you carried is nothing but a shell. Only one of the sacraments could revive the dead. You must be aware of its disappearance decades ago. What? Dead? She's still. Yes. She's still. In the end, Nobu flew out of the society's castle with a crazed look. He deluded himself into thinking that there are answers in the midst of his irregularity and the thousands of magic systems. Professor shook his head. He knew this man as the sole magician who bypassed the law of mystical entropy and introduced magic to technology. He made many advancements to the society with his findings alone. Even if the others couldn't replicate the way he uses magic, the understanding behind certain sciences improved hundreds of magic systems. What a pity! He knew the boy could be headed to downfall. In the end, Nobu lost everything. His family died on the onslaught of the demons. His girlfriend died moments after her neck was torn off. He is alone. Since then, he never cared about the situation outside. He shut himself inside his laboratory. He glanced at the gun in his hand. It was something he managed to hold after overcoming the last bit of his willpower. The gun was swiftly pointed below his jaw. His trembling hands struggled to pull the trigger. He closed his eyes in preparation for what was to come. Stop! His smartphone lit up the dark room. According to the simulations, there is 100% chance Ga Shujin-sama dying a meaningless death. Ga Shujin-sama's contributions to the world greatly outweighs your death. Fook. You don't understand. Nobu couldn't bring to kill himself. Was it his fear of death? Every time he dies, it was always a painful one. Even so, he should have overcome this hurdle easily. If he sought for peace, he should have pulled the trigger already. He couldn't. He knew how his loved ones would react when they saw him like this. They don't want him to die. Sweat trickled down his forehead. He slammed the back of his head to the wall. Why should I live? A lost boy's eyes wandered blankly. Chapter 52, Siblings Meet. Are you all right? Ah. Yes. There's no need to worry. Sometimes, I dream my future memories, the iterations I went through. Though, it is quite frustrating to only see the battles and not the omitted portions. It's as if I forgot some crucial memories. I felt Lady Artemis' gaze and stopped thinking about it. Will you still ask your brother to release his children? I don't know. His children didn't want to leave him. It's natural. I think. His methods at the start are forceful, but he genuinely cares for them. It's hard to leave such a god. Perhaps he inherited your kindness. For a moment, I saw her smile. She was quick to retract it, however. Nevertheless, what he did is wrong. I shall reprimand him again. I will help, then. I replied. There's also Kaisen who holds him back. She's indeed holding him back. Kaisen was the knight with the tower shield. She served as the defender of the Familia. During Lady Artemis' visits, I've heard that when she joined, Apollo began holding his bad habit back. Only when several children captivated him did he take action. He was not the same as before, where he eyed every single interesting mortals. Come to think of it, Lady Artemis holds me back too. That's because you always go to danger. Lady Artemis shouldn't worry. I wouldn't place myself to danger anymore. Upon reflecting from my past actions, I made her worry excessively. That was on top of the help she is giving me. Wait. Isn't it the time to make up for that? Should I give a gift or take her out somewhere? Considering our relationship, it'd be best to give her a gift. Taking her out somewhere could be. I don't know. Should I use it to step up? To resolve the matter between me and Lady Artemis, I might need a push. I'll think of it later. You are thinking of something again. MN. It's nothing. You are lying. We had these casual talks until we arrived to Apollo Familia. After the gatekeeper saw Lady Artemis, we proceeded inside. There, we are greeted by Apollo-sama. He is a handsome blonde-haired god, his appearance resembling the cliché for narcissistic people. My dear sister. He tried to hug Lady Artemis but was rejected with a forward flick. Ow! Though he was about to show an embarrassed look, only to be shut down. You're still the same as ever. You also brought your nasty tendencies here. Unlike before, Lady Artemis has a sharp tone. She is looking down on her brother for his nearly deranged tendencies related to love, i.e., degeneracy. Oh? You brought him? He looked at me for a while. Hello, brother-in-law. I hope you take good care of my sister. Be brother-in-law. What? Both of us were caught off guard by Apollo-sama's words. Before Lady Artemis could speak, he followed up with his words. I completely understand. To be honest, I am glad you found your other half. It will help remove your tomb. Bam! This time, he received a fist on top of head. At this time, Lady Artemis looked terrifying. This is her side that I haven't seen yet. Oh okay. I will stop. The superiority of the elder sibling is present even in this world. A/N, Artemis is born first before Apollo in the myths. You've also come here, Sirius. An armored adventurer approaches me. From her voice, I knew it was Kaisen. Greetings, Kaisen. That's right. I wanted to thank you, Br Sirius-kun. Apollo-sama's countenance turned serious all of a sudden. Thank you for saving my children. To my surprise, he did a 90-degree bow. A god bowing like this is a first for me. There's no need to bow like that, Lord Apollo. I did what was convenient at that time. I decided to be honest. I saved them because their enemy didn't pose a threat. That doesn't change what you did. He retracted his bow. Sister, I definitely approve of you too. If you are planning a wedding, make sure to. Bam! Suddenly, Lord Apollo flew across the room. Lady Artemis lowered her leg that she used for a roundhouse kick. I used a lighter force than before. He should be all right. It's been long deserved. Surprisingly, Kaisen acquiesced what Lady Artemis did. Lord Apollo finally has someone to put him in place. I'm happy for it. I'm sorry about this sorry brother of mine. Still, thanks for taking care of him. It's not a problem. Lady Artemis walked over to him. She checked his condition, which is simply a scratch. I will be taking him out for a while. She left upon saying these words. With that, I am left with Kaisen. Sirius, I'm curious about something. What is it? Do you use a shield? A shield? Sometimes. I use it when the situation requires it. Though I don't often use them. It was true that I use shields back in my world. They have some awesome anti-magic and anti-curse properties that are useful to defend against such attacks. Yes, that's right, anti-curse properties. Just because I don't have any cursed energy, it doesn't mean that I can't counteract it. I combined the principles behind the simple domain and anti-magic. It resulted in this discovery. This is my main reliance against domain expansion and curses in general. I perceive and interact with them through magic. It is tricky to deal, nevertheless. I thought you were the type to use it. Is that so? How did Kaisen think of it? To that, she answered. When we met for the first time, that thought passed by. I don't know why it appeared. I see. Perhaps she was misguided by my knight armor. Anyways, that isn't important. I continued talking with Kaisen until Lady Artemis returned. I missed nothing. Apollo stopped his monologues when he saw Artemis' deathly stare. I'm not in the wrong this time. Isn't it normal to congratulate my sister who found her other half? He thought he'll receive another divine punishment from her. This time, however, Artemis didn't choose to do so. Stop with your nonsense. Me and Nobu isn't like that. At least not yet. Apollo nodded with an understanding look. Despite his degeneracy, he treated his sister's matter seriously. She, who is a well-known tomboy in Tenkai, has her first love. Even Hestia would drop her jaws upon hearing it, much less Apollo. They are born twins with opposite dispositions, but it didn't mean that they couldn't get along. If it's not for this matter, why did you come today? He asked. A sign of tension could be seen in his eyes. I wouldn't force you to disband your familia. However, you must let go of the unwilling ones. Artemis visited him for the third time already to convince him to reverse what he had done. Her righteousness never allowed for such injustice to exist. Then again, she knew from the first 2 visits that there are children that genuinely loved him. She couldn't force the ones who didn't want to leave him, hence her change of approach. I don't want everything to reach that point. Apollo knew Artemis would wage a war game if he didn't comply. That will be the remaining way to let the unwilling adventurers free. She thought it wouldn't matter if his familia gets disbanded, his devoted children will still follow him. This condition allows everyone to have a satisfactory ending. Apollo struggled inwardly. He couldn't simply let go of his children. His character doesn't allow such a thing to happen. If someone caught his interest, he wouldn't stop until that child becomes his. However, his connection to Artemis and the inevitable future made him conflicted. If the 2 familias initiate a war game, Apollo would definitely lose. Artemis has Rithasa, a level 4, and several level 3s. It is in sharp contrast to his side, which only had K as the sole level 3. Moreover, he felt the need to concede to his sister whom he hadn't met for years. All right. I will do as you have said. In the end, he came to that conclusion. Thank you. You can consider it as my advanced betrothal gift. Apollo only saw a blur before an uppercut reached his chin. Bam! Boom! Lines of binary codes emerged out of thin air. A bolt of lightning went straight to the Kelpie. Upon contact, it died. Level 3. Are they this strong? After meeting with Apollo Familia and resolving things, I dove to the dungeon. I haven't tested my new strength due to the meeting earlier in the morning. I have been itching to try my new status out. In the end, it is absurd. No, it shouldn't be as absurd as this. I know the sensation of fighting level 5s. Their reaction time is extremely fast and their body could move in a blur. I was lucky against Valletta simply because she let her guard down. She suffered numerous avoidable injuries as well as a debuff from my magic. Add to that her Falna disappearing mid-fight, I won. Bzzzt. A devil mosquito was burnt to crisp and fell to the ground. I can one-hit monsters now. I muttered. Hacker can finally be used practically. Ever since Hacker went up to F, I could use every short verse spells with it. That included Sidon, divided projectiles, and several others. Of course, it is also undeniable that my level up increased their firepower greatly. Hephaestus Sama told me how a level up is a major power up. Most adventurers level up once they increase all of their stats to D, which is the prerequisite for the said level up. That is true as a level 6 is stronger than level 5, and a level 5 is stronger than level 4. It is an exponential increase. However, this is where most people missed out. Generally, an adventurer with an S in their status will be stronger than those who didn't have an S after their level up. I didn't ask anyone else about their statuses, but Lady Artemis instructed her familia to have at least an A in their main status. That should also be the way Loki familia treads a specific status reaching a certain threshold before leveling up. It is the reason behind elite adventurers. This phenomenon is caused by a limit. Turns out, most adventurers would hit a plateau and won't be able to increase their status. It is not as easy as I have first heard. This is where my case comes in. I didn't have the said limits. My status grew normally. It didn't become slow at one point, only following an upward trend. As a result, I could reach all SSS across my status. When I leveled up, I became stronger than an average level 3. In short, this accumulation gave me more stat points than adventurers on a similar level. Bis firmus. Twice robustness. A spell circle lit up beneath my feet. It was followed by a wave of heat throughout my body. Sheeting. I unsheathed my katana, Sora. Unlike before, I did not disguise myself. I wore the light armor set as well. This is the bait I laid out. I will see later on if someone bites it. BZZT. 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 4 lines of binary codes appeared before turning into purple lightning. It struck the merman on water. Interestingly, the water on this floor is akin to sea water. Now, with the salt composition adding more charges, the arcs of lightning rippled before infecting others. Soon, everyone was electrocuted. They all floated like dead fish except for an exceptionally built merman. He wielded a blue pike made of corals. His webbed hands clutched and threw it at my direction. Clang! Bam! I parried the attack easily. It was redirected to the dungeon wall and got stuck. Quas trum ad astra. Reach the stars. With an unreasonable flight spell, I went close to him and brandished the long sword to his neck. PSSHK. The sensation of tearing flesh appeared. The strength behind this strike successfully killed him in one blow. Just as I was about to carve their magic stones out, several coral javelins were thrown in my direction. I deftly dodged them. Several mermen appeared out of the water. Each group has a merman captain just like the guy from earlier. I see, I see. I drew their aggro due to how I killed one of their kind. In the first place, water is their territory. Since I left the natural stone bridge, they thought they could overwhelm me with numbers. A brilliant idea came to my mind. It's time to test it out. I am about to do what I did weeks ago. I sheathed my blade and took out my staff, Editsu. I felt the emergence of another power. When I summoned it, a large magic circle manifested beneath me. I could feel my mind, mana, and concentration increasing. So that's how it is. I underestimated the effects of Mage. Ubiquitous came right in time. I couldn't properly use Mana Furnace in battles yet. Anyways, what would happen if it's superimposed with my magic? Soon, I will find it out. I shall not understand the irrationality, yet I ask thee. Magic circles appeared on the sky. The bigger circles were drawn first before the more intricate small circles followed up. Illuminate the sky with thy light. The circles started being loaded up with mana. It converges and transforms them to another power. I added the marks to my targets. The converged mana are several times more abundant than what I could do before. Nth, Astrum. The stars fell from the sky. A ray of light traced from behind as they gravely punished the marked mermen. When they fell to the sea, it caused a large pillar of water to emerge. Splash! It caused huge ripples in the sea. When the barrage died down, I could see not only mermen but several other monster corpses floating. Did I just do a dynamite fishing? My current prowess seemed stronger than I expected. Chapter 53, Chapter 53, Friendly Spar. More than 200 magic stones were gathered after my Orionids. Not only did the impact directly kill the mermen, it also implicated many sea monsters. I am grateful that I flew high enough lest I will be drenched in water. There are also many item drops from their corpses. All in all, everything should cost more than 4 to 5 million valis. That's how easy it is to gain money as a mage. Then again, I now earn around 10 to 15 million valis every day with the magic sword sales. When I switched to high-end swords that could be used by level 3 and 4, my earnings led to a sharp increase. Thus, I have a considerable percentage of Orario's valis. Even if I buy high potions and materials now and then, it didn't make a huge dent. Having more money doesn't hurt. I mumbled as I picked them all up. A while later, I started walking towards the exit of the 27th floor. I grasped the small dagger hidden beneath my sleeves. On my other hand, I held a cylindrical container. Click. I dropped it and let it roll in a certain direction. Then, bang! A blinding light was set off by it. Acknowledge. Coke. I pulled out my gun. When I looked back, I saw several robed men kneeling on the floor. Combust enhancement. Click. One of the 12 runes etched on its side glowed. Bang! 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 With one shot, I claimed a life. I didn't need to use 2 spells to kill all of them. After using up a magazine, everyone was dead. After making sure there weren't any gazes left, I investigated the corpses. As expected. From the cursed daggers up to the inferno stones in their bodies, I am sure they are from Evilus. I sensed many of their gazes from before, but I lost them with my new speed. This ensured that Valletta wouldn't immediately come for me. I am allowing them to see me, but that was it. Finally. When I leveled up, I pushed the next agenda on my list: thwart Valletta's ambush. To that, I specifically asked for some people's help. Though, that required bait which I threw out just now. Fax Rondra. Light that gives. A pillar of flames rose from the ground. It scorched their bodies to crisp, turning them to dust. I couldn't let them be fed to the demi-spirits and become annoying creatures later on. Recall. Bright white light enveloped me. Immediately, I found myself somewhere on the 20th floor. Upon seeing my location, I wore composite and my disguise mask. I became invisible once again. This should work. What? They died? How useless. 5 minutes had passed since Nobu killed the Evilus members. When she heard that Nobu was sighted on the 1st floor, she made up her mind to deploy people and follow him. They didn't have any communication tools, hence the long delay in reports. Just as she was about to leave, she found out from Thanatos about the dead Evilus members who lost their connection with him. Just when that bastard showed himself, she bit her thumb. The pain of being stabbed in the chest existed in her memories, turning it into her source of rage. I would love to see that despairing look. Her mood was slightly uplifted when she imagined how she would torture him. Ask them to remain on their stations. Since he showed himself now, he would continue entering the dungeon. This came from her logical reasoning. Nobu didn't know he was about to be ambushed. If he came down to the dungeon again, that would be the time. He might expect some Evilus members, but he wouldn't expect the surprises Valletta had prepared. Unless he has some kind of omniscience, he would fall into their trap. It'll be soon. Achi. Teacher. I'm fine. It's just the wind. Looks like someone's thinking of me. If it's Valletta, you will suffer your second death. That time, I swear I'll burn your corpse to ashes. Let's continue. Now that you've properly learned how to fight, all that's left is teaching you about magic. Magic. Lily had a bright expression once she heard magic. From here, promise me that you'll never reveal this to someone else. I promise. In the 8th iteration, Lily sought for me for over 3 years. That shows a lot about her character. Thus, she will receive this teaching after Ein and Filvis. Well then. Can you describe it based on our previous lessons? Magic is the manipulation of mystical laws that goes against the physical laws. She restated the basic knowledge I had taught her before. This is necessary even if we haven't delved deeper into casting spells. Alright. You did well memorizing them. It's not a big deal. She looked slightly flustered and excited at the same time. Let me ask you something. What does come to your mind when you use your Cinderella? Cinderella is Lily's magic that allowed her to transform to her target. She could change her body through it, and in turn her anatomy. It is an interesting magic that changes both the ethereal body and physical body, increasing the duration of the said transformation. The appearance of my target end, being surrounded by white light. Good. In magic, that is what we call intent. It is the purpose of your magic, the result you want to achieve. It is an important aspect when it comes to using magic. Yes. Wait a minute. I seem to have overlooked something. The magic that I am about to teach you. You would be able to cast hundreds of different spells. Ah. What I mean is that it doesn't conform to the limitations of magic. It wouldn't appear in your fauna, but you will be able to use them. What? A moment later, she looked at me with a flustered look. Sorry, teacher. I got too surprised. It's all right. Everyone else would react the same way you did. Teacher. Is this magic the same one you use? One of my reputations as serious is being able to use dozens of spells. I was placed in the same category as Lady Riveria and Leffy Yasan. It is why I got the unofficial alias Magister. Ironically, that was the rank of the top magicians in my world. They are generally called as great scholars, but they are also dubbed magisters. That's right. You'll be learning it, but you have to promise one thing. Don't use them for evil. I will uphold it. I'm glad to hear that. The lesson began with numerology. It included the basics such as the meaning on each numbers, arithmetic, and so on. Lily couldn't properly learn advanced arithmetic before, which is why it is one of the focus now. Although, she wouldn't be able to use Kabbalah right now. It didn't take long for the lessons to finish. Teacher. What is it? Can I treat you to breakfast later? I earned money during my dives. After the Soma Familia fiasco, Lily began diving into the dungeon. With all the experiences she had through Alice's Wonderland, it was enough to keep her out of danger. Yes, she is barely average in most aspects, but a cheat that lets someone experience dangers firsthand could circumvent it. Plus, it's not as if she doesn't have any talents. She has a sharp mind that allowed her to do correct judgments. It is, in fact, an important aspect for magicians. Is that so? I won't decline, then. All right. She cutely clenched her fist in a victorious mood. After Lily's lesson, the next task is to visit Twilight Manor. After that, I'll grab my breakfast and go to Inasan's lessons. What comes next is lunch and my long-awaited sleep. Who's to blame with the stringent restriction on my skill? The Excelia boost only worked at night, leaving me with no chance but to obliterate my previous sleep schedule. Fortunately, leveling up removed the negative effects of all-nighters. Sirius-san. Good morning, Raoul-san. I haven't seen you up this early. Raoul-san is a part of Loki Familia. He is one of the few people I interacted with since I started visiting. Surprisingly, he recognized me due to my awesome performance and became a fan. Haha. I thought it's time to change. With your diligence, there's no wonder you could be that strong. He said. Well. I bet he thought that I always wake up early. Surprise, surprise. I don't sleep. Raoul-san is training a spear, right? Yes. Then, you could come to me if you encountered some problems. I know a bit about spears. Wait a minute. I will just take your time. There's no need to help. It doesn't bother me, really. I replied. I'm already visiting here. Really? Thank you very much, Sirius-san. He did a deep bow to express his gratitude. There's no need to bow. It's just some advice. After that, I proceeded to the usual training ground. I am earlier than the agreed time, so I-san and Tiona-san must be preparing. However, what I didn't expect was that someone's waiting for me. Sirius. An ashen-haired werewolf stood with his arms crossed. His hostile glare made me remember about him. After the Goliath fight, he was someone who looked at me with a sharp gaze. Bet Loga. In the previous visits, I heard from Tiona-san how cocky he is. Coupled with Raoul-san's words, he is someone who looks down on weaklings. I could feel his arrogant gaze loom over me. Let's fight. Bet Loga is someone who looks down on the weak, rather, the concept of weak. The strong rule over the weak. That was how the world came to be in his eyes. Weaklings never gets the chance of living a good life. That was how he lost everything years ago. From the weak, he became the strong. Since then, he never experienced the feeling of loss again. He only concerned himself with the strong so that they won't die all of a sudden. As for the weak, he hurled insults in a daily basis. He gave sharp insults to the weak who became complacent. In the first place, Loki Familia is a top-rank Familia. After the great feud 4 years ago, they never experienced drastic casualties. A/N, just a reminder, Great Feud, the events of Astria records 7 years before the canon. That's why when he first saw Nobu facing off against Goliath, he was unimpressed. However, he changed his mind near the end. That chilling bloodlust he felt is shocking. What's more, he later found out that Nobu was a level 1 when he fought. A level 1 fighting a level 4 monster Rex. Who could have imagined something like this was possible? Hence, Bet no longer viewed him as such. He knows how to respect the strong ones. That bloodlust. It was clear that Nobu overcame countless ordeals to have that. If I may ask, why would Loga-san be interested with a fight with me? Just cause. I get that you're not afraid of it. It's just a spar. Injuries could be treated by a single potion. Nobu smiled as he responded, there are around 10 minutes before the appointment begins. That should be enough. Yet, there isn't any reason to reject it. He already fought Bet several times in the future and has a general grasp of his personality. It is better to accept his challenge instead of him being a nuisance. Moreover, he's also interested in Bet's strength as a level 5. You can use your armor or whatever. Bet said. There's no need. If that's what you want. Seeing that Nobu doesn't have any intentions to use his renowned magic tools, he thought it would be a short fight, an unsatisfactory one. What he wanted to defeat is his full strength. Fidelis Canis Major. 10 seconds later, Nobu became serious. He now have the same look as him using Mana Furnace. His white canine ears trembled slightly as he felt a new surge of power. With Mana Furnace available, he was able to modify Sirius. It is now akin to the semi-activation of Mana Furnace, creating several dream organs and increasing his mana and physical strength. Triple robustness is completely integrated to it. In the first place, his intent in making Sirius is to experiment on Mana Furnace. Now that he could properly use it, he upgraded Sirius to such level. As for the complete Mana Furnace, he will leave it until he grasps why he loses control. A wave of pressure emanated from him. It is not as severe as his bloodlust, but it was enough to startle Bet. Nobu took out Fatal Void, twin kukri daggers, and wielded them in both hands. As a response, Bet brandished his daggers. Both of their eyes met before the start of the battle was decided. Unexpectedly, Nobu went for a direct clash. He lowered his stance as he flipped Kukyo into a reverse grip. Then, he ran at his direction. He aimed for Bet's arms, but the latter anticipated it. Clang! Bet's dagger parried Kukyo as it slid sideways. It forced Nobu to redirect his charge. Much to Bet's surprise, Nobu turned around and threw Chime at him. Clang! He easily parried it. Chime landed itself in the soil not far away. Just as he was about to charge at Nobu, he sensed an incoming magic. Projectus. Projectile. Bang! A solidified ball of air was sent to his face. He barely avoided it with his level 5 senses. Divigus Projectus. Dispersed projectiles. A magic circle appeared on Nobu's back, launching 7 more projectiles to him. Tisk. Bet was forced to receive most of them with his body. He could only dodge the remaining few. How devious! His curses was responded with Nobu's slash. Cut. Despite stepping back, a line of blood was drawn to his arm. There's no doubt. The fight danced to Nobu's momentum. Nobu misled him with a projectile before sending dispersed projectile. He took account of Bet's reaction speed with Eyes and Tiona as references which forced him to take damage. Within a few seconds, he was able to give him a shallow wound. From the moment Nobu leveled up to him unlocking Mana Furnace, his previous limits were broken. He could better utilize the experiences he received from fighting against monstrous opponents. This guy is a monster. Chapter 54, Chapter 54, Newfound Strength. Nobu looked at the distance between him and Chime. As he did so, Bet followed his line of sight. This brief moment wasn't missed out by a level 5 like him. When Nobu stepped back, Bet came forward. The former then began charging at the place while the latter followed behind his steps. Freeze! Suddenly, a wave of frost tried to lock Bet in place. Though, he only smirked and absorbed the magic through his boots, Flosh Vert. The magic dissipated as his boots glowed light blue. What followed next was Bet using the same magic on Nobu. A line of frost locked to his feet. His golden pupils followed its direction. Now! Snap! The moment he snapped his finger, the frost stopped coming at him. Rather, it briefly locked Bet in place. What? Swoosh! Nobu struck while he was surprised. He threw Kukyo in his direction. You! Bet had no choice but to catch it with his hands. He precisely stopped Kukyo as he grasped its blade. The gauntlets he was wearing cracked before he began bleeding. By the time he broke free from his shock, he had shattered the frost on his feet. Nobu also regained Chime. How did you do it? Your magic tool backfiring? It's quite complicated. But yes, I caused it. Phenomenon Mixer. This magic alters the produced outcome. From a spell's completion, it could turn to a collapse. They could push a spell to failure and be dispelled as a result. However, it could go beyond that. With proper control, they could also gain control of the opponent's spell, which is what Nobu did just now. He changed the outcome and turned the spell's target to Bet. PSSHK. Bet threw the bloodied Kukyo away. His blood dripped to his dagger. Nevertheless, he only glared at Nobu. With just their looks, they reached a consensus. Bet closed in the distance. Knowing Nobu's reliance on surprises, he needs to give him no time, and a flurry of close combat exchange would accomplish that. In the end, Nobu is lower leveled than him. He was ready to deal that finishing blow. However, zoom! He disappeared just as Bet was a meter away from him. Where? He caught Nobu's figure soon enough. He is more than 10 meters away from him. BZZZT. 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 Arcs of lightning came straight at his face. He immediately went into a kicking stance. Although, it was overwhelmingly numerous that his Flosh Vert couldn't absorb them all. Bam! BZZT. When the sea of purple lightning cleared up, Nobu is in front of him. The former utilized his twin daggers and sent a flurry of strikes at him. With Bet's speed, he dodged all of them. Got you! The werewolf sent a roundhouse kick. Bam! Nobu was briefly lifted by the impact. It directly hit his torso and ribcage. Bet was sure that he scored a hit, but he suddenly thrust both of his daggers at him. Consecutively, he chanted lowly. Et cadens in terram. Crawl! A whirling tornado was sent to his face. Several lightning bolts were included in it. Bam! The attack was enough to push Bet back several meters. His eyes were among the ones that got hit. Even so, he was able to react against Nobu's attacks without his sight. He is purely using his senses and insane reaction speed to track his movements. Surprisingly, Bet felt himself improving. He never thought he could fight this well without his sight. Mass gravitas reductio. Mass and gravity decrease. The gravitational pull to Nobu was reduced. His eyes wandered to the ground. A few seconds later, a string of binary codes appeared. It turned into a huge water pillar with a dozen meters of radius. It threw both Bet and Nobu to the air. It just so happened that the former regained his vision. His eyes experienced how it was to fire a water gun directly at it. Wah! When the water pillar died down, Bet found Nobu's figure still on midair. Fax Rondra. Light that gives. A fire pillar was shot from his finger. It went straight at Bet, leaving him with no choice but to take the brunt once again. By the time it died down, he found Nobu perfectly standing on the ground. Now, the only thought in his mind was, what the hell? I might have to pay for psychological damages. Seeing Bet Loga look at me with disbelief, I realized I became way stronger than I thought. I could corner a new level 5 like him under Sirius S effects. Unlike triple robustness, Sirius could be used for a longer time. It didn't involve letting my body go overboard but the semi-creation of dream organs. This allowed magicians to cut their senses of pain, forego breathing and beating of heart, and so on. Sirius might be a downgraded version, but it is completely different from not having dream organs. With them, the triple robustness included in Sirius no longer has side effects. Add to that the increased mana and mind load and increased spell damage due to being closer to Mystic, the current scene was made possible. What the hell? Looks like I'll have to pay up. First of all, I cast Cleanse on us. Then, I threw a high potion in his direction. It is the one that cost 250,000 Valis. It is cheaper than the one I use on battles, but it is enough to treat training injuries. Loga-san easily caught it. Though, he sent a questioning look at me. That should be enough to heal everything. I said. You don't have to. Surprisingly, Loga-san threw the high potion back at me. Then, I threw it back at him with a smile. I'm not bragging but I don't lack these. I usually give this to Ai-san and Tiona-san whenever something like this happens. Perhaps shocked by my net worth or something else, he silently stared at the high potion. Why did you give this? He asked. I'm the one who asked for this trouble. I admit I went a bit overboard. Actually, I leveled up recently. I didn't expect to hit that strongly. But most importantly, his arrogant gaze did tick me off a bit. I thought it wouldn't be bad to teach someone like him a lesson. Loga-san took a while to process my words. When he stood up, he no longer has that condescending gaze over me. You are strong. After saying those words, he left. I cancelled Sirius at this time. He isn't that bad. I changed my impression of him. He's not an arrogant prick. He might be one of those people who only acknowledge others who are just as strong as him. I have seen this case before, so I was not surprised by it. At least, he's not similar to that guy who started a fight simply because I said feelings are the most important in my type of girl. That guy blatantly admitted how he liked big breasts and a lively personality. No wonder he could go that well with Itadori. Speaking of which, he likes an idol. I could only hope he doesn't go crazy later on, or maybe he's already crazy. A/N, idol culture in Japan is very harsh. They can't have a boyfriend, lest their fans would dox them. I remember Megami giving a similar answer as mine. Maybe that's how I could go well with him. Whoa! You beat up Bet. A lively voice greeted from behind. Tiona-san. A tanned girl wearing a revealing set of clothing asked me in a rush. She must have seen Loga-san's state, as evident with her bright eyes. You became stronger. Yes. I leveled up a while back. Really? It has been around 1 day since my status update. Since we are planning to register my level up to the guild, there's no harm in telling it to others. More so, there are people just as absurd as my level up intervals. In the future, I heard a certain name being talked by Thanatos. It is said that he broke several records, going from level 1 to 4 in less than 5 months. That's when I knew irregularities could exist at times, and gods wouldn't harm them more so when the said irregulars has strong backers. You leveled up? How strong are you now? Even I-san seemed a bit eager than usual. I could probably put up a better fight than before. I am looking forward to it. An air of competitiveness spewed from her eyes. I already noticed this characteristic of hers during our first fight. Seeing his smug look being wiped is refreshing. Tiona-san said enthusiastically. I wonder, how long until you reach level 4? I don't know about that. I heard that leveling up is harder with higher levels. For now, my cheat is the only one that could further speed this up. Ever since I started leveling up, I could acquire more energy. From the previous 42 days, I might be able to receive another chance in 30-something days. Only 2 weeks left until I receive a new chance. Though, I am planning to use that one to Fylvis. I would have the second next chance to myself. That's true. Even so, it's you we're talking about. True. I admit, being praised like this doesn't feel bad. However, it could lead to complacency and arrogance. I have to take these in moderation. Then, what about a bet? A bet? My ears perked up on Tiona-san's proposal. If you could level up in 2 months, you'll have a reward from me. I am startled. Why does it feel like she has another reason for this? Me too. Suddenly, I-san interceded as well. I haven't given anything for your teachings. You're mistaken, I-san. Sparring with me is the repayment. No. You have given much more. She replied. That's why, aside from this favor, you will receive another one if the bet is completed. It is the first time I saw I-san being this expressive. Most of the time, she wore an expressionless face. It is quite difficult to know about her thoughts, much like Sheena. How about it, serious? Tiona-san said with a smile. We'll see about that. Me, Hephaestus-sama, and Lady Artemis made some theories on the influence of my cheat. One of them is that it connects my fauna to my future self's fauna. However, it couldn't fully interpret the excelia that came from the future. If it did, I should have leveled up to 4 or 5 considering my achievements in that iteration. I spent nearly half a year prowling in the 8th iteration and got all of my status to at least S in reality. If I spend the 9th iteration prowling for a year or 2, I might be able to level up in an instant. Well, why am I so invested in this? Never mind. Let's start today's practice. Bam! Bam! Mr. Akasaka leveled up. Luffy-ya mumbled as she watched a match between Nobu and Tiona. Both of them used bare-handed techniques to counter on another. The former has rich experiences and elaborate techniques from the 21st century while the latter grew up in a place of bloodshed. In essence, both of them experienced the same thing near-death battles. Luffy-ya watched as she felt a kind of mind pressure emanating from Nobu. She was surprised when she saw him transform into a werewolf, but that was replaced by his improvements. He shouldn't have stood an equal chance as a level 3 against Tiona. Unexpectedly, he could now clash with her directly. It was not the same as his previous defensive approach. He already surpassed me. Luffy-ya felt complex. Many people said that she was talented. She is unique due to her magic elf ring that allowed her to use any elven magic. She only needed to know of their chant and effects before she could use them. This level of versatility made her known as Thousand Elf. However, an irregular appeared. Not only could he cast several dozens of spells, it was also fully integrated in his fighting style. The said person surpassed Luffy-ya in terms of levels in less than a month and a half. Luffy-ya remained silent. She had many thoughts running in her head. She kept watching the way he employed his spells in an attempt to learn something. Another misdirection. Sirius-san is purposely doing this. I knew it. Using weaker magic before following up with a stronger one. It's not a feint this time. Swift magic could be used that way. Unbeknownst to her, she is making rapid progress. She is quick to pick up the details and the reasons why Nobu chose to do so. His 8th iteration's worth of experiences are slowly being analyzed by Luffy Ya. In the face of a more talented genius, she did not notice these changes. She only thought that it is lacking compared to what he can do. They are similar in age, yet he is far more talented than her. Nevertheless, she found his tactics captivating. To put it in simpler words, Nobu became her idol. Come to think of it, Sirius-san conducts himself well. Her first impression of him was when he kept his distance from Tiona. He naturally created a situation where nobody was comfortable. He is also mindful of others. In each of their conversations, there was never a time when it became awkward. He's like a prince. A slight wave of embarrassment crept to her face. She was able to rid them with a frantic shake. No. How could I have improper thoughts? Elves preferred people with great conduct and manners. As someone who lived in the modern world, Nobu learned it perfectly. Hence, he acted like a prince when he applied them to this world. Luffy Ya-san. Greetings, Sirius-san. Nobu and Tiona had concluded their sparring just now. He planned to recover through a potion. Nobu was accustomed to her existence since a few days ago. He noticed how the girl learned some techniques from the way he fought a typical gifted person. I can see you have some questions to ask me. It's this obvious. She shouted in a fluster. Well. Is it fine? Feel free to ask. I've been waiting for quite some time, you know. Knowing he noticed it from the beginning, Luffy Ya averted her gaze and tried to mask her embarrassment. Then. About the feints. How did you make it that effective? It's a mind game. Aside from casting magic, you also have to pay attention to the enemy's decisions. You can either strike when they read too far or when they aren't anticipating at all. Nobu started discussing some combat tactics. Luffy Ya got to clear up her doubts and managed to learn many things. When it ended, she couldn't wait to apply them herself. Sirius-san. Last question. How did you achieve concurrent casting? At the moment, this was the biggest shortcoming she noticed to herself. It was inevitable as Nobu's fighting style heavily revolved around his ability to move while casting. Concurrent casting? Let's see. Can you draw a square and a circle at the same time? No. That's how concurrent casting works. You have to work on two separate tasks at the same time. As for how to achieve it, that requires both training and practical experiences. Most people couldn't draw a square and circle on both hands at the same time. Although, there are people who could achieve it. Even so, it is simply the brain switching on two tasks swiftly. Multitasking does not mean that the brain is handling two separate processes at the same time. Nevertheless, it is something amazing. It could be achieved through training. When something is done in a long time, it becomes habitual, in other words, automatic. That was the early concept of multicasting, and by the same nature, concurrent casting. The only difference was that the former is far more complicated than the latter. In the present, multitasking became a real thing. Multiple processes could be done at the same time thanks to dream organs. Still, the early concept became the training stage for it. Of course, it is not as difficult as drawing on both hands. What you need to train is your concentration. It has to remain while moving to successfully cast your magic. So, you still need to train drawing and apply it in casting magic. He continued, guiding the genius with the same inferiority complex as Swime. Chapter 55, Chapter 55, Operation, Start. Talented. That's how I will describe Luffy Ya-san. She could discern many details with just a look. I got quite surprised with the questions she asked. Oftentimes, geniuses not only has a high intellectual quotient but also a unique worldview. Of course, this leads to certain disadvantages for them. Some geniuses could have difficulties understanding others while some develop a complex. As for Lefi Yasan, it is the latter. After interacting with her during these days, I noticed how she has an inferiority complex. She tends to view herself as inferior in contrast to the other executives of the Loki familia. Though, her worries are not unfounded. The executives in this familia are all geniuses in some aspects. Most importantly, they have Isan, an extremely talented person who went to level 5 in less than 6 years. This ratio of talented people should have overwhelmed her. How could I know what she was thinking? I experienced how it is to be in her position. I got the chance to be around talented people. Satoru-san, Yuta-san, Megami, Itadori. There's also Swime who's mastered spells such as Enthastarl and the infinite conversion of mana furnace that gave him unlimited mana. Through that, he was able to equally fight against an absurd existence, Goddess Alshana, who tried to manipulate them, as a 16-year-old teenager. Truly, comparison is the thief of happiness. Right. Lily will treat me to a breakfast. I was too deep in my thoughts that I briefly forgot this. I was enthralled to discover I could put up a proper fight against a level 5. That was a huge leap that shouldn't be possible. But, Mana Furnace made things work this way. Shockingly, I didn't have to undergo the process to build dream organs. Later on, I found out that my Mana Furnace completely changed my entire being. Tsubakine wasn't mistaken when I am similar to a spirit I completely transformed into one. Even so, my output should be limited. I still have to tweak it in the future to increase it in a similar state as Swime's. However, that's the problem. I couldn't control my body during that state. I don't know if it needs some tweaking or if it could automatically do that. Thus, I need to fix the consciousness problem first. Teacher. I saw Lily waiting in front of Soma Familia's residence. I hope I didn't let you wait for long. It's not. You're just in time, teacher. Due to her current status in Soma Familia, she no longer had to disguise. She won't have to worry about hooligans tracking her. Though, she still looked like my little sister more than anything. With bright eyes, she led me toward benevolent mistress. I brought her there several times, which is how she discovered the place. When we arrived, I spotted Miss Sear serving food. Mr. Akasaka. Good morning, Miss Sear. Here with your little sister. Hearing her words, Lily immediately corrected. I'm not a little sister. I'm teacher's student. Is that so? Miss Sear was clearly joking. A table for two, am I right? Yes, please. We are about to go to the table, she pointed when she asked something. Was it just me or did Mr. Akasaka become closer with Ryuu? We had a few talks. I see. I don't know how she interpreted that. Nevertheless, she saw us off as she took another order. Who is Miss Ryuu? Lily asked. She's one of the people working here. Oh. A while later, a waitress arrived to take our order. Oh, serious? What do you like? The one who arrived is none other than Miss Ryuu. She wore her usual expressionless face. Her coldness was enough to fend many men away. Though, there are people who revel in that. A serving of omuras for me. What about Lily? I'll take what teacher did. Got it. She wrote our orders and headed to the kitchen. Wait a moment. Yes. I discreetly passed a note to her. I mouthed the words thank you before she left with a confused gaze. Phew. Today is a special day, not in a way that I like. With the bait planted, I could guess Valletta's actions. Presented with a lone Nobu, she will definitely bite. 2 weeks already passed without my appearance in the dungeon. She must have gotten impatient already. Aker. Yes. Thank you for coming with me. There's no need to be formal, Lily. You're my student. Actually, you can call me Nobu instead. No. I should call teacher, teacher. I could only concede. Lily might be shy, but she has things she wouldn't give up. Are there any enemies you would like to fight? Enemies? Aside from the curses. A dragon. Didn't you fight against a wyvern before? In one of Alice Wonderland's uses, I set a place similar to the dungeon. It has the details I know up until the 15th floor. That was to make her accustomed to the dungeon. Then, can teacher tell the cause of that earthquake? The one from the start. I recalled the scenarios I wrote. I see. If you are curious about it. The earthquake's cause is none other than two strong beings fighting. What? You might be wondering how they could shake a huge area of the city. You can also achieve it with several level ups. Really? Don't think about that too much. Everything in that spell were just illusions. It came from a theorized person, too. I said some consoling words to counteract her being discouraged. Seeing the summit from below could be intimidating at times. I believe in Lily. You are my student, after all. Teacher. Teacher is awesome. Lily thought as she recalled Nobu's feats. His fight against the Goliath, being able to hit the sword princess, knowing a plethora of combat arts. The list goes on and on. Even beyond his age, he is extremely impressive. Nobody could simply cast spells as if it was a child's play. Somehow, Lily found his demeanor to be admirable out of them all. It perfectly captivates everyone around him, especially girls. Lily already noticed this when she thought of the people he's interacting with. Artemis Familia. Hephaestus. Inatul. Is Wallenstein. Tiona Hiriut. Ryu Lion. It's this long. Lily was surprised when she thought of it. Teacher. Thinking of his appearance, Lily imagined how he would look a few years later. Handsome. No, how could I think of it? Lily's hand stuffed the omuris in her mouth faster than before. It didn't take long before she looked like a squirrel. When she swallowed everything, bits of rice were seen in her face. Here. It's an unused one. Nobu offered his handkerchief to her. For him, it is better if Lily wipes it on her own. He knew she doesn't want to be looked like a kid. Teacher's handkerchief. Lily's mind went overload that day. The moon cast its rays to the lively Orario. After having prowled for nearly half of the day, the adventurers returned to their respective pubs and homes. There is no lack of noise coming from the parties of adventurers. Orario is just as lively as the night on Japan. Though, the former held a certain distinct charm over the latter. Unbeknownst to the common populace, invisible turbulent waves will sweep over tonight, the stakes being the life of Evilus' vilest commander or the city's brightest star. A leave. Seer noticed that Ryu had disappeared for the night. When she came to inquire to their boss, Mamma Mia, Seer was told that she took a leave. As to what it is, I don't know. I only saw that it was urgent. Where would she go tonight? Shockingly, the proprietress of Benevolent Mistress carried a faint respect to one of her waitresses. The waitress Seer is a lively girl who sought by the frequent visitors of Benevolent Mistress, but only Mia knew her true identity, her former goddess, Freya. When she left the hostess, a cloaked man appeared beside her. My lady. She had left for the dungeon just now. Unlike his previous gait, the man carried nothing but love towards his goddess. The dungeon. Seer thought of the person who became closer to Ryu the past few days. The boy didn't have any specialties except his identity as an otherworlder. Nevertheless, he proved to be an exemplary adventurer that stirred up a huge wave in the dungeon city. Still, it wasn't enough to make her throw everything away. He is not her otter but a destined person of another goddess. If that person is her otter, she is willing to overturn the entire Orario itself to get him. What she didn't know was that her otter will be coming 3 years later in Orario. Before then, she will retain her lack of interest to others. Meanwhile, several goddesses has tonight's events in their minds. Artemis silently stared at the tower that pierced the sky. She recalled her conversation with Nobu an hour ago. Must you do this? I'll have to settle it. If Evilus becomes impatient, they will definitely target everyone I know. Even if it will be 3 years later, I can't leave everyone with my burden. I don't want everyone to be harmed even if it's a small possibility. Valletta Greed is a temperamental person. She could keep her emotions bottled, but when an opportunity arises, she will strike to the core. An example of that is Finn's near death. She showed no remorse in killing members of Loki Familia, knowing how it could inflict the greatest amount of pain to him. Nobu is like me. That cool declaration did more wonders than Nobu thought. Simultaneously, Hephaestus subconsciously tapped the desk. For her, Nobu is both her bundle of joy and worries. He let her experience the joys of having a good student. The progress he made under her tutelage skyrocketed to the point she became numb to surprises. That wasn't all, either. Perhaps it was his way of respecting his goddess, but he only looks at her eyes. Part of it was due to how Hephaestus' body was built, while another is his way of showing sincerity. He didn't care about her face and treated her normally. These made Hephaestus feel more self-conscious. What am I thinking? I wouldn't steal him away from Artemis. As Nobu's goddess, she acted coolly on the outside. She never showed her soft side to everyone. Only when Tsubaki is at her side would she choose to do so. Hence, the reason why she acted like that a few times, most notably, that time when Nobu awakened his mana furnace. Definitely not. Her increasing blush made it a questionable statement. She chose a nice place. I am on the 10th floor. It is the misty domain where infant dragons and orcs spawn. Many trees and steep rocks could be found in this terrain. Along with the mist, it is the perfect place for an ambush. In fact, I encountered an ambush thrice in this place already. Valletta's will be the 4th. Phew. I calmed my slightly tense heart. I have been on guard since the moment I dove to the dungeon. Ironically, the gazes that I felt comforted my tension. My vision briefly changed. My future memories overlapped with my current sight. I vaguely felt the pain of having my heart torn and chest pierced. The next moment, they are gone. The cold touch of my dagger awakened me. Right. I held a catalyst hidden under my sleeve, to be exact, a sheath under my sleeve. That will be the game changer of this plan. I still have another one in case something goes wrong. Minutes passed by as I strolled in this floor casually. I could feel the gazes fluctuating in numbers. My senses already warned me of how dangerous they are. It is a delightful event to be able to act faster than before. It is frustrating to lag behind my sharp senses. Suddenly, the ground beneath my feet lit up. Multitudes of runes glowed as it got completed. The patterns lit up in a reddish-purple color, further enhancing the ominous aura that it has. Immediately, I sensed the attempt to lower my status. Just then, the ring on my chained necklace glowed. It put up a translucent white shield around my body. Miracle Maker. How true to its name. Since I knew it was a curse, why would I come in unprepared? This is quite common in my world. Sympathetic magic, something that curses others by simply knowing their names, is one such example. Despite this being a different world, they have a similarity: the curse has to hit the astral body. The anti-curse magic tool prevents exactly that. Detecting a specific gaze, I charged at my front. Reiju. Shing. Clang. My quick draw split apart the mist in front, revealing a goggled man. He wielded a red spear, a cursed weapon, as I saw him regain his footing. How did you? Prae ex soltis nox. Grandis modicum optatum. I pray to the wounded knight. Grant this little wish of mine. I separated before locking eyes with him. I never stopped chanting as I completed the spell. Unsurprisingly, one of my acquaintances is within its radius. I couldn't control its targets with its current level, but we came prepared. That is enough. The large magic circle spawned at this point. Its formation couldn't be stopped due to how I am in the last line already. It encompassed the radius of the prior curse magic. Apertus inanuatera mirabili. Open the door to my wonderland. The bright light engulfed everyone including myself. Chapter 56, Chapter 56, When the Tables Are Turned. The goggled man, Dix Perdix, found himself in a street found in Kyoto. The modern street lamps illuminated the asphalt road. Shadows could be found everywhere. What happened just now? He didn't expect any of this. Moments after Valletta activated her barrier magic, Shuldo, he was about to activate his magic, Phobiter Deadless. It has the effect of confusing the target by sending an illusion. People with high willpower could resist its effects, but they wouldn't be able to rid of it. I wondered why she got fired up. I get it now. From the beginning, he was very confused as to why Valletta has to go all out against a mere level 2. 2 level 3s could deal with one, yet Valletta dispatched a level 4 and 4 level 3s. There's also him and Valletta herself. This is simply overkill. Despite the unfamiliar place, he tried to keep his calm. With knowledge about his magic, it didn't surprise Dix that someone else could do the same. Does it affect my senses or am I moving in reality? He was analyzing the details of this illusion when he realized something. That boy. Did he anticipate this? It was an incredulous thought. Valletta herself mentioned how she was killed by the boy, that she is no longer a human. Predicting this ambush is completely unexpected. Being cautious in the dungeon is something to be expected, but what about Nobu's anti-curse ability? Dix caught that detail on his brief encounter. The original plan was to strike with Valletta's magic before following up with his. Evilus members would then surround him. In the end, Valletta will deal the final blow herself. It's as if he knows about this ambush in advance. Tisk. This is getting true. You like curses, yes. Under the shadow of the street lamp, Nobu emerged on his magician's outfit. His black attire complemented the night ambience. Boy, how did you do this? You answered me with a question. Well then. Nobu didn't entertain him anymore. Pray not to be exorcised. Nobu left those words as he dissipated in the shadows. Dix wondered as to what he meant until he saw a blond man wearing sunglasses. He wielded a blunt sword wrapped in a cloth with polka dot patterns. Seeing him, Dix tensed up. He readied his spear as he started the chant for his magic. Even so, he couldn't rest easy upon seeing the man's aura. The Grade 1 sorcerer, Kento Nanami, is someone who fought many special grade curses, most notably the ones beside Kenjaku such as Mahito. He is someone who could fight against special grade curses head-on. In short, Dix's enemy is way out of his league. Worse, he doesn't know about it. It was not just Dix Perdix who got engulfed in the light. The Evilus members all experienced a separate illusion, whereas they faced bizarre enemies, magicians wearing black coats, sorcerers, and cursed spirits. Along with them is a second-time visitor. This again. That bastard couldn't do his job properly. Dix's job was to confuse Nobu by making him hallucinate. That removes his ability to access magic. Even if he could, she doubts he could cast properly while being besieged by Evilus members. Before he could react, the ambush would be accomplished. He will die. Tisk. Valletta wielded a cursed sword as she saw the familiar landscape. It is a place capable of inflicting her pain yet does not affect reality. She tried to analyze some of its effects but could only make some. For once, it should be up to its creator, Nobu, to cancel it. Valletta was also affected by it, albeit invisibly. However, things are different this time. Not only had she reached level 6, she is also now a creature. A familiar figure appeared in her sight. This Fuker. Toji wielded the sharpened playful cloud, the three-section staff he used in Shinjuku. He turned into a blur before reappearing right in her face. Bam! She experienced another beatdown yet again. "T is your magic? Interesting." Tsubakine marveled at the realistic recreation of Etna Volcano Hephaestus Familia's home. "How did you do it?" The doll-faced Ai-san spoke after being silent. Curiosity could be seen clearly in her eyes. It's a culmination of everything I have learned. It's similar to an ultimate technique of sorts." I then added, "You need to learn more mathematics first, Ai-san." She fell silent. I knew how she had difficulties with arithmetics. Though, her reaction is kind of cute. If I may ask, how long did you learn magic? Even Ryuhu-san is curious. My words were countered by Rithusa-san's reply. Everyone would be curious about this. We have encountered several illusions in the past, but yours is on another level. The four adventurers are my greatest reliance in thwarting this ambush. I thought of Rithusa-san and Tsubakine at first, but I decided to ask Ai-san and Ryuhu-san as well. Surprisingly, they all agreed. Ai-san wanted to fight a strong opponent while Ryuhu-san got riled up when she knew it was Evil Us. When I first heard about your involvement with Evil Us, I was surprised. Ryuhu-san said. How could you come in contact with them? Yet, T was truly unbelievable. To kill Arachnia with your hands. Tsubakine followed up. I got lucky at that time. Her fauna disappeared when Loki-sama executed her god. To be honest, I am surprised that I could rally them as my helpers. This ensures victory against Valletta, a level 6 creature. Back in my memories, I recall facing Fin-san and Gareth-san as one. Both of them struggled due to my skills and tenacity. While Valletta doesn't have skills comparable to mine, she was still someone who fought during the Great Feud. Her combat skills should be slightly lesser than Fin-san. The main problem when facing Valletta is her regeneration. As long as their spirit cores doesn't shatter, creatures will continue regenerating. That was evident when Olivas Act could fight Ai-san a level 4 fighting a level 6. The spell will reach its limits soon. I declared. We should immediately strike. They would be stunned for at least 3 to 5 seconds after I dispel this magic. Gotcha. I've been looking forward to this day. Okay. MN. Alright. Ryuhu-san, eyes, and Rithusa-san nodded solemnly. Only Tsubakine seems eager for a reason. I'll be saying this in advance. Thanks for your help. Kaka. The grand-scale magica disintegrated. I heard a clicking sound before my sight returned to normal. Dix Perdix is standing blankly a few meters away. Immediately, I took out my handgun. 3 runes lit up out of the 12. The engraved magic inside the gun started working. Combust enhancement. Velocity adjustment. Compressed explosion. Bang! The bullet went toward his head. Unfortunately, he managed to block it with his arm. Blood dripped from it. His damage is worse than Valletta, but it is still manageable with his level 5 status. Still, his arm nearly became useless. What? 10 bolts of lightning emerged from the binary codes. They all targeted Dix. BZZT. Bam! I didn't bother checking the damage. Instead, I focused on my chant. Click. Changes started to occur within my body. I could feel myself becoming stronger. The semi-manifestation of the dream organs lessened the need to breathe. I could cast spells even faster now. This time, I took out Editsu, Steel Branch. I summoned forth the magic circle from the mage ability. The moment it manifested as a white magic circle, I could feel everything mind-related being enhanced. 10 seconds. Et factus est invisible instar venti, flamma est lego vis wizard. He became invisible like the wind. A wizard's knowledge is their burning power. The magic circle beneath my feet shook. Dix hadn't noticed this and instead charged in my direction. I took out a red dagger and threw it at his face. Erupt. Boom. While I did this, my casting wasn't interrupted. The idea of magicians not being able to cast a second spell amid an already ongoing process was broken by me. It is what I would call chance superimposition. Et lost inventum. Harmonia eversus. De torquio veritas. Be lost in the wind. Destruction of harmony. Distortion of truths. Crack. An exact replica of Valletta's barrier magic appeared on top of it. Its only difference is its pure blue color. It overlaid itself with the magic, making it fuzzy for a moment. The knowledge of this world's magic appeared before being compared to the systems in my world. I discerned the purpose of every portion of this magic. Then, click. I felt a connection to the spell. Thank you, Valletta. Under Dix's shocked gaze, I changed the targets of her curse magic. Moments ago. Click. Rethusa did as she was instructed. She pressed the trigger of these silver cylinders and threw them at the crowd of Evilus. She threw more than 5 before blocking her ears. Whistle. Flash. A whistle-like sound came from it. Shockingly, every single level 3 of Evilus blacked out. The mana sound waves emitted a specific resonance that fooled their brains into going unconscious. A/N, if you are familiar with Mahuka, it is similar to compound waves. The level 4 wasn't unscathed, either. With the thick white mist blocking their visibility and their senses affected, they experienced all kinds of stress. Their concentration dropped sharply. Bam! Clang! A wooden sword struck the soul level 4. She couldn't even react before she went unconscious. She couldn't even use her cursed spear in this fight. The wooden sword's owner, Ryuu, simply looked at them coldly. She could never forgive Evilus for what they had done to her friends. How fast? Despite the earlier briefing, she didn't expect for Nobu's creations to solve the level 3s and 4 this easily. It has no precedent in Orario. His miracle maker skill conformed to his will. It made his ideas into reality. Clang! Bam! While she mused, an intense confrontation began. Metals clashed as eyes began her assault on Valletta. Each of her strikes aimed at a vital point. Kenki. She did not expect for Kenki, out of all people, to be in this place. Tap. Clang. Regaining her footing, she successfully blocked her attacks. The strength she received upon becoming equivalent to level 6 is not for naught. Eyes felt Valletta's strikes becoming stronger. She swiftly recalled her spars with Gareth. Level 6. Now, she understood why Nobu asked for her help. Bam! Suddenly, a figure crashed downwards at their positions. She wielded a large obsidian black broadsword. The ground cracked due to the broadsword. Tsubaki didn't waste her time as she lifted her sword and spun to Valletta. The momentum carried her broadsword, placing it to the correct angle. Bam! Valletta took the hit directly. She was nearly sent flying. When her feet sank into the ground, the momentum died. The wounds and fractures she had received began healing as well. Cyclops. One thought dominated Valletta's mind right now. How? Nobu should have been alone right now. He entered the dungeon without any companions. Her intent was to surround Nobu with high-level adventurers and kill him for good. If he becomes a creature, she would bring it to the demi-spirit on the 10th floor. She was confident she could handle this alone, but she brought insurances to thwart his unpredictability. Still, the scenario she drew fell apart. Why are you? She was stunned once again when her magic, Shuldo, turned against her. Immediately, she could feel her strength weakening. Arias. Hearing that angry shout, I am certain that phenomenon mixer succeeded. I was quite worried it wouldn't succeed, but seeing the changed outcome made me smile. Just what did you do? I could see anxiety forming in Dix Perdix's face. I don't have to entertain you, yes. Tisk. He stopped on his attempts to curse me. He started charging to me once more. He must have decided to use his cursed weapon to turn the tides. Well, he is also mistaken if he thought I would let him do so. This time, I bundled the lines of binary codes. They became combined codes that formed around a core program, or in this case, equation. Carpet bombing. Boom. Rumble. A wave of fire descended to him. It is akin to the plane's carpet bombing. The moving wall of fire engulfed Dix. I returned the staff and switched for Sora. The magic circle disappeared as it got replaced by Samurai. Just by holding Sora, I could feel my status being boosted. That was separate from serious effects. I settled for a low stance. My intuition divulged the Malintant's origin. Even with the carpet bombing, he never stopped charging. The cloud of mist blocked our vision, yet he could still see me. Perhaps that is the benefit of wearing goggles. 8 meters. 5 meters. 4 meters. Reiju. My unstoppable charge began. An attraction was placed between Dix's cursed spear and my blade. It became stronger as I drew near. Sheeting. PSSSHK. I felt the sensation of cutting flesh. It wasn't thorough. It is more of a deep wound instead of cutting his arm. The level 5 could still react to it. BZZZT. Bam. The stored charges dropped on top of him. The marking portion of Reiju guaranteed it would do a direct hit something. My attack briefly cut apart the mist. For the second time, we made direct contact. Damn it! His frustrated voice resounded. How are you a level 3? No comment. Wordlessly, I charged at him. Dix readied himself by switching the cursed spear to his less injured left arm. He was swift to use a potion to heal the gun wounds on that arm. His right arm got crippled by Reiju. He glared at me as if I am his greatest foe. Ironically, I didn't even touch Iclo's Familia, yet. Fucking cheater. I am. Clang. My dynamic vision barely followed his attacks. They are no longer a blur. At the same time, I sent out lightning bolts to annoy him. When we are in the middle of a clash, I suddenly pointed my left finger to him. Fax Rondra. Light that gives. The pillar of fire devoured him. It didn't stop there. I thrust my blade behind it as a form of diversion. I received the urge to reposition my blade, which I did. PSSSHK. It was right. Ha! I pushed Sora deeper. I also sent out one wave blast after another in all directions. Boom! 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 PSSSHK. In the end, they stirred up Dix's internal organs. Several wave blasts hit his right lung as well as his heart. Clang! I looked up to see his astonished gaze. He dropped his cursed spear to the ground. Blood dripped on the corner of his mouth. You. He tried to say something, only to fail. PSSSHK. I pulled out Sora from his body. It is completely messed up with blood and bits of flesh. Thud. Powerlessly, Dix's body fell to the ground. I checked him with correspondence and confirmed he was dead. Ha! Despite my fatigue, I forced myself to continue standing. It was at this time that I met Ryuhu-san's gaze. Under her hood, I saw her widened eyes. Everything's handled, ha, here. Today, a level 5 adventurer fell from my hands. Chapter 57, Chapter 57, Axe End. Ryuhu fell silent at the sight of the boy's murder. She noticed the pressure he was emitting, which was clearly something beyond the likes of a level 3. Only 30 seconds had passed since they left Alice's Wonderland. She didn't expect that Nobu could defeat a level 5 during that period. He cleverly hid the blade behind the pillar of flames and predicted where Dix would be. However, the more concerning thing was his attitude. He looked unbothered by this. To kill without any emotions, how much should someone experience? At least, Ryua got to that level after killing hundreds of Evilus members. Bam! The sounds of fighting rang out. Nobu checked Shildo and found out it was still affecting Valletta and Evilus. This specially prepared magic barrier has a 100-meter radius. Their preparations turned against them. We need to support them. Valletta is strong. All right. Nobu said as he burnt Dixperdix's body to ashes. Meanwhile, the battle ensued. Tsubaki, Ice, and Rithasa fought against Valletta. The latter felt her status slowly slipping away due to the magic barrier. Su. Boom. An arrow exploded as it struck Valletta. Her flesh was burnt as it started bleeding. Moments later, it visibly regenerated before turning back to normal. This'll be a troublesome one. Ice had a different response to Tsubaki's words. Awaken, Tempest. An armor of viridescent wines encapsulated her. As she rushed straight at Valletta, her speed visibly changed. Her momentum rose far higher than before. Clang! Clang! Ice's rapier, desperate, matched Valletta's attempted counters. The latter could not parry her attacks and managed to skillfully place feints in between. Gusts of wind damaged her body. It continuously drew wounds to her body. If not for her insane regeneration, a normal level 6 would be greatly pushed back by her. Just like him. Ice's golden pupils reminded Valletta of someone. She realized the similarities between her skills and Nobu's. Within their final 15-second clash, she could not even properly land a hit. Everything was either blocked or redirected. Moreover, the tricky feints and intuition exhibited by Ice only fell short from him. Unfortunately, Ice was still inexperienced. Clang! Valletta utilized her higher status. She blocked Ice's strike before her leg kicked her away. Bam! Despite incurring cut wounds all over her leg, Valletta sent Ice flying. Just then. Shit! The effect of her curse strengthened. Shildo's effect increased as time passed. She was able to subdue Bet easily by using it during the 8th iteration. That was what happened in the future when she hunted the remnants of Ishtar Familia and lured Bet into a trap. Right now, she is about to lose her level 6 status. She will fall back as a high level 5. From how the situation looks, she will lose. Fucking brat. She tried to cancel her magic, only to fail. She sensed a resistance while doing so. This resistance could be overcome, but Valletta needs more time, and time is something she is lacking right now. Just as she was thinking, Tsubaki appeared and sent a diagonal strike. The broadsword shook her entire body. Several wounds appeared and leaked out blood. Tsubaki spun and brought the momentum from before. Valletta dodged her vertical strike. After a while, Tsubaki retreated and was replaced by Ice. Occasionally, explosive arrows came to her. The 3 adventurer team completely suppressed her. Her regeneration was the only thing that held her up. She remained uninjured to their attacks. Nevertheless, Valletta kept her composure. The weakening effect hindered her status, but it won't be long before she could disable it. Although it was controlled by Nobu's phenomenon mixer, it originally belonged to her. Boom! Hearing the explosions, she smirked. You should worry about your companions now. We are about to support the others when someone blocked our paths. Have you forgotten about me? I responded coldly, the ones I have killed? I don't waste time thinking about them. How conceited! Again, you're none other than Orario's brightest star. You have the capital to think as such. He is an acquaintance. His crazed look overlapped with the one in my memories. What business do you have, Vendetta? The maniac whom I killed in the 27th floor. Are you interested to my lord? No. Seeing his actions, I knew he was completely brainwashed by the demi-spirits. He must have wanted me to switch sides or something. I scanned my surroundings. The vendetta I know wouldn't act confidently without cause. He could get overconfident, but it has to have a source. I was thinking about it when I sensed something thrown at my direction. Sue. I deftly dodged it, but it still drew a line on my shoulder. The ring on my necklace shone brightly. It swiftly eliminated any traces of curse on it. The projectile was none other than the spear used to impale me back then. It is originally the level 4 adventurer's weapon before being borrowed by Valletta. Of course, she didn't have the capital to borrow it from her. The unconscious level 4 adventurer stood up. She drew a dagger from behind her waist. Please take care of her. I looked at Ryuhu-san. Upon seeing her nod, I focused my attention to Vendetta. Wardrobe. 2 magic circles appeared before I donned my repaired armor. The circuits carved onto it bore the burden of maintaining Sirius. I lowered my blade before wordlessly charging at him. Swoosh. PSSSHK. Vendetta tried to dodge confidently, only for his right arm to be cut off. His confidence disappeared as confusion clouded his expression. I didn't let that go. I changed Sora's grip, pointing the blade's edge upwards. PSSSHK. An upward vertical strike severed his left arm. I stepped back for a moment and aligned the blade's tip to his chest. Wave blast dash. PSSHK. Crack. Shatter. Sora was successfully embedded to his chest. It directly aimed for the spirit core and completely shattered it. The blade's magic elevated its sharpness to terrifying levels. Such is the skills of Hephaestus-sama, the one hailed as the god of forge. Vendetta's pupils widened in shock before turning dull. He was easily killed with that. Clang. A red crystal fell from his pocket. Shit. I recognized it as the Inferno Stone. It is the hand grenades of Orario. If. Boom. Boom. I was sent back several meters. Sirius's enhancements allowed me to keep my feet rooted to the ground. I did not experience anything else form my eyes and ears due to the dream organs. It was as if a wave of air passed through them. That was it. Ryuhu-san. I looked back and saw a slightly charred Ryuhu-san. Her green robe was burnt by the explosion. Fortunately, it wasn't enough to severely injure her. I looked at the pile of dust that used to be Vendetta. He turned into dust after crushing his spirit core. I ran over to her side. I took out a high potion and gave it to her. You must be injured. Isn't? Please don't mind it. Your safety comes first. You've already done a huge favor by helping. In the end, she gave in. She used the high potion to fully recover. As I burnt the level 4 adventurer's corpse, I realized something. Isn't my situation with Filvis the same back then? Bam! Looking to the direction of Valletta, I resolved myself. We need to kill her now. She shouldn't reach her level in the future. I will be cutting off Evila's commander right now. I received the feedback from Shildo. Right now, it decreased Valletta's status to peak level 5. We must hurry. TCH. Valletta brandished her cursed sword. The 2 women avoided it as they knew about its effects. To Valletta's advantage, it served as a deterrent. That was why she could hold up until now. If Eyes and Tsubaki were unrestrained, they would have defeated her already, especially Eyes. Valletta doesn't know much about the girl's magic. Only, it elevated her strength to a huge degree. Coupled with her trained intuition, Eyes was able to directly hit her now and then. Ju-chan! Tsubaki shouted all of a sudden. MN. Much to Valletta's surprise, Eyes backed off. The former was ready to chase after her. All of a sudden, 3 arrows were sent to her direction. She easily dodged the first and second one before deflecting the third. Just this. Buzz. A white line passed through the 3 arrows before forming a triangular barrier. It locked Valletta's position before a strong gravitational pull sank her feet to the ground. To her surprise, she couldn't move. At this time, Eyes was rushing towards her once again. The viridescent vines enveloped her entire body as well as her sword. Her weakened status now akin to a high level 5 turned her vulnerable to the gravity cage. The moment Valletta was freed, Eyes is now in front of her. She had a second to react before. PSSHK. The blade passed through her chest. Eyes didn't feel the sensation of the spirit core shattering. That was the major weakness Nobu told her when fighting Valletta. He repeatedly emphasized her regenerative abilities. Turns out, she wasn't able to destroy it. Eyes' intuition flared up. She pulled out desperate and parried the incoming attack. Bam! A dull sound was made. Desperate's edge completely dulled in this battle. Still, it was able to hold up against Valletta's attacks. Instead of pushing forward, she retreated. Eyes distanced herself before returning to Tsubaki's side. The latter wore a wry smile as she said, "The girl I met back and already learned her mistakes. Sirius taught me." Tsubaki no longer saw the sword she met back then. Eyes escaped from the Twilight Manor in hopes of finding the conditions to achieve the so-called level up. Tsubaki was the one who told her about its requirements, which is high-quality excelia. Now, she saw that the girl could properly assess danger. She wasn't as reckless as before, whereas she will fight despite a broken blade. Valletta zoned the two first. Her strength kept falling as it neared to middle level 5. The regeneration that she possessed as a creature became the thing that kept her alive. I need to retreat. She didn't care about Olivas nor the others anymore. Under her shieldo, they will have trouble even with a level 2. Upon further analysis, she realized that Nobu had somehow predicted this and brought allies, unexpected ones at that. He came in alone. Did he bait me into this? She knew him as the maker of unbreakable magic swords. If he knew about an incoming ambush, it explains everything. The amount of preparation he could do within 3 weeks are unfathomable. From her previous experiences, he would definitely be stronger than before. This thought cemented her decision to retreat. Just as she had the thought, a piercing scream resounded in the entire 10th floor. Screech! An image of Archangel solidified. Her appearance is a woman wearing a blindfold. Both of her hands were clasped in a praying gesture. Moments later, a white bolt of lightning descended to her place. It carried a purifying attribute that loathed corruption. Bam! Rumble! The ground shook. When everything was over, they saw Valletta's state of being severely charred. Thud! Her body fell to the ground. Her regenerative capability dropped to an all-time low. It no longer worked as strong as before. It worked. I saw the sight of Nobu walking together with Rithusa. His deep sigh could be heard from inside his armor. The staff Editsu glowed before the Archangel dispersed. The same went for Shildo and Phenomenon Mixer. Never thought you could be that strong, Nobu. I share the same sentiment. He replied to Tsubaki. The 4 women silently looked at him. Clearly, they treated that as a joke. Seeing this, he took the lead in checking Valletta out. She's still alive. Well, her tenacity is one heck of a trouble. Eyes agreed with Tsubaki with a nod. Arachnia. Ryuho muttered with a hint of resentment. Seeing the leader of the organization which killed her familia, she felt her long-lost anger surging. An equal amount of bloodlust came from her, surprising the 3 women. I will end her, Nobu declared. He switched his staff with Sora once more. At this time, Valletta regained her consciousness. She saw his eyes which hid his bloodlust. You don't deserve any last words? He asked. You. PSSHK. Crack. Shatter. As soon as the spirit core shattered, Valletta's body turned into ashes. The others were surprised by this outcome. Though, there are the one who was surprised the most. Serious? She's a monster. The air around Eyes changed abruptly. She knew about the creature thing, but she didn't know of their true essence. Part of it was Nobu keeping it for now. Her knowing about demi-spirits wouldn't be good. That's right. She took the form of a monster while retaining her human form. That's the true nature of creatures. Tsubaki looked like she wanted to ask something but withheld it. The work is done. Not yet, Rithusa-san. I will proceed with the interrogation next. It is the reason why Nobu left the Evilus members alive. In the end, it went smoothly. They are even weaker than Vendetta in terms of willpower. They divulged everything they knew, including the unknown roots inside Gnosis as well as the number of the demi-spirits in that place. It is for this reason that they kept the level 3s. After that, Ryuu asked something. Where do we leave them? I got that covered. Until when will he make us wait? On the 8th floor, 2 adventurers stood rooted to the ground. One of them is the overworked captain of Hermes Familia. The other is a recently leveled up member, Lulun. Both of them wore the mask Asfi created to turn invisible, Hades' head. Captain, was that the person you told me? The definitely not a phantom thief. That's correct. His magic tool evaded the surveillance and detection of our entire familia. Magic tools? He's also an item maker. Possibly the 6th known holder of mysteries. Hearing Asfi's speculations shocked the Chiantriope. Within the last 1,000 years, only 5 people were known to be the holder of mysteries skill. That alone granted Asfi the ability to create magic tools. Just then, they saw 2 people walking to their direction. One of them wore a black hoodie while the other unfamiliar one has a green robe with burnt edges. Asfi unmasked herself before being followed by Lulun. You've finally arrived. Did I make you wait? Then again, this is supposed to be your sleep schedule. Not when you gave us more work. I'm also working here too, no. The red-haired man placed the 2 robed people to the ground. The masked adventurer did the same. Who are they? Some pitiful adventurers whom you kidnapped. Asfi asked. We don't deal with this kind of thing. If you consider Evilus as something pitiful, then go ahead. Evilus. The air of Hermes Familia's captain showed itself in full glory. I assume you aren't joking. I'm not. As for the proof. Nobu took out a cursed dagger sheathed on their waists. These should suffice. Cursed weapons. Asfi's mind went back to the aftermath of great feud. They didn't know where, but this weapon emerged among the Evilus remnants. She herself analyzed some of them. When she closely examined the dagger, it was the same as from back then. Of course, it was extremely few in numbers. Where did you? In the dungeon. Remember the gates I told to you before? We happened upon them. Of course, Nobu was lying. He made sure to place a psychological cue to keep what happened a while ago secret. They will only answer questions related to Evilus, nothing else. As to why he did so, it is due to Dionysus. He's vigilant against his divine wine. One of the conversations he heard was him using it to trick his familia into converting to another god all without them noticing. Since he's active as Enyo as far as 12 years ago, he knows Hermes Familia's identity as an information guild as well as Arano's helpers. He could simply dig information by making someone drunk. It is the diversion purpose he thought of before he rescued Filvis. Anyways, feel free to interrogate them. You're treating our familia as a garbage bin. Not really. Why would I do that horrible thing? Ryuu silently watched their conversation. She couldn't believe how Nobu turned from his previous gentlemanly demeanor into a playful one. She knew everything was an act, but his acting could put most actors to shame. Then, see you for another time. Let me rest. I'll ask Hermes-sama to give you a paid vacation after this. He teasingly added. When the 2 left, Lulun could finally speak. Nobu's aura made her feel like standing in front of Hermes himself. She could see his body gestures honestly following his words. However, would such a man be that see-through? Captain! That masked adventurer! I recognized her. Gale Wind. The adventurer who used to belong to Astria Familia Gale Wind. She went on a rampage and cleaned many evilous bases along with their gods. Due to that, she is placed at the guild's blacklist. She infringed the rule that mortals couldn't kill gods. Never had Asfi expected that she's now working with the red-haired man known as Red. Clearing that thought, she focused on solving their current dilemma, first bringing the evilous members without anyone else noticing. Chapter 58, Chapter 58, Gifts. After the whole ambush incident, we went our separate ways. It is still nighttime, around 12:32 am to be exact. I-san and Rithu-san went home. Meanwhile, Tsubakine eagerly wanted to forge another weapon after gaining inspiration during the battle. I didn't expect her skills in combat to be that good. She understood that knowing more about the weapons matter. Though, it could be just her wanting to properly test them herself. As for I-san, I hope she wouldn't get caught sneaking. Lady Riveria could be that strict sometimes. It's cold. Winter is coming. Ryu-san walked alongside me. She looked completely normal despite the low temperature. That's a perk of having a high status, I guess. Even I could withstand it. Winter. It's been more than a month. I arrived somewhere around November in Gakkai. I was surprised to know they had a similar calendar, but I was too numb to react much. Tenkai, rather, the gods completely subverted my expectations. Come to think of it, I'll be experiencing winter again. It's only been 2 months in my world since Christmas came. I disappeared at the end of winter. Now, I'm going to experience this cold season again. Suddenly, I had the urge to ask something. How does Ryu-san celebrate winter and New Year? I spend them normally. Ryu-san said as she made a distant look. She was like this since I executed Valletta. Seeing Ryu-san, the personage behind Gale Wind, I felt complicated. She herself was guilty of killing many innocents that might be connected to Evilus. Her murders of confirmed Evilus members could be put aside, but killing suspected people is different. In Orario's eyes she was degraded to a heinous criminal in an instant. I know, I couldn't fathom being in her position. But, I could understand how she became like that. I doubt I wouldn't do that in her place. Jura Hammer. I recalled the survivor of Rudra Familia. I shouldn't tell her for now. For her, things are already resolved. Evilus was wiped out on the surface by Loki and Freya Familia while we killed their surviving leader and executive. The only thing left is Thanatos and Enyo. Ryu-san already did me a lot of favor. For insurance, I asked help from people who would keep everything a secret. Rithu-san and Tsubakine are immediately included since I trust them both. They also knew about my involvement with Evilus. Meanwhile, I used the favor I had with I-san to secretly help. I knew her for 3 weeks and knew how sincere she could be. That is also seen in our encounters during the 8th iteration. Lastly, Ryu-san has extreme hatred towards Evilus. There's no way she wouldn't do something against me. Moreover, everyone from Artemis Familia knew her well. She accepted my request when she knew that we were dealing with Arachnia herself. This is simply a God-given opportunity for her. Though, I feel guilty for using her hatred like this. Does Ryu-san want something as a gift? A gift? That's extra payment. It's completely separate from the favor I owe. You don't have to owe anything. It's my choice. That doesn't matter. You helped me. This is the least I could do. I never backed down. After a staring contest, she yielded. This favor isn't something I would retract. You are an item maker, right? It took a while for her to voice this out. Yes. I could create magic tools. Then. Do you have something for storing memories? She asked. Storing memories? If it's just that, I already have several items in mind. Yes. I'll take care of it. Soon, we arrived to the benevolent mistress' back door. It didn't take a second before a gaze pricked my back. "Thank you for today's help." "Likewise." I bowed to her before leaving. I saw Ryuhu-san closing the door from my peripheral vision. Stalkers. They're proliferate in Orario. My intuition told me the location of that gaze is southwest. I thought of several roofs before estimating its current location. I waited for the danger to arrive. I walked naturally until I reached the entrance of Benevolent Mistress. There are many adventurers who are still awake and drinking. For quite some time, I felt the gaze remain on me. Surprisingly, it left after a while. Who was that? I could tell that the gaze's owner is a strong adventurer. Undoubtedly, it appeared when I arrived in the hostess vicinity. Was that supposed to be a guard? Heck, does the benevolent mistress follow the plot of light novels where strong people lives in a low-key manner? Then again, I did feel something like that. Mamma Mia's strength is enough to quell any troublemakers. Chloe-san's steps are silent akin to a thief's. Faust-san's gaze are akin to a hunter. There's also Ryuhu-san. Perhaps the sole ordinary person is Seer-san. If she isn't, she's very good at acting good enough for an Oscars. I'll give a trophy to herself on the off chance this is true. Ryas. My musings were cut short. Fin-san and Loki-sama. I saw a drunken god Loki being carried by Fin-san on his shoulders. Despite their size difference, the latter easily dragged her over. Oh? Serious? From the beginning, I fueled we were destined to be drinkin' buddies. Hell yeah! Rock and roll! She said. Why does she remind me of Hiroi-san? A/N, the drunk bassist in Bocchi the Rock. Loki-sama tried to reach me out before nearly falling to the ground. I'm sorry about this. Fin-san spoke. It's all right, Fin-san. The drunken goddess continued speaking gibberish. You know, I was sure prized to she Fei that proud. Artie's also interested to you. I won't be surprised if she likes you. I halted for a moment. Sho, don't steal my girls from we. Both Fin-san and I fell silent. Things became awkward all of a sudden. Iwao already have two goddesses. I think I understand. So. Loki-sama thinks that I am intruding to her familia. That some of her familia members are taking a liking to me? If I think of it. She might be right. The most blatant one is Tiona-san. If not for respectfully keeping our distance, she might have clung to my arm every day. There might be others, but the most important is how it looks to her. I admit, all of the girls from Loki familia are beautiful. Ai-san's doll-like looks, Tiona-san's youthfulness, Luffy-ya-san's innocence, and Lady Riveria's otherworldly appearance. Then again, I don't feel that way. It's different with Lady Artemis, or even Hephaestus-sama. Just as I was musing, I saw Loki-sama puking. She made it on time to the floor, but Fin-san's arms are stained with her vomit. Give me a moment, Fin-san. I will help. Serious. I constructed the simple magic circle. Cleanse. It went through the two of them. It separated the contents of vomit and disintegrated them to small pieces. That is the secret behind the cleanse spell that I find convenient these days. It is complicated to learn but is extremely convenient. I did the same to the benevolent mistress floor. Thank you. Magic sure is convenient. Fin-san commented. We will be going now. Have a good night. The same goes to you, Fin-san. We parted ways. I was planning to head home when I felt that strong gaze before. Now that it isn't on me, I will go home and inform Hephaestus-sama of our success. Thinking of this ambush's weight on me for the past 3 weeks, I exhaled. White fog came out of my mouth. Winter, hey. Would it hurt to ask for a way to return be my gift? Demons. They are the aggregate of evil energy given form. They are similar in nature to cursed spirits. Although, they have a huge difference. Curses are generally stronger than demons. Tenjin's barrier gathered most of the evil energy called cursed energy to Japan. That gave its population a higher chance of properly becoming a sorcerer. They could be as strong as magicians, but they are less rare. In the end, be it curses, cursed energy, or sorcerers, they all came from a fundamental law: Twilight Syndrome. If a world nearing its end connects to another world, unspeakable things could happen. The progress of a world nearing the end could appear on a world far from its end. In short, the latter's Twilight Syndrome would be sped up. KRRR. A black scorpion is about to be welcomed by the world. Bam! I watched as the ground shook. Lily is currently fighting 2 armed minotaurs in the 11th floor's domain. The disadvantageous thick mist and their superiority in numbers balanced the battlefield. Fortunately, Lily is adept on using the Chien spear I gave her. She's no longer bothered by the flames and could strike even with her sight blocked. Its sole disadvantage was overcome by her. Oh! Lily risked diving into the Minotaur's strike zone. Surprisingly, she exhibited swift reflexes. She dodged the bulwark before cutting the Minotaur's wrist. Such a thing should be very difficult for a level 1, yet she managed to do so. Aside from Artel assist, she also mimicked the eyes and body of a cat people. Meanwhile, she exhibited the ears and nose of a Chien trope. Since Lily could transform into a certain target, partial transformation between several body parts should be possible. Her magic isn't a permanent one and has no dangers, which is how it led to the discovery of this path. It had proven to be extremely effective. Lily gathered the traits of several races and converged them to her body. Coupled with the Artel assist, she reached another level. Actually, I found her magic to be similar in nature as Sirius. It involved changing the ethereal form temporarily. It is extremely stable but skips decades of study. That's what you would expect from fauna-driven magic. My thoughts drifted away to another matter. I did expect some rewards, but to hit the jackpot. I remembered the loot last night. I had disposed Dixperdix's body properly by incinerating it. Before I did, I inspected his belongings. He had 2 very important things. Deadless Orb. Deadless Notebook. The first one is the key to unlock Gnosis. As for the other one, when did I become this lucky? It is a notebook that contained a blueprint for Gnosis. From the constructed floors up to the present. Even Deadless future instructions, they were all there. Everything. I was very stunned when I discovered it. I literally got the goddamned cheat codes for the entire Gnosis itself. A full 1,000 years of hard work converged into a piece of literature. Upon reading it this morning, I roughly found out Deadless' personality from the author notes he placed. He is simply a lunatic. He wanted to have a masterpiece that surpasses the dungeon, something even gods couldn't fully predict. To that, he made his magnum opus a project to be passed on to his future bloodline. No wonder Gnosis is that extravagant. Thick orichalcum doors, purest adamantine walls, blocks of mithrils for traps. If mined, they could surpass Aurario's worth. Despite the dungeon having infinite materials, Gnosis is a place where such things gathered for a millennium. If we're done resolving the Evilus and Enyo matter, I would like to mine some of it. No, no. I snapped out of my thoughts. I got too tempted even with my current wealth. After all, the adamantine used there came from the deep floors 60 and below. That was the time of Zeus and Hera Familia. Right now, Loki Familia is at the 40-something floor. Those materials couldn't be acquired yet. Bam! PSSSHK. Thud. She did it. 2 armed minotaurs are something even level 2s wouldn't touch. They are far different from the normal minotaurs as I gave them intelligence. Their teamwork is another problem, too. Even so, Lily managed to defeat them. Clap. That gesture was the signal to cancel the spell. A second later, we found ourselves back to Soma Familia's courtyard. That was a good one. The practical experience did help you. It's all thanks to teacher. It's also your effort. A week ago, she started diving into the dungeon. She was very cautious due to what she faced in the illusions, but it was subverted after fighting few goblins. After that, she was no longer always tense. Clearly, that did good for her. Since you've passed that level, you deserve a reward. I took out a black box the size of a fist before throwing it at Lily. Don't be too surprised. Her eyes shone brightly at those words. I couldn't help but wryly smile at this student of mine. When she opened the box, she was surprised. This is a pocket watch. Lily held a silver pocket watch. It has a silver cover. Upon opening, she saw the intrinsic design it has. The Roman numerals are made of black jewels while some of the gears are transparent in the middle. A/N, it looks like the pocket watch from the Orv bundle. Try pressing the crown thrice. The crown is in the middle of the silver chains. Upon pressing, the jeweled Roman numerals shone. They changed into different colors, with 12 retaining the black jewel. Each of the numbers represent a different function. The odd numbers buff while the even numbers are tools that allow reconnaissance, flight, and so on. I explained. The 12 is the exception. It is the ultimate function of that watch. Wow! You can try pointing it to 12. You'll be surprised by it. Lily did as she was told. The moment the pointer turned to 12, her aura changed. Teacher. That's right. It's magic. The jewels contained an ability engraved through Miracle Maker. I could not input my magic as it would collapse due to its small size. However, Miracle Maker subverted every limits. The 12 jewels containing an ability were made into a pocket watch. The pocket watch gained another ability to store the abilities and recharge them safely. It doesn't matter to me, but it is very helpful for Lily. She could barely cast simple spells for now. The 12 activates every buff and tool present. You might be able to detect many presence and structure right now. Yes. Her chestnut pupils narrowed due to information overload. Moments later, that aura disappeared. It's amazing. I'm glad you liked it. Perhaps it is her excitement, but she ran before hugging me. She is barely above my chest due to the palm's inherent height. Teacher. My student must have liked it much. Chapter 59, Chapter 59, Caged Renard. Hey. Right. The Hephaestus Familia home doesn't have many inhabitants, so modifying one of them for tool making is easy. Magic tools littered the room. Though, I miss my laboratory just as much. I am currently sitting at my desk, closely examining the red orb in my hand. Engraving circuits using the deceased's eyes. I could perfectly see the deadless orb's fine details with the glasses. It was made from a material found on the 27th floor called blue sand. The glasses were made from the substance while the rim is composed of mithril. That was enough to sustain several functions placed in it. They really gouged their descendants' eyes. The truth behind Deadless Orb revealed itself. The base material used was none other than organic eyes. A specific circuit was engraved into it that serves as the password behind each door. I gently placed the orb on a cloth and removed my glasses. Then, I picked up the Deadless notebook that I got from Dick's Perdix. 100 floors. What a monster! Deadless aimed to create something similar to the dungeon and to surpass it. A total of 100 floors were designated within the notebook, though they could only construct up to 20 floors at present. I switched pages until I saw the portion for the key. Correct. Yet. In the end, I understood how it works. This little cross-verification is what I needed. Simply, Deadless orbs work on a certain frequency. They are akin to a voice-modulated password door. Mimicking the structure of the circuits isn't enough, they have to possess a characteristic from the eyes of Deadless. Phew. That's one less trouble. Right. Recalling the memoir manifest I haven't used, I stood up from my seat. It's like gacha. During 3 weeks, I gained 2 useful items, Hatsune Miku's data and a precision tool that helped me build the bullet maker. The latter is more of a mold, but it works since I was in the forge. As for the others, they're either bills, a painting, pictures, smartwatches, cursed tools, and so on. The book made of light appeared into the world. Praeteridium, ostendo tu ipsi. Bygone events, reveal yourselves. It swiftly moved pages before transforming into the recalled object. To my surprise, it became bigger until it took half of the space of the room. The light died down. It revealed a huge complex machine unseen in Gakkai itself. A 3D metal printer. It is the machine I used to create some weapons. It was made part by part, which showed its precision. For short, there are too many things I could do with it. I sprinted outside as fast as I could. Swoosh! A white blur passed by Ain. Nobu. By the time she could react, the blur passed by her once more. She was about to leave her room when she saw this sight. Through the continuous feasting of magic stones, Fylvis reached the status of a level 4. It was halved during cloning, hence Ain has a status equivalent of a level 2 or 3. The sight she saw was quite stunning. He could act like that. Rarely did he show his excited sight. His bright pupils and the large smile drawn to his face made him look more like a normal child. Cute. Just as always, Ain showed her thoughts honestly. So that's how it is. It's that powerful. Currently, we are inside the Hephaestus Familia Forge in the Northwest District. It is the forge inside the luxury shop. After obtaining metallic dust, I used the 3D printer to create the parts of my beloved weapons. When the time ran out, I managed to recreate 3 weapons and their blank bullets, an M9, HK416, and M4A1. Some modern forging tools were made as well. These are the only ones that has purely metallic composition. The other advanced weapons like high-frequency vibration blade and smartphones needed resistors and capacitors that couldn't be produced by the printer. What do you plan with it? Hephaestus-sama asked. For now, I would like to give it to Artemis Familia. It's a useful weapon. After all, I am planning to create them en masse. With the separate components, I could use them as reference for the mold. The magic gun I have is out of consideration before, since it is the sole gun. Now that I have 3, it wouldn't matter if something goes wrong. Let me try creating them. Ah! Alright. The goddess of forging took action. Hephaestus-sama chose the M9 as it is the easiest out of the 3. She started with the gun barrel. It involved several uncommon aspects of forging. It has to be fitted as well to ensure the proper size. Then again, she used the modern smithing tools very proficiently. She said that she never built a gun back in Tenkai, but Hephaestus-sama's actions are like an expert gunsmith. She never needed any precision tools in the first place. An hour later, she presented the components neatly on a table. Correspondence. Upon cross-checking, they are exactly the same ratio as the one built by a 3D printer. Nothing less from Hephaestus-sama. I muttered. She began assembling them into a complete gun. I could see the fine details down to the screws perfectly recreated. Click. A few seconds later, it was completely assembled. To think humans could invent this. They really are full of potential. Hephaestus-sama's next words surprised me. I'm relieved. Even if gods disappear, humans could stand on their feet. True. It reminded me of the inevitable parting. There would be time when Gakkai no longer has gods. The issue of longevity is not an issue for me due to Mana Furnace. Lord Netishime lived for a millennium and is still up and kicking today. I wouldn't leave Hephaestus-sama nor Lady Artemis that early. I'll let Hephaestus-sama know that I won't die that early. I know. Be it Evilus, Dionysus, or something else, I won't die. I won't allow the people close to me suffer due to my death. Even in my future iterations, I have a gist as to how it went after my death. I can't bear to think of them coming true. Do you want to test it? I shifted the topic to something lighter. From the corner of the forge, I activated a magic circle. The ground rose, revealing a hidden stash of crates. When opened, hundreds of M9 bullets are stored. I took 9 bullets and inserted it to the magazine forged by Hephaestus-sama. The bullets clicked as I inserted them. Click. The magazine was inserted. I checked the safety pin before giving it to her. This is the specialty of our world, Beretta M9. The safety pin exists to avoid accidental fire. After the explanation, Hephaestus-sama understood everything. Click. She cocked the gun and turned off the safety trigger. Bang! A crack appeared on the forge's walls. It is something caused by pure impact. The projectile which broke the speed of sound sprouted such destructive force. If shot on the head, even level 2 could die. Amazing! Bang! Bang! As I watched her adjust her aim, an image entered my mind. A mafia boss. Guns fit Hephaestus-sama more than I expected. Diansect Familia. It is the most prominent production type Familia in terms of potions. They are the main supplier of potions and everything health related. They also serve as the go-to place for severe injuries. They also have the technology to create a working prosthetic. Today, they are visited by an enigmatic man rather, the most famous star of Orario. Good afternoon, Miss Ermid. Good afternoon. Are you here for your orders? Yup. Serious, Akasaka Nobu, often frequented the place. Just as his magic swords are gaining fame, he sought for a place that produces high potions before ending up here. Upon Ermid's return, she and several other Familia members carried numerous crates. It totaled 5 small crates, each containing 20 high potions worth 250,000 valis. Nobu took out a check verified by the guild. A total of 25 million valis is written. When dealing with large transactions involving huge amounts of valis, it could be used for a check due to the guild acting as a bank. This system was laid out based on the god's knowledge. Here's the payment, he said. There's an extra to treat others to a meal. Still as always. Nobu smiled lightly at her words. Where else could I buy high potions en masse? Honestly, I am surprised you haven't asked much about it. I respect your privacy. True. Then again, I'm not using it for anything else other than dungeon diving. From their past meetings, Ermid already knew a little about Nobu's personality. He is someone who doesn't spare money for his safety. Though, it is also attributed to the fact that he is loaded with money. Nobu placed all 5 crates on the narrow trolley he had brought. This was widely used on the Hephaestus Familia. It wasn't difficult to have one of it. Then, I'll be departing. Miss Ermid should take some time to relax as well. I will. Nobu left the shop. Dozens of people strolled on the streets. This liveliness slightly affected him. Japan isn't like this. How do I say it? There's something different. Since he foiled Valletta's ambush, he could breathe more freely. There is no longer a danger above his head. Nevertheless, he didn't fully relax. With Valletta's disappearance, there's no doubt Evilus would begin doubting him, which extends to Enyo. It is for that reason that the entire Hephaestus Familia home is fortified with 100 spells. Nobu in his full preparations could obliterate level 6 adventurers. Just as he mused, he sensed a person running to his direction. He moved the trolley and moved out of the path. Unfortunately, the person herself tripped. It prompted Nobu to catch her with his left hand. As he did so, a fluffy golden tail covered his sight. He saw the yukata worn by the girl. Hey! Aya! The girl lifted her face and looked at him. Her emerald pupils met his golden eyes. Albeit stunned, Nobu removed his arm after she regained her balance. Suddenly, he noticed a black collar on her neck. He immediately frowned upon seeing that. He went with his suspicion and ran a correspondence to it. Cursed collar. It has something similar to mind manipulation on a milder scale. Nobu might be unfamiliar with the item, but its functions is clear to him. A single correspondence showed him psychological magic as well as a tracker engraved. The notion of being forced against your will is extremely unpleasant, especially after the events of his 8th iteration. Nobu saw her eyes. It bore similarities to Fylvis when she wanted to die. Fortunately, the girl is less worse than that. Again, his empathy strikes once more. It's better than doing nothing. Nobu made his decision. Miss. Do you need help? Ah. Scantily dressed Amazons appeared. They stood out from the crowd with them running at his direction. When they saw the fox girl, they rushed over to their direction. They hadn't seen Nobu in front of her due to the girl's tail. Help! The long-lost hope of escaping from that cage prevented the girl Sanjo Haruheim from feeling hope. Still, she felt it once more from the boy's strong gaze. Help! She uttered a single word. Understood. And the boy responded in kind. Out of his pockets, Nobu pulled out 2 smoke grenades. Click! Click! He pushed its trigger before discreetly leading it slip to the crowd. Swoosh! Swoosh! White smoke came out of the canisters. Cough! What the hell's this? Who they? In the midst of chaos, Nobu took the opportunity to take her hand and run away. The trolley was slotted easily inside the bracelet storage. Then, he cast an anti-magic spell that aims to disrupt the beacon. Always hold my hand. You won't get lost. The girl followed his instructions. As a result, they were able to maneuver around the area. They left the place with white smoke. The place where they came from, Dian Sect Familia's home, is a few establishments away from the Northwest District shop. Not long after, they arrived inside. Only the part-timer serving as the staff was present. Mr. Sirius. Good morning, Glenn-san. This is Glenn, a brown-haired Chien-trope, looked at the stunning beauty. At the moment, she looks shaken up by everything. My friend. Nobu replied. We'll be taking up the forge room for a while. Okay. Click. The door was closed. The fire dimly illuminated the room. It didn't last long as he opened the switch to the magic-powered light bulb. Tap. 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 Nobu stomped 3 times while sending a specific wave frequency. Buzz. Magic circles showed themselves into several walls. They fizzled as they spun. H-ha. Haruheim felt something disappearing. Good. The anti-magic section works. Since the day Nobu found cursed weapons, he added anti-magic specifically for curses within Hephaestus Familia's residences. Nobu came closer to the still shocked Haruheim. His finger touched the collar on her neck. She jumped out in a startle, her tail straightening out. Calm down, miss. I will be removing it. Ah. Nobu's mana traced the entire thing. His current status as a level 3 gave him ample mind for such process. He started casting the necessary spell. Mysterium Vis Distortion. Forced Mystery Distortion. A small magic circle emerged from his fingertips. Crack. Shatter. Clang. From the engraved magic shattering up to the collar removing from itself, it took less than 15 seconds. If the time they escaped from her pursuers is considered, everything occurred in less than 2 minutes. The shocked Haruheim finally had the time to process everything. So, miss, can you tell me why you were chased by those Amazons? Chapter 60, Reverse Scale. Sanjo Haruheim. A girl from the Sanjo house in the Far East. She grew up in a noble family. With her family, she grew up without any troubles. At times, she escaped from her home to play with orphans. She didn't experience any problems whatsoever. However, it ended during an incident 2 years ago. There, she was pointed out to have eaten the offerings on their god's shrine Amaterasu. It is a grave act in her family's eyes. It is a great disrespect toward the god they are serving. It led to her father disowning Haruhime from the Sanjo house. The guest who pointed her out, a Palm merchant, then offered to take her. By the time her friends from Takemikazuchi Familia knew about it, she left her house. It didn't end there. Once, they were attacked by monsters. The Palm merchant deserted her in an attempt to save his life. Fortunately, someone saved her. Unfortunately, she was later sold to the Ishtar Familia. She was brought back to Orario due to her good looks. Her fate was to be a courtesan, albeit it was delayed due to her young age. It helped that one of the executives took pity on her. Ishtar herself wouldn't have agreed to it easily but changed her mind due to Haruhime's status. Her magic and Renard race became a perfect match to attain something that complemented Ishtar's plans. When she turned 13, Haruhime will be sent to a brothel to do dirty work. Now, she turned 13. It is currently the time when she would begin as a courtesan. So, Miss, can you tell me why you were chased by those Amazons? Haruhime was brought back to reality. She looked at the boy who saved her just now. He wore a plain white t-shirt and black pants. It couldn't hide the brilliance possessed by his eyes. I escaped from them. I am a part of their Ishtar Familia. She hurriedly added, I shouldn't implicate you further. I will turn myself in. The collar doesn't work anymore. It is dismantled. You don't have to worry about their presence for now. Haruhime touched her neck. The collar had been with her for 2 years. Yet, it didn't leave any marks. Nevertheless, it didn't ease her from thinking about the boy who helped her. Even so, they would find out sooner. Her worries aren't unattended. Ishtar Familia is a huge familia. It is only below Loki, Freya, and Ganesha Familia in terms of scale. It also has a large influence, being the sole ruler of the entertainment district in a place where strong men sought the company of courtesans, no less. In this world, there aren't any entertainment mediums, which limited the options. The red light district had proven itself time and time again, both in Nobu's world and Gakkai. Ishtar Familia. Nobu went into deep thought. Are we destined to be enemies or whatnot? Ishtar Familia is one of the major sources of Evilus funds. Their progress on Gnosis and the creation of cursed weapons are greatly sped up due to their contribution. It is clear they could pull all stops if they could cooperate with Evilus. Nobu had some plans to eradicate this remaining threat, but his casual act of saving Haruhime pushed them to the front. Then so be it. Isn't there a rule in your place? That with sufficient money, your freedom could be bought. Coincidentally, there is a rule similar to the one in his world, in ancient China. If a customer happened to like one of the courtesans, they could buy them with money. In this case, Nobu wanted to buy and free her. Mr. T to waste money on a woman like me. Wasting money? I'm simply following with what I have done until the end. Since I'd already saved you once, I'm helping you regain freedom. Just like before, he followed his creed. One of the things that I hated the most is hypocrisy. My world never lacked such beings. The cult leader of Time Vessel Association is one such person. He killed Amani Riko, which led to the shit show that occurred 10 years later. Tenjin turned into a cursed spirit, thus Kenjaku easily controlled her. What he experienced in reality would never wipe the clusterfuck he'd caused in those future iterations. Before everything else, isn't it apt to introduce ourselves? Why yes. The girl replied. I am San Haruhime. Haruhime? I never heard her name. It sounds like something from Far East. Did you come from the Far East? I asked. Yes. What a coincidence. I am Akasaka Nobu. You can call me whatever you deem fit. Though, there's no need for any formalities. She looks surprised that I came from there. Don't be surprised much. Actually, I never lived on Far East. I left the country when I was young. Is that so? Akasaka-san. Her accent felt much closer to home. I was surprised to see people from Orario speak in Japanese. Although, those from Far East has a more native accent. Fluff. The tail behind her back attracted my sight. So that's how I was with Sirius. Akasaka-san. It's best not to be involved with me. I am certain Ishtar-sama wouldn't let go of me. Haruim-san said some shocking words. I hold something of great value. I see. You wouldn't be sold by them. That's right. She nodded calmly. From the looks of it, Haruim-san wants to keep that a secret. It is reasonable when meeting a complete stranger. I'll be going, Akasaka-san. I hope to repay you for this time. I will bear my punishment alone. I saw her going for the doorknob. Wait. You will be punished if you return as it is. I have already broken your collar, so I am now involved as well. I could see her briefly freeze. We're now in the same boat, Haruim-san. You don't have to worry about me helping you. I came up with a way to convince her. Ishtar Familia would be under fire soon, anyways. Hermes Familia will rally Loki Familia and several others tonight. Tomorrow, they will raid Knossos. Well then. Have you heard of my other name, Sirius? Sirius? The adventurer who became level 3 2 months after entering Orario? Akasaka-san. That's you. I am. The weight that my name, Sirius, carried is significant. After all, I set the record for the fastest level-ups in the history of Orario. Since Belcranal hadn't appeared yet, it was this shocking. Akasaka-san. If I could help with something, please mention it. Haruim-san accepted my offer. Truly, she's more innocent than I thought. I won't regret helping such a person. Suddenly, the ring earring on my right ear activated. Ga-Shujin-sama. Miku? What is it? 5 intruders tried to enter the Familia home. There is a casualty. The rest are apprehended. Evilus. I couldn't control my bloodlust. It froze the air inside the room. Signs of frost appeared on the corner of the room. I could very well understand the meaning behind this attack. Akasaka-san. I reined it. I shouldn't stress Haruim-san out. Did something happen? You look terrible just now. Instead of being intimidated, she is more concerned about myself. I'm not the type to expect pure goodwill like this. I'm fine. Despite saying so, I knew what that signified. Evilus is onto me. This is fast. It's not even a day when Valletta Greed died. I anticipated it and told Lady Artemis and Lily to be careful. As for Hephaestus-sama, she said that it won't take too long that she will be walking in a populated street. I was supposed to follow after her when the events with Haruheim happened. She has the M9 handgun, too. Hephaestus-sama left 5 minutes ago. By the time we completed the gun forging, it was already afternoon. We went our separate ways. I went to Diansect Familia several buildings away from here. I would be following her to the Northeast Forge. Haruim-san. Can you stay here for a while? There's an office here. All right. When we left the forge, Glensan gleamed at us with interest. Snap. Fragilis memoria. Fragile memories. Glensan's eyes turned dull. I selected his memories of 5 minutes ago and sealed it within his subconscious. When the time comes, it'll be regarded as vague memories before being forgotten. The moment his eyes return to normal, we are already in front of the desk. Sirius-san? This is my guest. Can you lead her to the office first? I'll be off for something. Got it. With that, I removed the gist that we arrived here earlier. I knew from his eyes that his thoughts turned somewhat troublesome. I don't want false rumors to spread. I whispered to Haruim-san before going. Take this. It's loaded with magic that will turn everyone unconscious. If people from Ishtar Familia look for you, use this. I passed a grey-colored dagger to her. Let's talk about everything later. Good luck, Akasaka-san. I gave her a nod before leaving. I ran to Hephaestus-sama's usual route to the forges. I traced the steps she took, something I knew from being with her several times. Bang! I heard a loud gunshot from somewhere. I ran over to the place immediately. It wasn't far from the main street, only around 2 alleys. As soon as I arrived, I saw a light-armored adventurer dropping to the ground. The other mage tried to lunge at her when Hephaestus-sama avoided her grasp. I ran over to her. Tap! Tap! Crack! I clenched my fist tightly. Bam! I aimed at the Evilus member's face. I didn't hold back and threw that punch the strongest I could. Nobu-kun. The Evilus member stepped back. Bam! 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 2 jabs and a roundhouse kick to the head. The female mage fell after that. Still, I never stopped. I kept hounding her. I sat on top of her chest. Bam! 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 How? Bam! Dare! Bam! You! Bam! Buletin-kun! Nobu-kun! Someone grabbed my arm. You can stop. You will kill him. Hephaestus-sama. When I heard that the Familia home was attacked, I thought of the possibility of Hephaestus-sama being attacked. The possibility that I feared happened. I saw the worried face of my goddess. It is the first time I saw her like that. Are you all right? I asked her. Yes. The handgun from earlier helped. How about you, Nobu-kun? It didn't hurt. Blood covered my fist, though it's not my blood. I looked at the bloodied face beneath me. It is well deserved for a fuker like her. What happened here, Naya? Both Hephaestus-sama and I turned over to look at the new arrival. To my surprise, it is someone I know. Chloe-san. Serious, Naya? She is the waitress on Benevolent Mistress. Her light steps are something I remember. This is. The 2 Evilus members are dressed like normal adventurers. This helped in hiding their identities and camouflage in Orario. Just some bastards. We will handle this matter ourselves. All right, Naya. Since you're both okay, I'll be off, Naya. Thanks. Just with that, this became a Familia exclusive matter. It is an unwritten rule in Orario to mind each other's business. Of course, there could be some exceptions like the one from Loki Familia. Hephaestus-sama placed the handgun on her back. What do you want to do? We'll lock them up in the Familia home. Will that be all right? No problem. She replied. Evilus has gotten bolder. To even try and kidnap a goddess. It's my fault. I should have gone with you. Don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Even before the ambush, I anticipated this to some extent. I will be a primary suspect behind Valletta's death since they came to deal with me. I talked with Rithos-san and asked her to accompany Lady Artemis at all times when they are outside. As for Lily, I gave her one of the communication earrings. She would have contacted me if something happened. Still, I turned it on. Lily. A few seconds later, a response arrived from the other side. Teacher. Did something happen? There's none. Was it the one you talked about earlier? Yes. Be careful when going outside. Also, keep the controller of the magic barriers near you. If intruders appear, apprehend them immediately. Don't give them the time to react. If you did, stay away from them. Understood. I gave her several more reminders before closing the communication line. Then, I asked Hephaestus-sama how everything winded up to this. Turns out, they had indeed abducted her until she turned the tables 2 alleys later. One shot to the leg and another to the arm, just as what I had heard when I went here. Let's return to the northwest shop first. I will pick someone up. Someone? Did you save another person today? That's right. Hephaestus-sama already knew about my tendency to be thorough when helping others. I told Haruim-san's story to her as we left the alley. The 2 Evilus members were left there for a while. I restrained them using several magic tools cuffs and placed them inside an invisible tent. I also gave them a sleep spell that would last for half a day. I will transport them later discreetly to our home. Right now, I'll need Tsubakine to guard Hephaestus-sama. She is currently busy on creating new weapons, but Hephaestus-sama's safety precedes it. I would apologize for the interruption later. After that, I'll head over to Artemis Familia and Lily. The meeting with the people gathered by Hermes Familia would be next. The Knossos raid was supposed to be in the next few days, but I'll aim to speed it up no matter the cost. Evilus and Enyo shouldn't stay unhinged any longer.